Hi, what's up? Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. How you doing? We have EMEA today? No, EMEA is not until Wednesday, I think. Wednesday, Thursday.
Beautiful coordination from Gen.G. Texture with the ace. Baby, they're already in. Meteor's already in.
Yo, what's up, everyone? What's up? Dude, why is my
젠지가 그룹 스테이지에서 성장한
7TV never
점은
working?
이길 수 있는
I don't know.
경기를 확실하게 이겼다는 점.
Gen.G, they get Lotus. They got split. They get the 2-0 tonight.
일단 1시드로 진출을 해서
I'm
다른
feeling not too
팀들의
bad.
경기를
How you doing?
다 같이 볼 수 있는 이점이 있는 것 같고
Bad some.
오메가 팀에 비해 알파 팀이 약하다 이런 소리가 있었는데 플레이오프 때 알파 그룹의 자존심은 저희 젠지가 지키도록 하겠습니다.
저희가 TS 경기에서 8대1로 지고 있을 때 솔직히 저희가 하고 있는 큰 틀이 전혀 문제 없다고 생각을 했고 원래 하던 대로 해도 된다 이런 좀 긍정적인 얘기가 많았고요. 바뀐 케빈이 안주를 되게 잘해주고 있고 또 나머지 선수들이 그 안에서 잘 맞춰가기 위해서 노력도 많이 하고 있고 밸런스가 잘
This week's
맞는
too stacked. I'll tell you when. Monday, Tuesday's the one. Monday, Tuesday's day off.
Today's series 2-0.
Say day off. I don't
젠지가
record
강한
stuff for
팀이란 거
Coach
알기 때문에
Potatoes, but
준비를 더
that'll
많이
be
해야
when I
되고
can watch something while doing it.
저희는 지금 분위기 좋은 상승선에 있기 때문에 충분히 이길 만한 상대라고 생각합니다.
플레이오프에서 T1과 붙게 됐는데 T1에 비해 저희 젠지 선수들의 개인 퍼포먼스가 좀 더 뛰어나서 쉽게 이길 것 같습니다. 우승까지 해서 꼭 상하이로 진출하도록 하겠습니다.
저희가 이번에 젠지를 이길 수 있게 열심히 해서 젠지 이기고 마스터즈도 가서 한국팀 최초 우승 한번 저희가 노려보겠습니다.
Gen.G.
You tried the Brim Beacon and Tree on Lotus and Odin earlier and it fried. But you have to stim pack someone else, right?
They took
In theory,
Pacific by
'cause you
storm
wanna-
during kickoff, and since
wanna
then,
be insta
Gen.G
spamming the
has
choke
been
point.
one of the best in the world.
Does she have a
They
delay,
nearly
right?
won Pacific, our first championship, and you can be rest assured that the Tiger Nation isn't resting until they do exactly
Do we
that.
have the maps?
They want that spot to Shanghai
Oh, we
for
do have
another
the
chance
maps.
at that glory.
Ascent,
But
Sunset Breeze.
after their 2-0 victory yesterday, T1 are back in
Bro,
the
that's
top
hard
four
for
for
T1 to
Pacific
win.
once more. They've
Ascent,
got some of the most
Sunset
powerful
Breeze.
puzzle pieces
Which
in
map are they
Valorant.
meant
And
to
now
win
it's
there?
time to see how hard they
Sunset?
fight against the Giants in the tournament. Can they take down the Tiger Nation? The reigning Pacific champions, that's the big question here, Paper Thin.
I really think T1 can do this. I know I predicted Gen.G, but I don't take the percentage difference to be that large between these two teams. I think it's maybe 5 or 10% in terms of the difference. I think for me, this is gonna come down to today is how well has Gen.G been able to get a read on Xcurat's play calling style. Like, are they going to be able to react well to that decisiveness, know when to play for retakes, know when to contest some executes, things like that? I think it's going to be the biggest factor for Gen.G.
And you got to be ready right from the get-go. You don't want to have any maps that go crazily to one side. We saw 13-0 yesterday. Don't want to see that again. I want this to be a close match between these two teams, and everybody's got to be ready right from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean,
And
maybe they
that's more
can-
so aimed at Gen.G, right? T1, they
You
had
could
to
probably
play
anti-Gen.G's
yesterday, but sometimes that
Breeze.
can be really good prep for the next
Dude, I think
day.
it
Yes,
is
you don't get to prepare
hard,
for
man.
your specific opponents.
I always think people can
but
beat
you're really
Gen.G, and I
warmed
kinda
up,
see the
everybody's
map
very
pool, and I'm like,
confident,
well-
you're ready to go. Whereas Gen.G maybe a little bit cold. We'll have to see
The
them
map
coming
pool's
in
pretty
here
good.
very strong right from the first map.
Are they coming in refreshed or are they coming in cold is the question, right? We've seen it before, even the best of teams. Sometimes, you get into those first rounds in the first map and maybe they just need a little bit of time to warm up. It happened against Talon yesterday, or it happened with Talon yesterday. So it's very, very possible that this could happen for Gen.G as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's tough as a coaching staff and as players is to keep yourself in that game day form. It's such a challenging aspect because there's nothing else like playing on stage. I mean, you'll hear so many players and coaches talk about how the best practice is actually to just play matches on stage, especially when it matters. So I think that gives T1 a little bit of a slight boost here coming into today. I think most teams like to play warmed up. They don't want to come in cold. So this definitely
seed?
could
Yeah,
be
dude,
a
whoever wins this
challenging
goes
start for
Shanghai.
Gen.G.
Oh,
It's huge,
challenging
man.
indeed. It's
That
going
seed
to be
is
the name of the
big in
game for this
groups.
series. So let's get into it. Gen.G versus T1. Over to William and Achilles. Take us into Ascent.
Thank you very much. Yes, with pleasure.
Yes.
Now in our day, This is an SK Telecom versus Samsung Galaxy matchup,
Yes.
but now today we've got T1 going up against Gen.G, a Korean esports El Clasico in its own right.
Chat, hold up, the bunnies are going crazy.
That upper bracket,
Yeah, give me
who's
like,
gonna be having match with
give me a
Shanghai
minute. Hopefully the game
qualified,
doesn't
you know,
start.
just get
Yeah.
that ticket
Yeah, a little
booked
bit.
right off the rip, and who's gonna be falling down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's going to be huge. I mean, for both teams, right? Gen.G obviously most recently going to Masters Madrid, the first time they're going as that Gen.G squad, and really being able to uphold that name. But if they aren't able to qualify for Shanghai right away afterwards, that doesn't spell such a bright future. Meanwhile, T1, obviously, they're now trying to get back into the upswing. So there is a very big rivalry going on for sure between these two squads.
And I think especially if you're Gen.G, you're watching the happenings around the world and you're saying, okay,
Yes.
there might be something in the water, something that we are trying to avoid. We want to be at every single international. We want to be at that back-to-back. We want to try to make a run, try to get that trophy that very narrowly eluded us the last time out. We don't want to fall to the wayside like some of the other representative squads have done. Now, we'll take a look. Nothing shocking. We're here on Ascent. It's all stock standard.
Yeah, we're back to everyone playing just meta compositions. Even T1, obviously, they tinkered with the Viper for a little bit in the beginning of the year, but now they've decided to put Rossi back onto that KO, and he's been looking better and better every time they play it, no matter the map. And of course, Izu going on to that comfort pick of Omen as well. So Gen.G, the big question is how much have they changed their defaults, right? Their tendencies to over-rotate, their tendencies to play with a number advantage, because that's surely something that T1 and Xcurate have a good read against, just like every other opponent has now caught up to it during Stage 1 here in Pacific.
Let's see how it does fare, but a lot of this is going to come down to that ingenuity, those micro plays, that aim. Everyone knows widely how these comps do play out on this map. This is something that has been, in quotations, I'll put it, solved for a while.
yeah.
Very
Anything
few
crazy? No, of
teams
course
that
not.
like to stray away from this every now and then. You get the Stray Viper. Paper X kind of maybe the most creative.
Did you used to enjoy the T1
Pacific, yeah.
At least where they were playing the Rain
Viper
and the
stuff
Harbor
though?
on this
It was
map.
kind of
In
nice.
China, you got the Yoru, right? FPX bringing that out to take down EDG.
I love how
so there
teams
are
like-
a couple options, but it is
Love how
the
teams
solid
explore
formula for
using
sure.
a different comp
But widely,
on Ascent, and
things
then they always
haven't
come
stayed
back.
the same. An eternal matchup here in Korea to kick things off in this upper bracket. Let's go ahead and jump into the action. We have Ascent for our first map in this series.
All right, T1 on defense, Gen.G on attack,
Both
and
these
winner
squads
goes
vying
to
that
Shanghai.
slot at Shanghai. Be in that upper final. Is already. And hearing the fan chants, hopefully that's
Double
going
frenzy,
through.
bro. Pacific are
For you guys
heavy
watching at
frenzy
home.
believers.
Yeah, today's
Quite
a
loud for the Gen.G camp.
huge day for a lot of the Korean fans, right? Obviously, all three Korean teams playing, but even Paper X having a huge Korean following as
Oh,
well.
we saw that yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, this is the top four continuing once again, and right off the rip, Gen.G just going to put some fake pressure on to B with the Silva, but they have their eyes trained on A, and I feel like T1, they have a decent read against this, right?
Okay, so
Obviously, you have the
Shock
numbers
goes in
stacked,
early,
you
try and
know,
make a
ready
bit
for
of
the
pressure
anti-flash
over
slow over on
towards B.
But look at the Killjoy
Then
setup.
with the
That
knife,
is
with
just
the
meant
drone to make
absolutely
it look like you're
disrupt
taking middle.
the entire plan
But
while you still
actually,
hold on
it's
to
an
tree
A
with the
hit.
alarm bot.
We got a heavy kill set up at
Now Izu
Penny.
setting up the one way, looking to keep him staved off for now. No one making any noise here on the side of Gen.G. T1 just going to be basing everything
Well,
off at the game.
there's like this one way is completely wrecking
angles. Izu the only one
their
who's really trying
plan.
to hold it. Gen.G look like they really
That's a
wanted to
straight
beat
up
out both of these
45-second
smokes.
one way.
Yeah, I mean, you'll get one timing, you know, as you have to wait for those cooldowns a bit more and more, even if you try to stagger it as best as you can. So Izu's going to try to wait for it as long as possible. The real question is even if they push him back, the turret's still there to help delay them even further. So I don't know if this pinch is going to work out the way Gen.G wants. And if they rotate,
Yeah, they
that's
delayed a
exactly
good amount of
the trap
time,
that
though.
T1 has set.
Paranoia set up the dash. They get ahead of that one, though. Not caught
This
by it.
guy's
Bunch
sitting
hit there
in the
game.
kill
Izu
trip.
tries to hold the
Right.
line, but as he turns away, he
Okay,
ends up getting taken down. It's gonna be straight
got
on
a
those.
good
The
amount of
Omen's
damage
fall.
from it.
Xcurate
Keep an eye.
find
This
one
Jordan
with the
middle
nails,
is
one to lurk,
everything.
lock it. They're
Okay, Gen.G
absolutely
should be
gorgeous.
fine.
Catches the timing on a side player. Recon Dart getting a decent reveal, spotting
Oh
one
boy,
players. One
the
shooting
fast
maybe drops.
blood.
That's now the spike on the floor. Drop down off the top of Heaven Meteor, trying to hold this line, trying to keep himself alive. Needs to find one, but he cannot. Now it's all on Lakia. The headshot onto one. but
Well,
cannot
that sounds
find the
about right.
other.
I'll tell you what,
Arbeg
though. I wasn't
and
expecting
Xcurate will
T1
be
to
left
react
standing.
as good
Go
as
ahead and
this.
pick up this
Fast
round
floods,
Such
take
a
the
good pistol
3v3
from
on
T1.
site.
I mean, the
That was
setup
very,
is
very
perfect,
nice.
right? The original intention
Just
is that you're
checking that,
trying to
the
just
cast
force
is
them
still
to go
working,
through
turns
mid to
out.
B. You're already
Okay.
ready with the anti-flash, things like that. But the biggest thing that caught my
This was
eye
impressive,
is
though.
when Texture
Straight up
gets taken
recon
out in
into-
mid by Lakia, they
into Send It.
immediately execute the flood retake. Before the spike is able to go down, before Gen.G is able to regroup, you know that there's still one member out in mid. You know you can match them in numbers. It's a good retake here from T1, and that puts them in a very good lead.
Okay, and they decide to
Going with buys across the board, including
get a frenzy
Vandal.
armor.
I mean, it's the absolute variety pack.
They're not
for sure.
buying way
3,
too
2,
much
1,
right
go.
now.
Does get pushed off the angle. There's the entry,
Oh.
but able to stabilize it. Pass enough. Texture taken down. Rossi finding Munchkin, Extra at Meteor.
Dude,
Texture
are they
will
not
be able to
buying
find Lucky as
way
well,
too
and suddenly
much?
that does leave just Karen alive. 2 players tagged up. Would be able to potentially find those kills, as for now it's just going to be a grab on that orb.
The cast jack, yeah.
Around.
Sometimes you
Done
gotta
for
do it.
here. Karen just wants to see if he can try to deal a little bit of additional damage.
Yeah, I mean, you have Excurit who's low, but the angle he's holding is not an easy one for Karon, and now he's spotted.
Ooh. Back behind the box once again. Down to 64.
He's
They're looking
smiling.
into
I mean, he
smiling
knows.
to himself.
You know, this is him just trying to do as much damage as he can. But with 64 HP, I think he also knows. Right now, if anything, he's also just buying time for the extra comms. Ooh, Excurit actually going for the peak despite being so low.
Bolt peek out is the most at risk. Harpe the next most as tries to push up, but Excurit
Dude, he was laughing to himself the whole round. Okay, they get a gun rebuy and armor
The
rebuy.
ultimate T1 off to a 2-0 start as we now go into their bonus.
They
So
gun
right off the bat,
rebuy. What do we have to
obviously
do with
didn't
this?
get to really see the setup from T1 over by B side on the pistol, but something you
I
realize
really
both on A
think
and B
if
in these first 2 crucial rounds from Gen.G
T1 look at the
is that
money,
they should
can
understand
definitely
that
be
just
buying
cutting
an
audio
outlaw here.
and
I'm
going
pretty sure.
for a flood execute isn't going to work out. All right, I mean T1 is prepped for all the possible sets that could come through.
Don't,
so you really
they
do
don't
have to
buy
try
one,
to do a
but
little bit more
honestly,
push and pull with
3
the
people that
util.
could have been
Go for a
one
little
shot
bit
into
more
the big
util
buy
trading
round
if
could
you're
have been
Gen.G
worth.
right now.
It's an early warning shock dart there from Carpe. Nothing going to be spotted or taken down off the back of that. For now, once again, Gen.G getting everybody clustered up over towards this A site. Smokes continue to come through. As Izu not going for the peak on main, is just spotting out, waiting over in tree. Drone over the top.
They're
checking
enjoying
down
these
towards
kill
wide.
setups over
Nothing
towards
spotted.
A.
Did see that the turret's in the same place
See,
as the
let's check the
pistol.
pathing of the, the alarm bot's here for this.
Texture gets himself on top of Gen. Excurit still just tucked away here in hell. Takes a couple shots. Now they should know that he's going to be there, but no, still managing to swing out, catching them off guard.
Dude, this flash from
Texture
Rossi as
on.
well.
Munchkin will
Holy.
fall, the full flash connecting
Wait,
onto him, and
this
he
is kind of
cannot
sick. Gen.G gonna have
stabilize
to
at
call
all
a
off the back of
timeout.
that. Now it's suddenly
This
just
whole
Meteor.
let him
All
get
on
into
his
sight
lonesome.
and then we
This has
pounce
been a
things working
massacre
out
at
pretty
the
well.
hands of T1.
These Killjoy default setups are really messing things up for Gen.G.
Oh, just full
Yeah,
flash.
that's just a confident peak right there. And this is one of the things that
Hey, this is a-
Data actually
hold
talked
up.
about when he was over
Let's
on
hold
the
up.
analyst
This
desk for
is
that pregame interview.
a great
right? When
start.
you're in the
On
server
the map
and you're
today,
only
in
able to
theory,
see it
they
from
should
your
have the
POV,
worst
your
chance there.
teammates' POV, and obviously when the timeout comes from your coaches as well, it might not be as easy to realize what exactly is the default and what is it meant to deny. But right now, it is meant to deny any sort of site execute that allows the Jet to
Yeah, and they
get
get some
into
upgrades in
quad,
terms
right?
of the
And
guns
the
as
alarm
well.
bots,
We've
it's
got
got the
Rossi
turret,
with his ult,
everything is there to make
got
sure it's
triple
delayed,
stinger.
and then they swarm and cover the right side of the site. And I don't know if Gen.G's going to be able to catch on to that fast enough.
Still putting a decent investment in. Stingers, Sheriff Marshall there. Still looking for that win, looking to do some damage here as the coffers get very much lined with gold here for T1 side. Smoke dissipating now on short. The swing in coming through. A little bit of damage going to be found there, but they do force them back.
Holy.
Texture trying to chase
They're on
in.
top of that. And see the
Lined up
nade
by Paranoia.
close?
Ends up getting taken down. Plant can come through though. Munchkin, that went down to the floor, but now Meteor gonna creep his way forward, ends up getting caught, and that sends Lakia around to try to lurk his way up. Cat.
my goodness.
Flash game ready to come through. Karen trying to get in front of it. Does so, but cannot find any
And
kills.
T1 are a unit right now.
Smattering of
It's
damage
pretty
as Zizi
impressive.
gets chipped away at down to 61. Munchkin now gonna
They,
try to
they
hold
look
this with a
ready
stinger at range.
for everything that's
Does have a
happening.
fragment to buy maybe a little
And
bit more time
maybe
with the door
Gen.G
shut.
needs to
Fuse
just do a
held to
default
half
and
the
break
push
some of this
coming
util
in.
because
See if it's going to be anything more than just a couple of kills. As
so
the
far the
flash not gonna
3-person
happen.
overwhelm
Rossi
is
deja
looking
vu as he picks up the
solid.
3K out there in main.
Yeah, I
As
definitely
T1
feel
will
like
get the defuse and move up
Gen.G, I
4-0
don't
at
know
the
if they
start of
need a
this match.
timeout for it, but they're going to
T1 is
start
looking just smooth as
hunting,
butter. I
Killjoy
mean,
util.
Rossi breaking the window
least hunting
to
middle.
allow for Izu to maybe combat another peek in. The timing on that is perfect.
I love
Obviously,
this
the
from
paranoia
T1
coupled with
though.
the fragment means that
Like
they're safe.
fast
We're not going to see the
first
window
3
shot. I
rounds
think that might
Killjoy
have
over
been the highlight
towards
of
A,
this round.
and then now they
But
start
Rossi now
trying to get
9
info.
and 2.
Middle.
An incredible start, taking down
Where's
the
Killjoy
nth
going
bonus
now?
or the
Middle
bonus
again.
against
Right.
Gen.G as well, and then chaining it into 4. Got the null command. You've got your weapons of choice. You've got the operator, and they even switched the Killjoy default there in that previous round. So now
T1
GenG's
saving
really
strats
stressing
for
there.
playoff? Nah, I think they're just doing the classic. I think they're just doing the
Press on the one.
have the first 3 rounds as something brand new, right? This whole kill setup over towards A with fast flood retake, and then go back to how we normally play. So if Gen.G have some kind of game plan, some way to play against how T1 normally play, it gets completely thrown off, and then they feel like they have to change everything.
Two quick kills.
Bro.
Yep, they completely ignore that position. Locking a fall as Rossi swings out from back Gen.
Dude, they gotta call a
Everything that
timeout.
Gen.G tried
This is gonna be good
is
info.
Just getting absolutely
Be good for them.
swept aside.
Ooh.
I don't know what's going on, but Gen.G is trying so hard to save util until they
Hit
go
the
in
Killjoy.
for the site execute. Yes, I understand that they're not able to have
I know this
full
is a
buys
2v4,
for the past couple rounds.
but
It doesn't feel great.
This
but they're
alarm
just
bot
hoping
only
that,
went off
again,
for the
numbers
smallest
formula's gonna
time.
work out. If we go in as 5 with a flashbang or 2, that should get us around. And T1 is just ready for it every single time.
And
All the timing from Carpe.
spotting him out. He's able to find him. Meteor trying to be elusive. Taken down, and now it's all on Munchkin, who widely will just have to tuck away. Hold on to this rifle. If
Wait,
he
is
can.
he saving as well?
Cash a pound. I mean, T1, no reason to not chase for this one. He already has the ult online.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
will start swinging out. Advantage going
no.
to be
Oh,
there. But oh my
no.
God, the whips!
oh no!
And that, I think, is a strong summary for how these first 5 rounds have
Whoa.
looked from Gen.G. Carpe, dead to rights, but comes away
That's not
with
great.
that round win.
That's not
And
great.
that is, of course, the timeout called, because, yeah,
Yeah, it has
Oh
to.
man, are they
staff
melting?
cannot be happy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care if you've talked for an extra 20 seconds on that one.
I mean, they're
Personally,
melting
you just
a
need to
little
calm everyone
bit,
down, 'cause
strat-wise,
Gen.G
but
absolutely flustered. I've never seen an Odin be this nimble.
Nice.
I don't know if Carpe does it, but he's able to stay alive, keep the Odin, don't have to reinvest. You're now 1 point away from the Hunter's Fury. Oh boy.
Nimble, I'm not sure if
Yeah.
that's the word I would use.
Let's see-
The nimbleness
let's
of
see what
a semi-truck
to
barreling
the
down
next
the
stages
highway.
for T1.
Well,
Pretty
It's just
cool.
that Munchkin decided to just dive in front of him.
You know what? I didn't really want to focus on the other side of it, but you're right. You're absolutely correct. I mean, this is a bad sign for Gen.G, and the Des talked about sometimes it is beneficial. We've heard countless teams talk about getting that stage time. Sure, it's grueling. Sure, it's tiring, but it keeps you in the zone. It gets you going. And T1, they are showing no signs of stopping for the time. And Gen.G, they've got to get into it. They've got to get into that zone, into that level, into that focus.
You need the Bren timeout.
A lot
Yeah, I mean,
to discuss, but
I've never
quite a
really
bit
seen
more
him like this.
conversation coming out of
Rossi
T1
is
camp, at least
10
from
to
a coaching
2. Carpe is
perspective.
6. Bro, there's just no. The only person here is like Izu
Having
has
to be
more deaths than
absolutely
everyone on his
ecstatic with how
team.
things have started here, but
He's the only one going down right now.
those not to discredit Gen.G.
There is not many kills
Count them
for
out
6
quite
rounds.
just yet.
I mean, yeah, obviously it is Ascent.
Right,
Plenty
timeout
of
goes
time still
in.
for Gen.G
Money's
to
reaching
crawl back in,
9k.
and they do have 2 crucial ultimates. Quite frankly, ult rotations be damned. Just trying to get around on the board would be so
People are
important
pinging
right
out
now.
the alarm bottom middle.
Lucky is just waiting to see the
They do
spray
a
first
deeper
and try to counter it
smoke.
with the tracers, but he's
It's
not gonna get that
it's
gift
kind
for
of
free.
nice though. It's knife recon, deep smokes. They
There's
can
some
find
util counter spray. Carpe
find the
immediately
alarm
pulling back
bot.
off that angle.
back Odin as well.
The Meteor down to
Great
7,
pressure
so
over
Carpe
towards B.
still getting the better of the exchange. Izu looking to creep forward, spots out Karan, who will just go ahead and make his
Dude,
quick
Meteor
exit.
got melted.
So Texture is just waiting to break this alarm bot at the prime moment, but it's so far forward that if they wait too long, it might just not have any meaning, right? T1, they can still sit safe, and look at this, the push up
Look
from
at
Izu.
this.
So much
Oh my
information.
god, they
Yeah,
have the
and now
reads,
that alarm
bro.
bot really holds so much info. You're like, okay,
Just
maybe it is a
walks
pinch.
through
Doesn't
the
matter. We've got
smoke.
3 on B.
Walks through his own
I mean,
smoke.
where's Izu going? He's just cleared out
I
everything.
mean, if he swings wide
Way
enough
top
around,
mid.
works his way into mid, he might actually be able to catch Texture completely unawares as well. But there's the null command.
Does he
coming
run
through,
too
side player.
early?
Set up on the angle,
Does
holding.
he ever see? Okay, now we can
Flash
see
finds
Jack.
him. Izu
Oh.
able to put Munchkin down. That is going to be Resable. And Izu trying to go for a bit of a cheeky play. Does end up getting caught. Not reading the Texture was going to be in that position at bench. Now smoke down across onto mid. Excurate cutting his way back across into heaven. Footsteps
Big
gonna be
Joel
heard
on
as the
site,
recon
and
goes out
Excurate
over
has
the
no
top,
idea.
the back, and
Ah
Texture
man, it
this time
backfired
is able
so
to find
much.
the
They had
jump.
such a good
12
round.
seconds though remaining as they start bringing the spike forward, but this plant can come through unhindered.
They still have the Hunter's Fury as well. This should be
Hold
GenG's
up.
round, but Texture goes down. They don't have as much space as they originally planned.
They also just don't have the money, so they need as many players alive
Whoa.
as possibly can. The drop down,
Whoa.
Rossi beating Lockyer to
Wait.
the punch.
Knife only hits one.
As he will fall.
What do you do when the knife only hits one and the spikes down?
Quick drop down, an attempt at the flick. Saya player not able to come away with that elimination, but Carpe does find Kara on Meteor though.
Okay, no matter what, the damage is impressive.
With the op in hand, seeing what he can get done. Wants to try to hold this one a half. Gets off of that fragment. It's quite a bit of damage, but now he's right back on it.
They don't know that half is done.
He's going to be holding for it. Meteor
Holy.
gets there with less
That was
than a half
close,
a second
though.
to
That's,
spare.
I mean,
GenG
out of
will
all
get
the rounds to
themselves
lose, that's
on
not
the
too
board,
bad. We've got a
but
double
at the
armor
cost of
rebuy.
3 players.
I mean, the number
Dude,
of
Easy must be
individual
gutted
heroics that
here.
T1 was
Yeah,
trying
just
there,
as he
but
goes for the
it's
shots
not
in the
them just
side, the
sending it,
alarm
right?
bot
There's
gets
always this
shot,
backup
and then
plan.
it's like,
I mean, you see Saya go down,
then
jump
it's
down
just
for the
it's
flick,
just
things
pure
like that.
panic.
He's not trying to get the kill, he's
It
just
was
trying to
pure
make sure he
panic
confirms.
mode.
If he gets the kill, lucky, great. But if not, he's able to dash out. So that's what makes it so costly. But at the end of the day, Texture opening up the site single-handedly.
That's good though. The timing from
That's
his
what
push,
gets
like they
such
really
a
have reads
desperate
right
round.
now.
You still have the Hunter's Fury to match.
Okay, and because the alarm
Got a
bot's been
couple
discovered,
options.
the Killjoy sub is way different. Turret spot mid, Killjoy. Oh,
Fury opened
Oh,
up,
okay, we go for the
Carpe
comm.
finds the limb. Munchkin gone.
yeah, we go for the comm, recon over towards here, jump to
Another
get a better
rough start
angle,
here for GenG.
send it down, KO flash on
No
top.
flashes, no 0 point. You're not denying that Killjoy util. And for some reason, Texture scratching his head. Where's that alarm bot? It's just sitting right at the entrance to the site. T1 understands that
T1's
if you wanted to run fast, it would have
T1
just been
having
the
a
0
good
point the Killjoy
understanding
needs
there
to
as well.
avoid. So the
This
positioning
is
good. Oh, what in the world is
Saya just
what?
coming away with the headshot.
That is an absolute shot.
Now shifts his sights
My
back
goodness.
over to main. But too much movement there. Able to find the kill. Lockyer poking and prodding, but needing to back away. But now Meteor in a very committed position. The smoke there to maybe try to bail him out, but
And
still have 2 players hovering around this side of the map, so they may just end up trying to play this through into B or just backing away.
look how
and trying to go
aggro
for the
they are
save.
as well. Double aggro shot.
I don't know if we've really seen Saya play this confidently, maybe ever
They're
since he was
all
on the guard.
confident. Look at them.
I mean, sure, he's had highlights, but right now, he just, the movement
Guys, they're not
makes it look
saving
like
though,
he
right?
can do no wrong whatsoever.
Look at this
Really
saving.
fearless. Albeit the shots, you know, he's keeping them at bay. So it's
Well,
not like
does it
even
really
with the
matter?
whiffs, he is
Does it
still
really
finding
matter at
value.
this point if they save here?
Absolutely.
Because this money's so
Even that from the
good.
shadows. I mean, this is T1 understanding.
All it does is just
that they
refresh
wanna
this a
snowball
little
things as
bit.
hard as
And money
possible.
was
It's not
out of
about the
control
most
anyway.
ideal way to win, but it's understanding that we
And
can
the guns,
basically waste resources.
saving
to
the
stay
guns
ahead
instead of
and
getting the
we'll still get
1-9
it
is
back
probably
faster.
is definitely worth.
Going to be noted here, but I mean, you can see
Yeah, this
nobody
save goal,
really feeling
not too bad.
confident enough to try to peek out onto that one as the rush attempted to come through, but they run out of time.
But I feel like T1 will take that all day, man.
that
Now they
side.
100% have
Pretty
enough
sure he
money
just
for all of
pings it.
this.
He hears the knife and he just fires through the wall. We have to see it. Because, I mean, if
Yeah,
you're
what
a
is-
Texture,
what is this
you have
Saya
no
shot?
idea why you just died. It did not seem right.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
I can already hear them scrambling. I can hear the keyboards clicking. The replay's just not coming through.
Oh, no.
Oh, we've been robbed. It has to come at the end of the match. I don't know. Whatever it
no.
We'll
takes.
see it eventually. But for now, Carpe shifting position.
Omen
Over
ult,
paces
Omen ult's
stairs.
gonna get shot. Does he
Somehow
let him
damage
stick
cross
it?
there.
He
Texture
lets
taking down
him
Karen.
stick it.
Notice he tries to TP his way into boats.
I was gonna say, imagine he gets another, but he did 20
Falls
damage.
down to 20 health. Side player in the meantime still holding main, so it's just Texture in sight. Drone leading the charge, but shoulder will have been spotted. Still going for the peak.
Lunatic.
Goes for it again.
Respect,
Has
man.
the dash available. Munchkin's just out there in
Time
main.
to the ping
Take
on
it
this as
down.
well. Bro,
Lockyer able to take
T1
one back,
looks
but now it's
so
Texture
confident.
Down to 20 HP, which of course will have been calmed over to his players. The side player watches down that back ramp. Shot goes wide. Can't find him quite
And they
just
know he's
yet, but
20
it feels like
HP.
it's only a matter of time. It would be such a miraculous clutch for him.
I would have
He has been able
loved
to
Side
deliver
to
on
just
it
run
in
in
the
there,
past.
just right-clicking
The
his
first.
pistol, to be honest, or at least they
Dash
just
not to end. He's
relax
not
and
gonna
hold
get what he
angles for the
wants.
spike.
Dash gone. They
Anything
both
but
down
what he
back
did,
ramp
to be
now.
honest.
Creeping
That is
back
20
forward, ready to
HP.
double
Okay.
fence, and there you go.
They
Izu
can pick up the op
not
as
gonna
well.
fall.
Well,
Weapons will be recovered. The op and the Odin carried
poor death,
into
man.
this next
Just
round.
Just sleeping,
7-1.
unaware of
T1
what's going down.
Looking absolutely
Did they get out the
incredible so
double
far this
Odin?
defenders have.
I mean, the reads are perfect. The timings, knowing how to work around their own util. And
Did the low HP comms
understanding
come in?
that
I
even
mean,
if
you
Texture's
would
serve,
imagine
he's
so.
weakened, he's not going to be able to go for the trades.
Yeah, the
and you
fact
can
that
just
he
hold
had
them
a-
off. I mean, you're holding them at mark.
fact that he
Texture's not
had-
able to come around for the flank. You still got people watching from defender spawn. The setups are
The
so
fact that he had
good.
the op-out, maybe not, but...
Not a single identical
Wait, we have
2
a
rounds in a row here
lineup
from
for a
T1.
lineup. No way. They double molly line up each other. It's so funny. Do they both take back to the turret, or do they both accept that their turret's gone?
Want to keep a hold of
What is this?
especially on an eco. You know, as T1, that you have the advantage right now.
Texture just holding a hard angle, and Meteor slow swinging in. Taking down his Texture now, wanting to try his luck. Says, well, I've got the Guardian, and he is able to put it to good use.
Oh my god, that was kind of close.
I was going to say he's lucky to avoid
Doesn't matter about the turrets
just
anymore.
manages
They're
to
all
trade
dead.
right back. Also, only tapped once here as Karen desperately tries to open things up over at A main, give them some sort of approach. As Munchkin slipping the net a little bit. Carpe, though, seemingly wise. This is actually playing in B. Back not exposed here.
Yeah, and the thing is, you're always going to go check everywhere else before B main.
This is rough. I mean, sure, you don't have the numbers to pinch onto it either for Gen.G, but still going to lose one more.
Well, now it's very much confirmed as Karen does fall. Lakia trying to creep up from behind.
Carpe's got a timing.
Oh, the gun coming through.
Oh my god.
Playing up close, tries to rush it down.
He tried to swing him. He tried to pop and swing him.
Into a 2v3.
That's so funny. And maybe it's doable.
Holding on to that Sheriff.
Okay,
Because of the post
Lakia has
one of the
recon.
best chances that Gen.G's had, as
But
ridiculous
he
as it
doesn't want to
sounds.
give away his
Not gonna
position.
catch Lakia on
This
the
guy's
lure.
purposely
It's actually
getting
gonna
hit
take
by the
longer
knife.
than it normally would because he
Reposition.
had to stop for a little bit off of that 0
Yeah,
point.
it's a good way when
So
he
they don't
when you want to
expect it.
delay.
Catches one.
Did he get
Now
enough
the
though?
2v2. Just the recon, but
Ooh.
was thinking about even just going back across into B main once again. Izu now here on the site. Shots fly, swings out.
Dude,
Munchkin
and
trying to
because
hold
the
it.
knife
Swings the boat,
hit,
he gets taken down. Now it's all on
they
Saya. Players
thought he
only got
was
40
B
HP,
main.
and he cannot get it done. Munchkin
Because the
will
knife
be able
hit and he
keep them in
didn't
this
shoot
one.
it.
Grabs the off.
They
Knows
thought
he's
it
not
was
gonna be able
B
to
main
carry it
because
over,
why would you not
just in
just shoot
case.
it?
But Gen.G will find their second
That's so
round
funny.
win.
That is huge,
In thrifty
man.
fashion. Gen.G, maybe they're coming back online.
Yeah, you know, it's always the thrifties that get him back in the game, keep him in the game. It's what got him all the way to the grand finals of Masters Madrid. And you can't count him out just yet. It doesn't
What
look
was
great.
this
It
at its
doesn't look
peak?
clean.
2v4?
It's heroics for sure.
Or something?
But that's
2v3?
what this team is built off of.
Is
You've
at
got
least
5 members who
2v3.
can pull things like this off whenever they need it. It seems like he was actually asking Texture if he wanted the op, and that
Trades came in
possibly
over
a little
towards
bit further as
B.
well.
Either way, thrifty attempt doesn't matter too much if you go down to the spike. Obviously, the carryover weapon
2v4.
would be nice, but
Right? 2v4? Yeah.
ultimately not too bad unless they lose this round as well. So they have not been able to bank up anything at all. Texture, right side bench. Saya holding.
Well,
Swinging across, and oh my god! Oh, the adjustment is swift and it is on point.
okay, that's why he warms up for 3
Don't know
hours,
what I'm
man.
watching right now. What in the world? These
That's
shots
the
from
3 hour
Saya.
warm up right
Few and far
there.
in between, but all
What is
very
that,
impactful.
bro?
They have been. Izu noted, just going to be TPing back over onto the site. Munchkin.
That was so
presence
fast.
over in main. This is a very bold position for him to take. No one there to try to back him up, and Rossi thinking about swinging the angle. Does so. Takes it down, but oh, now util out in hand. Munchkin gone. Izu catches him right. as
That
he
was
trying to
like
get
he
that
was
0 point
peeking out
across.
at the angle, expecting it.
Ping's coming in. A smoke
Fast.
sent over towards B to try to fake that presence a little bit. Matching smoke now
30
expended
seconds
by
left.
Izu.
So Izu's just holding the off angle. Obviously,
Well.
main is held by Saya, but at the end of the day, this
I mean,
site
between
hold,
them,
it's
they should
mainly
be
all up
getting
to Saya
one,
player.
too.
Izu's meant to
Oh,
just
no.
get one on a cheeky
my
kill.
God. Well, push up into the
Omen
corner.
flashing
Lockdown
to
does
send
get
it.
Invested. Lakia able to find Izu. Saya player still holding forward, looking for a little bit more. Sees that gun barrel, wants him to peek out, and he does.
Lovely, man. They
Lakia
just
taken
chill with
down,
this
but now
one.
they have to make their exit. Karen all on his lonesome in a
Good luck.
1v3.
Go one
Lockdown
smoke.
clears the way for him a
EP.
bit, but it just doesn't really have time to try to go for any extravagant, any big setup here. Just a
Karen-
smoke down, a fake on the shadow step.
He knows he can't stay down here, so he's trying to go for the early peak, but they just don't drop soon enough.
Drop down finds one, but Saya
Bro,
peeking
what
into
an
hell will
absolute
find the other.
round
3 for him in
from
the round.
Saya.
As Gen.G will be denied their 3rd round victory. 8-2 now.
That op shot of
Rossi
middle
played out in this half,
is
T1 maintaining a dominant lead.
something
And like you
else.
said, they haven't been able to string 2 rounds, so the Creds not banking up.
Whoa.
Still no full buys across the board here for Gen.G in the coming round.
There's not many people in the world that can hit that so fast.
Some of these adjustments from Saya. heating up, and that's going to force the second time out here from Gen.G in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, they got to. They keep winning a round and then losing the next.
Really feel the need for this in a long time, and you imagine, and I think this probably goes for a lot of us that predicted Gen.G, that you imagined that they still had more left in the tank, right? That they were trying to get through with the basics as long as possible. Obviously, they didn't have much time to readjust after Masters Madrid, so they're sticking with their fundamentals. They're still cooking, but they don't feel confident enough to have to bring it out just yet. And surely they've got a bit more. And you look at the draft, and I'm thinking Gen.G probably felt that they got away with just enough where they should be able to have the edge. But not with Ascent going this way.
This entire map. I do think the I want to say the 3 rounds where the Killjoys over towards A maybe messed up a lot of their original game plan.
I was going to say that before it started. I mean, when you have 2 teams,
and then there's been like shots a little bit missed as well.
Those pistol rounds are so crucial, right? The potential 4 rounds advantage that you can
I don't know.
have
T1 are playing very
good.
But yeah, Gen.G. I mean, Gen.G. do feel a little bit off.
The effect here, the kills.
I do think the Killjoy stuff at the beginning here, like the kill trip being over towards here, and the fact they felt like they couldn't actually go to A site.
Deterring Gen.G at every twist and turn, but Rossi out there 13.
Okay, now they're going back into the A site, and this time there is no Killjoy stuff.
For the side of Gen.G.
So let's see.
Everything right now for them looking very disjointed. As they scratch their heads and try to figure out how to work their way around this defensive setup from T1.
But this is, I mean, these 2 people can work A main a lot.
With the KO and Omen being tagged, even if there's no Jet, even if there's no Silva, you
because the knife hit, Izu did this smoke.
Well, now there's no ambiguity. There's the entry. One tap from Rossi on the Karen to shut him down.
He's so dead on sight. There's no way he's not. There's no way he gets a kill. He got tagged up, bro, from the recon.
They keep things even up at 3-3. Fragment up the top side player, knowing
I can't believe both of them managed to get one, to be honest. Like, Rossi's shot was lovely.
And he basically has to open things up again for his teammates.
Oh my goodness.
Push his way up. Drop down. It's going to be a very close angle, and he swings it right in. Saya player.
There was no way he went to shoot that guy.
Puts him down. Spike does
there is no way anyone's reaction is that fast.
Here. The door nearly broken. Meteor getting himself aligned here alongside the switch. Lockdown from Excurate available and invested. Now Munchkin's going to have to figure out how the hell he gets out of here.
Yeah, they actually wait all the way to the end to make sure that they're stuck.
Oh my god, he went for
yeah, I mean, this is perfectly timed, and no, not like this.
What the hell is going on?
Me.
Wow.
Oh,
the stare
man.
Down. And then finally the mercy shot delivered.
So out of it.
A monstrous mistake from Meteor.
Last round in the half.
And even
Dude,
if
give me this text. Give me this. Give me this Saya shot.
Very unlikely. Would have been a miracle.
Holy, they are mentally out of this.
Tells you
this was so impressive. How the hell does this guy get that kill?
Right
what is this? Oh my
he's not even going for the shot.
That is very unlucky.
I mean, they try to swarm it. Scared's been really enjoying the matches here in playoffs.
Well, this is how he's singing, man. Karaoke.
This doesn't bode well for Gen.G when your opponents are that lax. As if he's streaming
Dude, it doesn't bode well when you're running into Killjoy ults.
Now, cover going out. Gen.G
and then the guy over towards here is even trying to go safe. We're just trying to duel door. Get a 1-for-1 max.
Right now, given the scenes we're witnessing, feels all the more unlikely. There's the entry though, and Texture able to start things off nicely. Does find the kill. Saya player considering pushing up past the smoke, and he does. Has the dash at the ready. Gen.G seemingly cognizant of this, are just going to be waiting. Now that Jet stranded in position.
Oh, they even check for it.
Oh.
That's 0 point from Rossi, so that will note Texture here in Wine. Oh, and that hand now spotted. Nobody else getting ready to counter swing on the angle. Lakia starting to creep forward though. The drone will help force them back. Texture keeps his life for now. Up over the top, able to find one. Looks for that third kill. Can't quite find, but Saya player goes down. Lakia sniping in with the Hunter's Fury. Carpe is holding across, somehow drags it, gets the headshot on the Munchkin.
Surely there isn't a 2v4. Goes to bottom of stairs to get the angle for the ult.
In an advantageous position as the spike gets ready to be planted. Tap onto it. baiting out this Hunter's Fury here from Carpe. They get rid of the util texture, unable to find the shot, and next year suddenly looks to try to keep them in this
Oh
one.
my goodness, dude, if he managed to actually get that kill on his 1v2, it's so
It's all
okay,
on. Never
so
mind.
doable. Bro,
It's all
3.
on Carpe, but Meteor makes his
I mean, I
presence
guess
felt
on
there at
paper
the very
3
end.
is like
So 9-3
okay
on
on
the half.
attack, but
Gen.G
Jesus,
unable
man.
to string together any
That was
rounds
crazy
consecutively,
dominant.
and now need to have absolute perfection as they get ready to go on to the
I
defending
think Sen and
side.
Gen.G are going for the same
last
burnout.
round
I think
was
Sen,
some of the best, right?
I think
If you're
Sen's
gonna
a
try to
little
death
bit
ball,
different
you
because
gotta
they were
find
kind of
these
going a lot
off beats.
earlier.
And
But
they're
I
able to
think
do it with the
they're
Blaze
definitely
Storm.
not at the level they
Really
were
pushed T1
near
just
Madrid.
a bit quicker. Realize
You wouldn't
that
have seen some of
T1
these mistakes
has been
of
holding things a
like
little bit
pre-Madrid
closer
or at Madrid.
based off of their util. But the adjustment's a little late. Quite frankly, given how all those rounds looked, I would say Gen.G's lucky to have 3 on the board. It almost feels like it should have been an absolute 10-2.
I think that's
if not
pretty fair
worse.
as well. It does feel like Gen.G
Now
are
you
kind of
switch
lucky to have
sides.
some here.
It all starts back. You got to reset for the pistol round. See if Gen.G's brought out something new that T1 could not have possibly anteed for.
Did I predict? I
Plenty of
predicted
fans here
Gen.G,
from
but
both camps, Gen.G
kinda
that
worried
random
for it.
right now, needing to be the
I was
loudest
even
in the
talking about
audience.
what
They wanna
maps
try to
can
spur these
T1 win
players
when I was looking at the
onto
maps.
a map victory, because I mean, reminder, this is their map
Now they
pick
look
of
like
the
they're
set.
about to take the map
And
that I
yeah,
didn't think
I
they
mean, we saw it
were.
even just yesterday.
The map
you know,
like
in
they had
the PRX
least
Talent
chance of
Series.
winning.
Sometimes you do just over prepare for your opponent's map pick because
Yes.
you have a decent idea of where they're going to go. You end up dropping your own map, but then you beat your opponent on theirs. That's usually closer when things like that do happen.
See what the adjustments can be here for Gen.G. So not sticking with anything like the mid push out with 3. Just stick for a heavy short presence over by A. But B left open a little bit. You're relying on that 1 nanoswarm. The Killjoy
Okay,
mid
so
won't be 0
T1
minute.
decide to go for a
So
straight up
that's the good
fast
news,
B,
that
and
your util
honestly
will
the
still be
setup's
available
pretty
on both
good for
sides. I
them.
like the setup from Gen.G, but will T1 respect it is the big question, even on the pistol. They do have 2 members,
free
both
sight.
with dashes that can get over that with half armor.
Knife hit what? 4? Oh boy.
0 point noting just about everybody theirs. Oh, straight shots, but oh, the reveal.
Okay.
Ping catching him, a side player going to be
Well.
taken down as Meteor does find an opening frag.
That one didn't go
And across
great.
Now everybody shifting.
Knife
from
in the
T1
corner,
across mid, Texture
straight away.
hearing a decent little
That's
amount, now
huge.
spotting even more of it. As Heron is the first to arrive. Paranoia to try to slow them up. Spring out of the smoke, but nothing really going to be found there.
It rotates quick.
They're basically being matched here. Now they're excited to turn back over towards Tree. Couple kills going to be found as Munchkin cleans up 2. Texture getting a piece as Rossi will be the last one to arrive. Swings up into heaven. Is able to find 1 with that frenzy.
Alright, well, that was
Texture
absolutely
will go
huge.
ahead
I
and
mean,
get the headshot.
literally this
Gen.G
whole
will
knife
equalize
changed the
pistol
round,
round
right?
count.
Knife
A
goes, yeah,
really
see,
good
they're even
pistol
talking
setup from
about
both
it.
teams on their defense.
They're just like, why they started,
Here. Oh,
I hear that music.
why they
Alright.
starting the
Texture
KO
has
over
hit
towards B is what they're
1,000
saying, maybe.
Still wants to celebrate it. You'll have to see that energy.
The admins just told him. He's
Yeah.
like, oh, me?
See if that breathes a little extra life into him, because
Dude, I love this
Gen.G
guy, man.
fans know
He's
that
funny.
he needs it right now.
I believe he was 9 shy, so now is at 1,001.
Yeah, there you go. See if he can try to overtake some of his teammates throughout this match.
Texture working his way out. Doesn't manage to find side player. Doesn't have that staple Marshall in his own hands. Taken down by it. Zlakia thinking about the swing and ooh, a little bit faster.
Yeah, he was on
Texture
top. He was on top of the fact that someone might have gone into this angle, though.
Peak, but Zlakia gets out in front. So headshot cannot
Okay,
be
I
found.
mean, next
Not
2
gonna
rounds
spot
after
the
this is
rotating
really going
members,
to be
though.
big.
But he can safely grab this orb and then just back away and allow for this KJ util to basically play contact for him.
So Meteor 2 rounds in a row, sticking by mid, making sure that he can leave util on both sides of the map. That's going to make things a little bit harder to read for T1. And the whole decisive calling may be a little bit detrimental, because there's always going to be util available to delay.
Okay, well, Lakia able to take 1 down with him, so Carpe gone. Weapon potentially recoverable, but as I say that,
Okay,
Meteor
that's
will
great,
just swing
though.
out from alley to clean up the rest.
That
so,
is,
Gen.G,
that's never
back-to-back
happening,
rounds here for
right?
the first time.
Oh, okay, it did
the
happen,
second half.
respect.
As they swiftly deal with that anti-eco, but now they have to try to convert this bonus.
Yeah, this will be very
Ooh,
necessary
boy.
for Gen.G. I mean,
I
thankfully,
like this, though. We get the
they're able to
off out.
close the gap up to 4. They're going to be able to hold down to that defense, but obviously if you falter here, the Odins and Operators will be delayed. And you don't want that on Ascent. Two crucial power weapons. See, the smile is returning. The joke's returning here for Gen.G.
And an operator in the hands of Texture.
Okay, they'll just buy up to it.
Whoa.
Oh,
Whoa.
oh,
Whoa.
He can
and then
only
it's
click
gone.
heads, that's why.
Yeah.
You know? The recon bolt's
Oh
not so
my
much.
goodness.
Starts too narrow.
He's not a great one. Not had a great one yet.
Just a standard clear here with the double
Push
peek.
with
especially with
the-
the bulldog peek
I
out
mean,
this early. You surely
is-
suspect
yeah.
the operator.
Oh,
and
and
you
does. He does indeed. Picked up though. Lockheed's gonna just make sure that that can't go into the enemy hands. Oh, Munchkin
Whoa.
tries to intercept, ends up falling down.
Bro, this is
Not
an
realizing they were just
impressive
gonna be
round,
pushing
man.
forward into the site.
And it's
You're
not even
considering trying to
anything
get
strat
underneath
based.
the
It's
door.
just
Easy
straight
a
up
little bit of spray.
shots.
Just
I
go
mean
ahead
that.
and check for
Oh.
that is- Here, we'll put that Guardian to good use. Wallbang shots to go ahead and clear one out, but given that they have this operator that they want to carry over, not sure if they're realistically going to be able to try to play for this one, especially now that Excurate is getting ready to have to jump on Meteor, and he does. Easy kills found, and Lockya, it's an easy decision.
Yeah,
They'll just have
and
to back away
the thing
and try to hold
is,
on to this.
Yeah,
does
curious
Excret
to
know
see
that
if maybe
he
they'll send one
one
member
popped
from
an op?
T1
You would
to go on the
imagine
hunt
he
just because of the
does.
value of the operator, but obviously T1
And
they'd be
then
happy
you
to
might
make
be
sure that
tempted
the
to
snowball
hunt.
just
You
gets
probably
bigger and bigger for
shouldn't, but at the
themselves.
same time, I
So
would
Excurate
be
gonna clear
at least
close,
probably.
but it
I
doesn't
would
look
probably
like they're
send
gonna
two
go on a
on it.
map-wide hunt. Wisely so. Operator will stay alive. Excurate's gonna keep inching forward though. Lockya does have to understand that there is this possibility.
Oh, for sure. It's way more damage dealt just considering the lead that T1 have of themselves as they hit double digits now.
Right, and they do kind of hunt
They
a little
do
bit, but it's not like
lose an extra
they're not
player, lose an
overextending.
extra
They're not
rifle.
giving it a kill.
Being able to deny the operator away would have been an immense amount of value given the little kickback here on the Gen.G, but Lockett will be able to go ahead and hold on to that one. It's just a very great headshot coming through from
Yeah, I mean the
Fully
pre-aim and
anticipates that
the
aggression.
sidestep came in at the
He
right
anticipates
moment.
the weapon of choice. And he is able to deliver. So now, doubling the score line.
Here.
T1 is a few rounds away from taking down Gen.G. One step closer to knocking them into that lower bracket. This time, if the golf clap as Munchkin is able to clear out the dart.
And that'll allow them to hold a little bit safer, but you didn't contest for main control, right? And that's the entire purpose of that recon bolt, is that A main now fully in control of T1. So that's already a little bit extra space.
Problem for
You're still
Gen.G
contesting
is
for
they
B with
kind
the
of
turret.
didn't get
Min's
enough
the only one that
kills
you haven't really shaken up just yet.
that round.
Texture popping the dash, ready to swing, and is able to come away with a kill.
I thought he might go down.
Readjusts for Saya player. Either way, huge value going to be found as Recon will get the ping there onto Extra at Meteor. Wants to capitalize, and he does.
Yeah, this is nice. So there's some
Snapped
big
with the
shots here.
phantom headshots, finds that. Munchkin spots Rossi.
Still gonna have to go against the buy next round.
Flash out
But
over the top. Rossi now having to just tuck away behind the stairs for a brief little moment.
Yeah, the timing so far have been very good for Gen.G. I love the push out with the recon on B right after you get the kill because you didn't spit all 5, and now the paranoia and counter.
They did get the spot onto one, but Munchkin swinging back out from switch.
yeah, I mean the
Takes down
Omen,
Izu,
the Omen
just
flashback
in
was
on
just
top
so
of the counter.
strong.
They keep him
Shout out
alive.
to Munchkin from going through door here.
Very
Everything was
strong,
very nice.
responsive around here from Gen.G. 5-2.
This is the most perfect
back
round
here,
though to
Rossi.
have for the comeback.
Carpe not going to be able to do too much.
Yeah, just going for the save at this point.
N6.
Obviously, not everyone on
The
the side of
T1
T1
would be
as
kicking
wealthy
themselves
as
if they
they are
somehow lost
themselves,
this.
But on the other side
This would
as
be
well,
a big
you know,
mental boom if they
the
lost
chances
this
are
one.
so slim.
10 seconds left.
You're not exactly trying to press to make sure you take
But
away
that's a
only
solid
couple
start
weapons
for
unless you take away the
Gen.G.
operator. The value's not really going to be there. The extra ult orb zap might be the catalyst that allows Gen.G to catch back up. So I like the patience. Okay. You know, get it out of the system when it's this part of the round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
Right,
is
there's been a lot of
to whiff.
Exactly.
been a lot of
But it wasn't like he whiffed a lineup or anything. You're just trying to
little
go for a
things.
jump peek. So
Yeah.
we'll excuse him on that one.
One down.
Wow. Both duelists in this game. With the operators, the flicks have been absolutely gorgeous. And that's the thing. So the peek out for Munchkin that round and the previous round as well with the Guardian. The previous round, T1 was very well prepared for something like that. They know that Munchkin, that's how he'll create those openings when Gen.G is down on numbers or when they're holding on the
okay,
default.
T1
We'll have
decide to
keep our
go
eye
fast,
to see if
flash
T1
before the
continues to try
smoke,
to punish this KO.
and knife again.
Chance a blind
Wreck
timing spray
those.
there from Munchkin.
Let's see.
Presses 2. Hasn't spotted out some of the rest of this, but
Because it hit 2.
should be suspicious about that presence there at Wine. Fragment going to come down. smokes are flying. Drone up over the top. Karan gonna be noted.
Oh.
He's just in such a poor position. Swing out from
Yeah, the Soman flash is huge, and they left him, and the recon doesn't get anything.
In towards heaven. Tries to find any connections. Oh, Texture.
Bro, we got a kill and then a tag. Munchkin super low though. This is that free for all, man. This round is open.
Bounce it up behind the box. Meteor still gonna be flushed outside. Player able to find that headshot.
Saya so low, just trying to make sure that he's not in a position that.
And they wait 10 seconds for the recon.
Both he and Rossi avoiding this spray, but quite a bit.
What a show, man.
Eventually able to hound him down. Does find that headshot. A 3v3, but time ticking, dwindling here from Gen.G. Locking out, picked off, swing around the side of Gen, and Rossi get it with a
Dude,
headshot.
Tijuana hitting
Given
shots
Munchkin only
though.
has 7 HP. He's gonna have to
That's
hightail it
impressive.
the hell
I mean,
outta here.
they get 2 people hit by the
everyone on T1,
knife, and then as soon as the util's back and they can smoke, they're just sending it. It looked like Gen.G knew because they dumped the util pretty early, but I mean, this was just nice. The Omen flash dash, but there's just nothing to stop Saya here.
But again,
bro, it feels like Saya's 8 kills have been crazy impactful. He's bottom fragging, but I feel like every kill has been responsible for a big round.
Wait for the second ping on the fragment. As soon as that pulse goes out, they swarm, knowing that no one can be holding close because of their own fragment. And Gen.G's tendencies are absolutely getting picked apart, especially Munchkins
they can
right
finish
now
it here pretty
on the
much.
defensive side.
Did Gen.G always do their smoke from so far back that the KO flash hits it? I swear this is the normal KO flash that would hit the smoke.
0 point though. Spot him out. Answering 0 point from Rossi. Not going to be catching anything.
You can,
So
if you do your Omen smoke from here,
right now.
the flash will land inside the smoke. If you do it from like back here, travel distance is too long that it
this might be
pops too
Gen.G
late.
just defaulting into old habits right now.
Ping's coming down. They expect a player in this position. Turn for the flash. Munchkin able to find 2. Cannot get the third. Rossi does put him down, but the man advantage is there for the side
Okay,
of Gen.G.
do they
but now
overreact
taken
at
away.
middle? Oh
Saya
boy, they're gonna lose
is
this
strong
round.
here on the
Wait,
texture. Lakia.
whoa, extra.
Asleep at the wheel a
Is
little
he okay?
bit. Not
The minimap
prepared. Ends up
watching.
falling with Saya.
IGL.
Keeps them in.
IGL
Finds
debuff.
himself a second elimination. Just Fury now coming through. The swing out of the smoke. Karan trying to find it. Lakia will be able to take down Rossi, and suddenly
I mean,
it's
it's
a
Saya
1v1.
player. He hasn't
Lakia
missed.
getting his way all the way across.
Oh, I
through
like
into
this though.
Gelato.
I like the A main
What
from
does he get the
Lakia.
footsteps?
Does he?
Soon, but
Oh, he
look at
heard him.
Saya having the read, knowing, expecting, and delivering.
Insane round from
4K
Saya.
Saya
Chat,
player
this third
gets
kill
T1 up to map
looks
point.
nuts.
Just an absolute
I don't know if
trademark
I don't
Saya
know
player
I don't know what it's
round.
gonna
All
look
with the
like, but
operator
at least on the minimap
attacking
it looked pretty
side.
nuts.
Gets the absolute necessary kills at the right time to keep them alive.
1, 2.
I mean, all these off angles, he's just out in the opens for some of these.
Pretty
You don't
nuts.
expect that with the
Thing is,
operator.
we've seen the
Even
kill
the
over
read on
towards
the
middle.
wraparound.
Nothing's gonna
Just a kill
even
happened
look
in
close
mid.
to that.
You're not hearing door being broken. You're not hearing footsteps up in heaven. It's a good timer. Right in
Okay,
his
6
heart. And now
chances.
Gen.G 1 round away from losing their map pick.
Consistent, yeah.
Knives pulled from texture.
Really impressive right now. He's
Scraped to get
rarely
by here
missing.
for the side of Gen.G.
So the push out on A main this time. Trying to hold a little bit more aggressive control. That way they can rest easy. Just waiting for a flood retake on to B. This is where Gen.G thrives the most.
Wolf with the prime.
The
Thank you so
weaponry
much, man.
doesn't
Appreciate
look
the 4
great.
months.
They'll even actually just fill the site early
Thanks
on.
for that, bro.
Not going. They don't want to get counter-read by T1.
Rossi? Yeah, Rossi,
flood
dude.
retake.
Rossi is heavy fragging.
Thinking about it, goes for the jump.
Look at that.
Saya able to snipe him out of
Of course
the sky,
it's
so does
him.
Go ahead and equalize that. A 1-for-1 exchange so far. Double stack though here on the entryway is Paranoia.
The
Crunch across
main
medium, but
person
by
who
this-
clears these
Now, Lakia,
angles is a
0 point
Sova, and the
does not
Sova's
scout.
dead. This crossfire should be
TP
super
check,
strong.
TP down into the
Can't
side
believe
of
they
Hot Flash.
changed the
Fighting
crossfire.
Meteor, but no one checking the right-hand side. Meteor able to gun down 2. Off
Holy.
shot, point blank. Saya comes up with the goods there. Guardian spray cannot be steadied. As
Why did they
Karan does
get-
fall.
Did they get out of
It's
the
all on
crossfire?
Munchkin still
They killed the best
working his way
agent for
across,
it.
Arriving now into market. It's a jump. Saya dead. No command now used. Izu. See if he can try to clutch this one out. Keep them in the. Munchkin tries to keep them in this series.
Spike planted.
Plan through. Izu now spotted. Has to be wary. That Guardian
Instant reposition is strong.
Reposition the 0 point, however, not catching him. Tells Munchkin all that he needs to know. Sends a flash. Knows that he's here on the side.
Respect
The
to Munchkin,
headshot
man.
will come
The
in.
knife over towards
Kill
here,
found,
not
up,
hitting, kind of
recovered.
made him think that he might be
Gen.G
close.
hold
The
on by a
flash,
thread.
either way,
Oh,
hit the
man,
door
Munchkin, he's always
and
so
hit
good for the
close
flash.
sight.
I mean, even accounting for the
Played
possibility
that
of
really
that
well.
reposition. That's a hard one to read. Obviously, you know, when we're watching it, sure, you think, yeah, of course he could have left, but you're so concerned about the 50-50 between the two doors at Boathouse. Now, that's a hard one to think about, but the pop flash is there. And this, a crucial mistake from T1. They've been so good about checking their corners all the way up to this round. But when they could have closed it out, it bites them right back.
Not done yet here, our Gen.G.
Okay, 6 chances into
If
5
T1 loses this,
chances,
their econ,
and
I mean, it's already not perfect, but it's going to get broken if they don't win here. We could very well be looking at an overtime.
Whoa, that's an early call.
Hell of a lot of space.
Respected,
Taron
though.
just
Judge
getting
out.
pushed against the wall, the judge in hand. This is not something that Gen.G have been showing. So T1, do they have any expectation, any read for this? As he's waiting to swing, and there it is. They all line up. Judge Collat, not something that you always see, but there it is. Rossi noted.
Oh man,
Gonna
this
eat a
gun.
smattering of damage on the exit. But
It's
already
so
such a
strong.
huge start to this round here for Gen.G. It's just Rossi and Excurate left alive.
He uses the pig judge
Because
as
of the
well.
economy,
Respect, man.
They might just have to try to hold on to these weapons.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, sure, yeah, you'll get an ult or two online if you go for it, but you have to consider you have a lot of rounds up. So there's two ways to think about this, right? Just get the ults up, forget the next round, and move on.
One enemy remaining.
1-2.
Oh, this was a
Swift
convincing
as ever,
round.
Munchkin.
I mean, maybe he's right with the
Delivering
overtime.
flawless round here from
There's
Gen.G.
So
eco
this
coming
is
in.
very, very big for Gen.G. Again, going for it just because you have the round
This is the
advantages,
thing,
maybe
though.
you just make sure
There's
that
going to
the
be
ults are
one
gonna be there
round in
whenever you
here
want.
that is so
Puts a
super
little bit of
stacked with
extra pressure
ults.
and the possibility of getting that thrifty in the
They
next
should
round.
never be.
So I don't think you blame them, but the save wouldn't have been bad either.
Nice,
The
nice
conditioning
tapping
was
tech
there.
as well.
Absolutely.
Looks like Gen.G starting to get heated up a little bit. T1, though, still at such an advantage. Multiple attempts, multiple chances to stop this, but Isaiah swings out of top mid. He will get taken down.
Out of all the
Texture
rounds to go
snagging with
down,
the shot,
I think the
finds that
eco
opening
like
elimination.
this is
Munchkin considering
fine.
going for a spray over the top, but as he
Wait,
continues to
hold
swing
up.
out, Rossi strikes
Hold
him
up.
down. Karon now trying to hold the line, trying to backpedal, but Rossi just a little bit faster. Top shot from Texture peels back some of the pressure as the flank is coming
Oh,
through.
it's so on, bro.
Play off that 50-50.
Munchkin.
Found the front
Okay,
meteor, the reveal
okay,
in
we're
now.
good.
Excurate cut off away from
Ooh.
the spike, and even though he's
Dude,
all on
you'll
his
take
lonesome,
that though.
that will be the lockdown and
Free
Vest is just
killjoy
shoving him
ult.
away from this spike and making this
The
round
eco?
damn near impossible for him. We'll see what Excurate tries to get done here. What kind of magic he can potentially work, because for now, he has an operator in his hands.
Yeah, the op, and then the
Bro,
lockdown
he was well
as well.
tempted to use his ult.
So he's going to try to
He
twiddle
was
the
so
numbers.
tempted to use his
But
ult.
Gen.G's very well aware of this. They know the
I
spike
was
is still
nervous for
down,
it.
that he has to recover it. They've got the turret to wash main.
See,
The only
I'm
place
gonna
he
say
can be
this
coming
guy
from
hasn't played the
is
game
heaven,
enough
with the door
to,
closed.
like, long enough to know that this guy should be up here. This was like the most
Ross
common
here,
pause.
just around the
This
corner,
was like the
gets out
most
ready
common
for
pause in
lock, yeah, up on top of
2021.
the generator.
Maybe a 2021 player's checking that.
Close
but
but no
I
cigar
don't-
there,
I
14-1.
don't think
Gen.G continue the run back,
he's
but
gonna be
still
checking
need
that.
3 more to force this into overtime. And look at the ult stacked up now.
I rarely see this get played
Yeah,
now and
Stuart's
after
going to be
plant.
very thankful that Meteor pulled out his own lockdown first. That way he didn't really
And they
commit
didn't
his.
want
He's able
the
to
op,
carry it
I
over,
think.
now chain it in for a near guarantee round. Karon, I mean, we're seeing some of the same things that we saw when he first debuted. You know, trying to just delay, trying to be maybe a bit too much of a team player. Maybe his teammates, calling for the op, maybe his teammates and the coaches have to remind him to maybe shoot his gun a bit more. That worked during kickoff. See if it brings the same magic here.
Right, but they did get the killjoy out, and that is a big win, and they now got all the ults. Okay, this is the round T1 goes in for.
He does swing out though.
Yeah, they got KO all.
He ends up falling down. Shots flying.
Karon's
out,
gotta
both
get
taken
one.
out now.
That
Karon
should
dead.
be
Is
it.
this where it all comes to an end? It certainly is seeming like it. As Izu
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice way of doing it. Just all 3 big ults in one round. Well, I say 3. Killjoy went down.
The op in hand would be a monstrous clutch, but it seems nigh impossible. TP now used. There's the first shot though. Finds one, picks up the Vandal. Spray across, just a hair off of finding Rossi. There's this one over at main. Decent idea about the positioning here of the others, but this is so many angles to try to isolate and pick off. Plus one, there's the counter swing
Huge,
out.
man.
Izu
I mean,
with
it is
the
a nice
4K
round
will
at the
put
end
him
from
down.
Izu.
Gen.G,
Dude,
get close, but not
he
nearly
played
close
so
enough.
well.
13 to 9. T1
I'm
will
telling you,
take
the
away
first
Gen.G's
3
map, pick up a
rounds,
set.
Gen.G
Very,
looked
very
shook
well
from
prepped
it.
and polished
Once the
T1.
killjoy was over
I
towards
mean,
A
very
with the
few
setups,
mistakes
they
as a
looked
team,
shook.
sure. You know,
They
you
wanted
lose
to
a couple
rush over
tools,
towards
but the
A
reads are great,
early,
the
and they
prep
couldn't
was
get into A.
perfect. And this is an absolutely revitalized
They got
T1.
so many,
Gen.G,
man, on
meanwhile,
defense.
you haven't really seen too much new on that Ascent. You're open for more on Sunset.
Well, that'll do it from us here. Now we'll pass it back over to the analyst desk, though, to break down all the action from our opening map of the series.
Yeah, I mean, Rossi was great.
100% agree with what William said there. T1 was
Jeffy
very
Lowe,
much
dude,
prepared
39
for
months
this.
as well.
And we
Thank
heard
you so
from
much,
Data as
Jeffy.
well
Appreciate
earlier,
that.
right?
Thank you,
They
thank you.
really knew what they had to work on, and I feel like there were such minimal mistakes here for T1 on this map. Usually it would just boil down to timing.
We hope for
or,
no
you know,
Icebox
just
day.
Maybe some rounds being
I mean, you can
unlucky,
hope
but
for it, but
this was pretty much a very big improvement for them.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, they had a good read from the get-go, really understanding when they could harass and stop the executes on their defender side of Gen.G's. They really had great timings, great reads on all of that, so that really made it difficult for Gen.G to get into post-plants, and even if they did, they were very low in terms of numbers. That's why the post-plant percentage is very weak here for Gen.G. Then they just made good adaptations all the way through. The rest of the map, they did a good job of kind of readjusting
And if they
to any
managed
changes
to,
that Gen.G was making.
if they managed
so
to get off
was
to a similar start,
very, very impressive from T1.
Yeah, no, it really was. So, like, one of the best. This felt like kickoff T1.
Brought what they had yesterday, and they
And
immediately
Gen.G
brought it
looked a
into
bit
the
off.
next day. Like, everybody's on
Like, Gen.G
fire.
definitely looked
Saya's
off. You
having
got
an
that.
insane day.
You got some. There was
Rossi
some
once again
whiffs.
putting up some big
There was some
numbers, and
running into
I think
ults.
that T1 as a team, they were so ready
It
for
was,
this. Gen.G
it was a
came out
solid
little
mix of
flat
both.
at first, and T1 had the really good reads, as you
But
mentioned.
yeah, I
So
love
it
the
was very close early
overall
on, and
plan
Gen.G
from
tried their best to come back,
T1
but
on
it was just a little bit
defense, so
too
it's sick.
far ahead for T1, and these guys are on a roll. It feels like everything is very smooth. The shot calling is great. All the
Bro,
players are
even with 6
fantastic,
fast
and
kills.
Gen.G are playing up against a really strong team today. That's why we said, you know,
Okay,
maybe
chat.
we're
I'll be back in a little bit.
predicting
Just gonna
Gen.G,
spam
but
some
on paper, it's probably like 55-45. It's a very close match, and T1 are making it seem almost T1 favored now.
It certainly is. And of course, going back to our predictions, right? Chubby Ninja, she's cooking. She's cooking. Just let her be at the moment, because it's looking like T1 right now. This is a very strong possibility for them. This is for Gen.G, of course. They're going over to Sunset, which will be T1's map pick. And we're looking at the individual performances from each of the T1 members. They are popping off. As you mentioned, Valdez, Saya player is hitting some unbelievable shots, which would, I think, make any team balk.
Yeah, and like the casters were pointing out, you could see it the way he was positioning himself, the way he was re-aggressing on angles, the way he was holding angles. They had really confident reads on Gen.G's positioning, and they were looking to punish that time and time again. I also want to say that particularly Izu and Rossi did a really good job of making Karon's life an absolute nightmare on the A site when they switched over to defenders. Like, every time I'm just watching Karon, I'm like, he's screwed, he's dead. Like, there's nothing he can do. He's just getting smoked, paranoia, and flashed. I mean, he's just absolutely just getting destroyed by utility. And that was a big reason why they had some more success on their attacker side versus what Gen.G could pull off.
Yeah, I think the you said it very well, Paper Thin. Like, we're seeing some of the more obvious great things that T1 were able to do, specifically Saya player. Like, some of those shots were just absolutely bonkers. You know, just getting a sliver of sight and then shooting him through the wall, and then the crazy flick near pizza that one time, just insane stuff. Gen.G did have some moments where it looked like, okay, you know, T1 weren't quite crossing all their T's and dotting all their I's, but at the end of the day, you know, even some of the clutch power from the Gen.G members were not enough. Even some moments like this to fully come back. They made it interesting towards the end, you know, picking up a bunch of rounds in a row, but it was just too far away for them to actually come back, much like Talon against Paper X yesterday.
Yeah, this was, you know, this was quite T1 going to be a very, very scary opponent, especially if they're looking like every single match that they have here, they're just improving every single step of the way. I like that you brought up Izu and Rossi as well, just because it feels like, you know, you have the very flashy plays from Saya player, you have the sneaky attacks from X-Rater as well, you have the utility from Carpe. Izu and Rossi are just those, if you need to brute force something, they're there. You know, they're gonna run and gun, they're gonna go in, and they're just gonna change up what Gen.G might expect of them. And I think that's what makes T1 as well so dynamic, right? When you need that little bit of unpredictability, you have these players that can bring that out. Going into Sunset, though, this is going to be their map pick. Gen.G, I mean, we have seen them on Sunset. It's not spectacular, though.
Yeah, I mean, they're only 1-1. They've only ever played it twice, right? So, and the last time they played it, they lost to Paper X, which, you know, it's a pretty good map for Paper X.
Paper X.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's not as big of a deal here, but now you're going up against a T1 that's really confident. You know, Rossi on this KO has really come into form. You know, like not only is the team kind of clicking as a whole, switching over to Xcarrot as the IGL, but Rossi's really starting to get it figured out, not just being a Viper one trick. He's got the KO now. Not only does he have the KO, he's insane with it. So I think that's a big part of Sunset here for Gen.G is really avoiding those flashes, avoiding that KO utility, baiting it out, things like that I think are going to be a big component to Gen.G having success, particularly on their attacker side.
Speaking of Gen.G, by the way, we do have to congratulate Texture still for joining the 1,000 kill club. I feel like, you know, there's a pretty decent number of Pacific players now on there. A lot of them, as you mentioned, on the Gen.G side. But yeah, we saw that little celebration that he had earlier where he was like, oh, it's me, I did it, yeah. And a little, you know, moment of applause there for our members in that prestigious club. But now going over here, of course, we are going over into Sunset. It is a two-side map, and that brings us to our guess and gain game here. The question for today is which side will have more spikes planted in map number 2?
The look he just gave
Yeah, I know.
Well, look at the percentages, you know?
Hey, you're already in Radiant. You're just like,
I'm just sitting in Radiant, hanging
you're
out.
just like,
You have
But now I need to defend the throne, right?
Yeah.
I was actually one above Radiant,
Oh,
but they
that's
wouldn't let
true.
me stay up there.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
now
No,
I
I
just
was
have to
suggesting like
maintain
I was
Radiant.
just suggesting that this is a circle and
Yeah,
the world is not
prestige.
flat, so
Yeah,
you
yeah,
will go down to Iron and join Quack and Achilles over here.
I appreciate that.
But yeah, so we have our viewers who are suspecting that it may favor A. Let's bring out we actually prepared our
We did.
answers
We
beforehand.
did it ahead of
We
time.
were.
Yeah,
we
yeah,
were.
yeah.
What did you write there?
I
Okay.
wrote something.
He
All
wrote
right.
something.
Let's reveal in 3, 2, 1. I'm guessing it's gonna be B, but B as in Valorant.
Yeah.
B
B
as
as
in
in
Valorant. Yeah.
What?
B as in Valdez.
You know, it's-
Yeah, you're gonna be Valdez
Valdez,
someday.
yeah.
Yeah.
Give me 10 years.
It works. But I don't know. I'm feeling like they're gonna favor A more. But I feel like they will be more successful in planting the spike on B. So that's why I think I'm favoring B. But like as you mentioned, we may need to see the composition as well. But like what's I know you have your own logic,
Yeah,
by
yeah.
the way.
I pick
for-
against what I think would normally really happen.
Yes.
And it
He
works.
voted for A.
It's
So
a paper
normally
thin
I would
meta.
think A.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Yeah, the paper thin meta.
That's it.
Your Valdez meta?
Yeah, I mean, A is just generally an easier site to plan on. So, A.
A.
That's my logic.
That's
you know,
great. That's Valdez logic for you. But yeah, you mentioned, right, it might boil down to the composition as well, especially if, you know, we're going to see T1 potentially bring out the Gecko, for example, or if they switch things around, which they might be liable to do, actually, you know, at this point. I wouldn't put it past them if they were to bring out something new, especially since, you know, going into playoffs, they seem like a team that does a lot of homework. They could have had this strategy prepared, especially for Gen.G.
Yeah, Gen.G's had a lot of time since we last saw them on Sunset, so they could absolutely be cooking here, trying to come up with something different. I would expect that we're going to see a texture on the Rays for sure, but after that, you could convince me of a lot of different comps for the side of Gen.G. So certainly the Gecko could be in play. We're pretty certain we're going to see the Gecko, considering we saw it yesterday for T1. I don't think they've had enough time to workshop their comps to get that ready. So that does make it a lot easier to plan on B. You'll see that especially with Paper X. Right now they have the Sage in the mix as well to make it even easier. But, you know, that does kind of change the equation, the math a little bit when you have a Gecko in
Been
play.
doing that.
Yeah, I mean, with one of these newer maps, it feels like,
I wanna say I
especially
did that
going into
earlier as well.
playoffs, It would
It's all
be
good.
nice for you to have something special prepared, especially for Gen.G, as you mentioned, haven't had to show a lot on this map.
Cats
so
eat
could be
pancake.
bringing in something interesting. We even saw the Neon from Talon that was
Maybe they
mixed
ganked,
success. Actually, didn't have any success on attack for some reason. In terms of kills, at least the pick itself, the relay bullets, the entries were okay. But as you mentioned, not sure that
Urchvin
they're
as well
actually
with the
gonna
2
go for
months.
that,
Thanks
probably
so
just
much,
the
man.
Rays,
Appreciate
but
the tier
It's
1.
going to be interesting. Definitely could be a nice time to pull out some pocket picks.
Thank you,
if you wanna
man.
do
I
something
appreciate that.
crazy. And
Neymar, I'm
I
doing
really
good.
feel like, though, as Gen.G, you have to be feeling desperate, even though you did lose that last map. I feel like just a little bit
Haven't
of,
shown
you
the
know,
sunset? Yeah,
perhaps
we'll see.
nerves, feeling a bit cold. And
And T1
it's
have
just going to be
looked.
interesting to see what they have prepared for Sunset.
T1 have
though.
looked like
Well, wait no
good on
longer
this
as we
map,
jump
but not
into
anything
Sunset. We're gonna toss it
crazy.
back to our casters, William and Achilles.
Yes, thank you very much. We are ready to go into this second map. Let's take a look at what we have here.
Wait.
And okay.
We did tell Gen.G that they don't get to rematch on Ascent, right? Because this...
Okay, they go...
We haven't really seen this on Sunset. We've seen a lot of things on
They
Sunset.
go...
But not this.
KO.
And mainly the Jet, right? Sure, the
KO
Silvas, the
Sova.
KOs, yeah, that's all great. The Cypher Omen, all perfect. But the Jet, knowing that T1 uses that Cypher a lot.
You can flash dash.
Locky's gonna have to be on point if they ever want to hit that B site.
No,
Let me
they
tell you
really
that.
do. I mean, it's
Ooh,
it's
right.
going to be on Munchkin and
Where they
Locky
go?
to try to clear out these trips. Texture, you know, not having that raise, you can't try to even just commit paint shells, blast packs, that sort of stuff to try and destroy that Cypher utility. So maybe the guessing game people who went for A will be correct, because we've seen how tough things can be on that B site when you try to attack and the Cypher is just holding it down. This is an interesting
More Sova? Yeah, we
swap
are a
over
little
here
bit.
from the side of Gen.G. Have only played this map twice in their history. We saw Raze both times
Yeah,
there.
we are seeing a lot more
Granted, that was
Sova, but I
also
mean,
with
this is always going to
Sky
happen
in play,
because
so
of
a
the
very different
Skynet.
look for them. We'll see if it delivers
Skynet changed a lot.
as they absolutely need this win. Gen.G
Okay, raid boss
trying
on
to keep
Saya.
themselves in this series. T1, however, in the position to maybe have a 2-0 victory and advance forward into that winner's final.
Yeah, curious to see again
Raid
what
boss
the
on
choice is
Saya.
here for the Jet specifically.
And
the Sova KO, all of that, it
got
all
a
makes sense.
4-1
But
setup,
why the Jet
and they
over
look
the Raze?
like they
Unless,
want to
you know,
send it
just
into the
might just
4
be a comfort
setup.
thing. At the same time, I mean, Texture's Raze always looked fine, but the Jet's always been a bit more impactful, so to speak.
So
So
this
we'll see,
could
obviously, starting on the
be
defense. I think this part they're
be
less
pretty
worried about than
savage.
the second
3
half. See how many rounds they
people,
can chain
and
together.
then they go KO flash.
Get ready for the pop flash.
Oh my god.
Texture able to
Dude,
find that
poor
first
Saya. Saya ate all of the
Swinging as he
util.
does still have the dash available for a little bit of time, but then decides to just go ahead and back away. Dizzy up over the top. Munchkin not being spotted there, but now does reveal his position. Fragment's going to be sent in. Karen able to find two. Texture getting himself his second. Now it's all on Xcurate. Karen playing close. An easy target as he is down low on HP, and eventually
Ooh,
Xcurate
Dash
able to
came
flag
in
that
as well to
crosshair
try
over, find that
trade.
elimination. Picks up the spike. No pressure from behind.
It's a pretty
Not gonna be
doable
coming in.
1v3.
He gets himself into a winnable position in a 1v2.
Yeah, so Gen.G, you still have the Cypher set up on A. All you have to do is make sure you stay grouped up, right? There's no reason to
Sunset
hunt for this.
T1's
There's
pick,
no
yeah.
reason to put yourself in a disadvantageous position. Obviously, they don't have any knowledge of mid. There's still 40 seconds. See if they have an internal timer on a potential flank all the way through the map. But for now, they're just focused on that B. And now Texture will turn his sights. Yeah, they'll start to swivel on a timer, see if it's a wrap all the way around mid. And otherwise, if it's A, it'll just be a two-man retake.
Well, picking the right side, but there's a trip and a
the
camera
setup
here.
can be toggled there from Meteor.
So while Xcurate goes in and will most likely get this, he'll hear the cam. Hasn't quite scanned for it just yet.
Spike planted.
There's the plant, there's the cam. Xcurate playing away from it, so won't be able to spot him out. He's going to try to intercept. Texture draws out the weapon, expecting that he could be in this position.
no.
As there's the first one. Meteor
What's the
tagged
headshot
as well.
pulse?
A headshot to be the difference maker here. Xcurate now pulling away from the angle. I don't think he saw the re-peek.
And the
Worry about the
camera
approach
might
from
really
the
reckon
vendor
the
spawn.
cam and the trip.
The time is ticking. With every second that goes by, Xcurate, the stock, it goes up.
This cam could be huge. They
Now
both
the
tag
cam is
each
in.
other.
Oh my god.
Oh. Dart removed.
No
Swing
way,
out.
bro.
Xcurate
This is
good
a
for it.
huge round,
The
man.
3K to clutch the
1v3.
pistol.
Played
T1
it great.
start off Sunset once again with a
Dude,
win.
Gen.G can't catch a break right now.
Wow. Xcurate, clean with it. I love the push.
Holy
All
hell.
the way through.
This is like,
Ace short, all the way towards mid. He escapes being
They have
potentially
a
spotted by any
solid,
Cypher util.
solid
He makes
chance
sure
at
that that's
this.
the part where he could get a 1v1. I mean, it's the only part that he could potentially get a 1v1 because they would still be running, considering that they think they're not going to be heard. It's an excellent call. And then just a Cypher duel as it comes down to an aim fight.
yeah, and they buy up so heavy, they do not want to lose this one. We've got a Marshall, which
0
is the
points,
one
so
that can be
Cam Still
farming.
be in play, side player. Try to clear that out, but oh man, what a one tap. Meteor does put him down.
That's always
Marshall.
in case there's a camera there.
Not needing to
That's
be
the,
picked up. Somebody
it's the
else
death
has
they were
more
allowed.
firepower behind them. Trade out here.
Oh,
This Shock Dart will find a decent amount of value. And
yeah,
easy
good amount of
shots
damage.
into the shoulder there from Locky as well. So finds himself now at 50 HP.
Yeah, so this should already give a bit of information that there's probably more than they bargained for from T1. And Gen.G, They're just going to try to play for the numbers. They've still got Texture watching for the rotate. Obviously, T1 not going to take any chances for that.
They give me a little bit.
Because
They're
information
picking the right
that no one
site
has
at the
actually
moment.
pushed out from the extremities with those trap wires still being online. Skeweret's still alive. He's got full armor as well. It's all going to come down to Texture. And Gen.G, I mean, it's an eco. You're doing the best you can
kind of
with the
gives
tools
that one
you
away a
have.
little bit. Still holding strong over towards B.
Defense here is Texture's. The orb going to be taken by Rossi. Texture.
He does one-shot Omen.
Dash now at the ready. Gets himself behind the box here. Back side. Looks for a shot. Dashes over into the smoke.
Not if he
A
misses.
little bit of damage, but Wiley is okay. Here's that wingman cutting across, but can't quite intercept it. So Plant will come through.
Spike planted.
T1 with 4 players. Are looking to defend this spike.
Yeah, we have quite a heavy buy here from T1, so Gen.G, if they can take down 2 more people, they'll make sure only maybe 1 Vandal's carried over and another weapon. It's not so bad. The trap is going to be triggered on the backside, so they have to start to watch
This
their
camera's
flanks.
so
Here's the
strong.
reveal. Locking with that Marshall, able to find one. Izu gunning down
Still
the
looking
others
pretty
with
good for
that spectre in
damage.
hand. Swing out
The
from Munchkin had been noted.
3 armor
It's a
rebuys
ball.
here.
Now it's all on Texture to see if he can deal some additional damage. And it's close, but
Yeah, not bad.
not close enough to find the shot there while full blind. Rossi will find the 3K as T1 move up 2-0.
You're going to carry over 3 of those rifles, so both the Vandals and the Bulldog. That's a fine piece of weaponry here for T1. They'll actually match with all 5 rifles, so this is no longer a bonus round. It's a buy round for buy round, just with a couple half armors across the board. But same for Gen.G. They invested in that Marshall.
Enemy remaining.
Rossi has been firing today.
Rossi, most
been
improved
absolutely
players
on
after the
one.
last few years. Bro, he's looking... He's been great in this team. He really has.
So
Heavy
one thing with
fragging,
the Jet is,
clutching.
well, okay, this time they're going to commit to the push in. I was going to say one thing that we saw during the pistol that I imagine
Looks like
Gen.G
he's
will
a bit of a
continue to do
vibes guy as
is
well.
you can actually push out aggressively but not have to commit to it like you would with the Raze, right? You're not having to commit with something like a breach Raze combo, things like that. You can
And
still set
T1
the
take a
Jet
little
up,
bit of
they
a
still
win
have the
here
option
as
to
well,
dash
right?
back
First of all, their bonus is
towards
decent.
their
They
own
go for
site.
an NA buy
But
where
this
one
time
person
they'll
buys
invest
into
I
it.
don't mind it because you don't really expect
Then
that too much with the
also,
Jet.
they get
Plenty
an
of full
Omen
beam
flash
control,
out
but
of
the
them
smokes will
and a
dissipate,
jet
that cooldown,
dash.
I don't think it's going to be ready
All
for
they
Charon,
really
so
did.
Texture, it's all on him, and T1, they're looking to regain
They
control.
far back.
Here's the one holding the line.
Yeah, they gotta use their own stuff though.
Again in that
This is
paranoia,
interesting.
helping to
Insert one over
force him
towards
back.
A.
Rotations now
Like, they
coming
could
back through for
definitely...
Gen.G. Try to reinforce this site. It's accurate on a very deep
Yeah, they could
lurk.
definitely cancel this and go back.
Already tucked in.
Yeah,
over
and with
by
the
Alley.
knife
Doesn't know
hitting,
if the rest
the
of
knife
this
hits
position
3,
is cleared though, so has to
and
wait.
they're like, that's good enough for us.
Lee says, I can
And
get you this close.
does-
I've got the cam to check the opposite side. We can look to try to attack
mean,
this
this
A site.
could be good, because again, everyone plays fight, retake
gamble's
on
concerned,
this
it is in
site,
their
on this
favor.
map at the
30
moment.
seconds left.
It's only
And a
Meteor
lot of the
and
time it
Lakia
is
in
just
position,
easier.
ready to intercept. Null Command
You
coming
just
through
find
camp,
out
gonna
the
get
site
shut
that they
down.
want to
2v4,
retake and
Lakia
just save all your
here.
util.
Inside of that smoke, but now Meteor gone. Lakia now on his lonesome.
Yeah, and a bit of an overextension
Bit of
here
a
from
bold
Gen.G. I
play.
mean, everything was set up for a retake on A. That's the
Bit of a
standard
really
rule on
bold
Sunset.
play.
And sure, I mean, you get no command
4v5
fine, you know,
retake
let
and they
the
got no
Cypher
Omen
util
flash.
just die out. You could have waited, but now it's a weaker retake for sure.
Oh
And
my
there goes the
God.
person with all the util.
Rossi just spamming through the box, finds the kill. Side player just get taken down. Pop flash going to be sent. Carpe
Look at the
reinforcing
confidence
Rossi's
on him.
position, comes away with 2 kills.
Oh my God, they're
Lakia
wrecking him.
now just has to sit back here in the defender's spawn, see if he can hold on to his weapon because now he has been spotted. The flood is coming.
They are wrecking
He
them.
gets swept up in it. As T1 drowned Gen.G here in round 3, converting the bonus into a win.
I mean, Gen.G, they're not even playing how they used to at the beginning of the year, right? They used
Yeah,
to play
they
so
are.
safe.
They're not
Make sure
here.
they always had
Like,
numbers
this
advantages.
is
I mean, Meteor just out in
crazy
the open
bold
in the
how he's
site.
playing.
Being null commanded in 0 point, and he's getting pushed
It's meant to
down,
be a
and he just wants to
5-person
hold on with
retake
no
and
other util to back him up.
the
Lakia,
Cypher
at the very
commits
least,
over
I mean,
towards site with one.
Really good communication.
Fine with that, but yeah, we can tell.
And these
Carpe
guys are
out.
chill as
I mean, we
well.
can tell visually that the comms are good.
It is showing.
It's kind of
Whereas
the
right
same
now, they're
start,
severely lacking
right?
here from the side of
They win the
Gen.G.
bonus, the money's incredible.
Things like the mid rounding, like you say, you know, their util usage, all of that right now is just severely
This team in
lacking.
Madrid kept the
Very
best
disjointed with
form. I
Meteor.
mean, Paper X,
Gonna go for a
but
bit of a peek here in towards
that's
mid,
'cause
so
they
that
changed
Marshall
one of their
hand,
players, though.
everybody gets in front of him.
and then you
Oh,
got
that
Heretics,
dissipated.
and you could argue
Lakia
that's because they
sits
changed one of their
back and
players as
gets an
well.
idea of this and spots a bit more than he bargained for. Does get taken down. Fragment now finding some early damage here onto Karen as the pop flash gets ready to come through.
Wait.
Texture in the meantime, though.
Wait.
Being pressured. There's that approach. Does manage to find the second shot. Dashes across. Does grab that Vandal. Rifle now in play as the Thrash goes on the hunt.
Tisha knows he's pinched.
Clears it.
Yeah, they just want to deal with him early. They know where one person is, and they just want to deal with it. Dude, Texture's done unreal damage, bro.
Weaponry still here in the hands of T1.
Paranoid's good on
delay. Tap on the spike. Forces Meteor back. Two sheriffs and a
Yeah,
marshal.
and that's nice. That delays enough time for Fish to come up, and then Fish delays enough time for the Omen smoke to go. Bro, look at them go, man. This was sick. Lovely from Carpe. Because all his util was so good.
Detains both members on the site. That explosion radius just wide enough. And he's just
They're
going to be
all
able to
playing
swing
so
on it now.
well.
6-1
Because even Carpe's been having like what I would say a rough couple of
With
weeks.
no assists and all the kills, but it's working out for T1.
And even here, this util was just incredible.
But you didn't really account for that second Thrash. I mean, you didn't have the weaponry to stop it either way. And that's rough. And now back on a buy, you have the operator. All right? I mean, you got a jet, you got an operator. If you can't make something work on this round, Gen.G, this comp has to be thrown right back in the bin. Because we haven't really seen any advantages that this agent composition brings for Gen.G's defense over what T1 has to show on the attack.
Yeah, even their attack cage doesn't block the one way from an angle. They throw a camera down. Camera's getting
really
wrecked.
using the map wide, but Meteor is only good for one.
Okay.
Let's find the one. Least is able to equalize the count as Munchkin. What is that?
What the? What is?
Down to 30.
Okay, bro. All right, bro. Okay.
Most certainly needs
Let's
it.
see more of that.
Gen.G
Let's see more of that. That is
in round 5.
that was nuts. Was that fast? Two bullets?
Like 90% of Munchkin's highlights are 3K holds on the defense.
And they're just so quick.
Yes. I need this. It is very impressive.
Like, good lord.
Oh my god, that's so impressive, dude.
I mean, almost gets the fourth.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna get the fourth.
But the matter still holds that they're scraping by with the skin of their teeth, right? It's
I mean, that's a hero play, though.
But
Doesn't fill you too much. Well, it fills you with confidence individually, obviously, but as a team, that's not.
Coming through, Dizzy connects there on the Lakia.
Oh, they use so much util and got nothing.
Going to be left on the floor.
It's a fast insta rotate. That's like the only thing. They're just trying to find out where the cipher is and hit the side that is the retake, but this op should be getting a kill.
Wingman expiring. No, Dizzy to try to clear the angle. Smoke down, but now Dash expired. This becomes all the riskier for Texture to try to hold this position.
Yeah, he's going to back out on a timer. But here's the thing. T1, they have the choice to rotate back if they want it, right? They drew out the null command, so you know the retake's going to be weaker than originally planned on A. So you've got a couple options. You're hearing the door being closed
just waiting
as
for
well.
the time of the.
Not in a position
they
to rotate.
boomballed this as well, though.
They do have mid control.
Orb's taken. Saya, he's got a showstopper.
Yeah, and this camera probably saw like two of them, I think. Smoke goes in because they know that the op might be here. Oh, okay, we double smoke. We're treating it like bind or something.
A little bit more. Meteor takes down the enemy raise. Pink's coming through. Meteor getting caught
Whoa.
there. As Texture still within his own hands, trying to close it out.
Yes, they kind of treat it like bind on A, right? Double smoke off. They just put it in half. And then they split over towards market, or at least in for market to be open.
Yeah, and that's with an amazing 3K from the IGL himself. Those are the only three kills.
And then they win a round and they get reset.
I mean, that about sums up this map so far, maybe even this match.
And then everyone focuses over towards the right.
Execute onto the site. They almost play it as if they had a Sage, right? They save both smokes, and it's just going to be used just to cut up the map in half, make sure that they just have a single line of sight towards market that they have to worry about.
I mean, yeah, if you're not used, honestly, if you're not used to that, your KO util might not be great.
Finds one, jump in the corner, he does manage to draw down fast enough to find Rossi. Extra, however, replies with 2 kills of his own. Munchkin, Lakia, both going to be taken down. Just waits, playing patiently. There's the reveal. Karon noted. It's still able to find one before falling.
Yeah, they're playing sick right now. The change of pace is great as well. Insta rush over towards A, and it's like last round they kind of scouted out what was going on in terms of this.
Yeah, and they
Does he now take map control, pick up the fish, or are we dueling?
On the angle. Texture, trying to go for something a little bit cheekier and just ends up falling to the double
Bro,
face
they
around
are
the corner.
together.
This Meteor will get picked off. 6 to
Wait,
1 now.
they're kind of
T1
wrecking them, man.
scrappy, but still winning the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, they're still holding the advantage every time as well. And like you said, a big part of it is those ult rotations coming through. I mean, the showstopper earlier helps clear out the entrance
Bro,
into the
this
site.
This
time
double
it's gonna be
flash
the
combo
neural
is
back
so
now
so
into the
strong.
trash.
The KO and the
Gives them knowledge that it has to
KO
be a
flash and the
wraparound
dizzy
run.
was
This is
so
very
good.
likely.
I like fired up.
No, not
Yeah,
seeing it
and then
anymore.
now they
He
just
knows
go
it's
back to
close.
going slow.
Close to being over. Just about halfway there on
On
this
his
map. They're already the first one in their back pocket. T1 gotta be feeling good about their odds right now. Texture thinking about going to the peak, does so, finds the punish there. On to Rossi. Scarpe gets a bit of damage. Ripping his way across. Solid early pick found here for Gen.G.
The 0 point from afar, that's good support, and that makes it a little trickier for T1 to figure out exactly how many might be on B. Obviously, time has passed, so they can't really account for anything. They'll be able to keep Izu planted there. I wonder if they use that to their advantage for a lurk.
Dizzy out, Texture clipped by that.
They should lose
There,
this duel
cut
over
off
towards
Boba,
market. They'll
as
double.
flashback entry, not checking that left-hand side player. An easy
Yeah.
target, gets taken down, extra hit dead as well, but Scarpe looks to break over the side of the pit, but Meteor will
That was
be
the
able to
least
say
convincing,
no.
and
Finds
Gen.G
the
had
last
to
two
win this
players.
one.
Gen.G
They lost two
Gen.G
people
will
here
give
though,
themselves
so
a second
money's
round
still
win
pretty
on the
low if they
board.
lose the
And
next
this was
one.
what the first
Very
round,
low.
quite frankly, that we saw Gen.G play to their strengths, right? With their default, with the ability to go for these lineup supports with the Sova and KO, make things a little trickier for T1 to read, right? How many people are exactly in there? Because we look at T1's comp, you have the 0 point, but that's the only way you're getting really hard information. Obviously, Dizzy a little bit easier to navigate around as the opponents. So, forces T1 to have to go for contact a bit more. I think Xcure does his best by pressuring mid, but Gen.G, they're able to keep the spread nice and even. But it all starts with that op.
Yeah, and they find other
Yeah.
jets here.
Noting it nice and early. Still wanting to push into the site though, as spray through, decent damage. No, not really even any foul.
Yeah, I thought he would have got a lot more
Looks like
damage
he
there,
hit the
but
lineup, but
there's
can't
so many
quite get those
people here,
connections.
man.
Texture, however, will make that shot connect on the Saya player.
Yeah,
as
so
while he does
many
fall, the rest of the
people.
team are able to just go ahead and
Okay,
mow them down as they
You
try
gotta
to push out
relax
here
a little
onto the
bit. Maybe a
site.
timeout could be good, or
That is going
I
to
mean,
be
not even sure if
first
they need a
consecutive round
timeout.
wins
They
here
just need to
for
relax at the
Gen.G.
falling slightly.
They have been whittling away because the rounds haven't been clean for T1 at
Yeah.
that bank.
It's definitely working
Cash
well
not
when
in
they
the greatest position.
when they were
Yes,
finding
dash into
when they
danger
were
of it,
slow
more
playing,
meteors
finding
there
the
to
site
trade
with
it.
the
Gen.G,
Cypherus,
much earlier
that was the one.
adaptations than we saw over on Ascent.
I think it's
in that
getting a
first
little bit
map.
harder
So
for
they're
them
in
now
a,
they're
they're in a
ops
better
out.
position to try to stabilize, and then they'll be able to take the initiative on the attack. Now T1
they're going
trying
fast
to pick
again.
up the tempo again, but this time on the A side. And Gen.G, they're just going to leave it open. I mean, they see the no command. They're just keeping everybody far away. As long as they don't make that same mistake, which is trying to fill it with 1 or 2 people again, they should be okay.
There's Fury from Lockett to try to intercept here and slow things up. Meteor able to find Xcure it. Neural Theft now invested. There's the reveal. Izu going to be noted up on top of the box. Meteor
No,
creeps in.
it's
Avoids that paranoia.
that's pretty big. But with all that info,
Lost,
Karen
swing
just
out,
runs
Rossi
behind.
Not ready for this position. Very radiant Meteor comes away with the kills. As the cleanup off the back of that will be swift. Flawless here
Okay,
from
now
Gen.G,
maybe they
3
time
rounds
out, and maybe the
consecutively,
coach is just going to
seemingly
tell them to relax a
steam
little bit. It's been like
being
3 fast
generated.
rounds
They're
in a
starting to
row.
warm
Like
up.
I mean, I
Yeah,
guess
mean,
4 in a row,
listen,
right?
They're going positive. That's not something we could have said in the first half on Ascent. So they're feeling a lot better, but the positioning is better. The reads are good. The Hunter's Fury, I love it. Being preemptively used at range, so he's not in danger being swarmed by that KO, and that allows Meteor to now get planted in, right? If you do something like that, fine. Filling it back with 1 person, I like it because you've already eliminated 1 angle. You know, one of the earlier rounds, it didn't look as clean, but now they forced out the timeout finally from T1.
First one.
T1 looked good on the first map. Yeah,
First
T1
of the
looked very good on the first map. Gen.G was slightly off.
Wanting as many advantages here on this attacker side as they can possibly get, being up to 6. Already a decent position, but wanting to find quite a bit more.
Obviously, 2 rounds in a row, going for the speedy hits, 1 side at a time.
Cobbs,
Kinda
thanks
just
very
going
much,
for a bit
man.
of a Hail Mary at that point.
Of course,
so
bro.
T1,
Appreciate
adjustments
the
has to be a
19
bit
months.
more
Thanks for the
unique.
prime. DRX or
something they can
Paper
do,
X?
obviously,
I
with
think
the
I went
util
for
they have,
Paper
the
X.
composition they have is try to scout out that Cypher a bit
The
earlier.
DRX has been looking a little bit better,
Force
I
that
would
util
say.
out of place, make sure that the default is disrupted. Because right now, I don't
But I
know if
just went for
T1 would have
Paper X
identified this
because
from their own POVs, but
I'm on board.
it's been a very evenly spread out 2-1-2 at the start of every round for Gen.G in the past
Bro, the
couple.
lower bracket game, if Gen.G's down there, could be very scary.
Gen.G going to be fine cash-wise for these final rounds.
I think no matter what, it's always going to be crazy scary.
T1 needing to try to find some stability for that fourth and final of the half.
On the push out from Gen.G, I love the adaptation
Yeah,
off the
and
timeout.
this is
It's
pretty
similar to what we
much
saw
just a
in that
classic.
last round, to be honest.
Attack
They just heard, I
timeout.
think, a lot more
Go a little bit
presence over
aggro.
A
We've
that
got
really
3
encouraged
people,
this, but
and
so
there's
fan out
someone
taking
off the
space
contact
here.
to swing as well. So it's up, and it's like a
Watch
little bit
information
shallow,
as they
so that when this guy
Who else available at the
swings,
moment here for the side of
there's
T1?
someone out
Extra
here
just
ready
2
to
away from
swing
that
if it's
next
a
neural
double
theft.
swing, right?
So the amount of tools for them
So,
to work with.
Nice setup.
The biggest thing about this is the Thrash and the null command aren't going to find as much value, right? I mean, sure, Meteor is in range of a null command, so he might have to back out and let go, but that cam is used for the retake for sure on that elbow position. Even getting an early read with that drone.
Shock start to clear it out. Texture now playing forward. Dizzy sent, no command used. Shot goes in.
Ooh,
Rossi
out
gonna
of
put
everyone,
down
though.
on the floor. Locky finding one. Now going to be blinded by the paranoid. Tries to back.
He went for it. He might have. I'll tell you what. He might have made it doable for his team there. They just really wanted to get the trades.
Gen.G wants to try to take away the value
Yeah, they
from those timeouts that
really
they
wanted
have.
to try and get the trades there.
And now are
I'm telling you, as soon as
within
this
touching
op has come
distance,
out
5 to
and
6,
they're
they look to
struggling
have
a
an
bit,
evened up half.
and it looks
So
like they
Gen.G,
had
this is a slight
looks like they had the
adjustment from their
plan when
own
the op
style,
comes
right?
out, they
Rather
start
than
going
over-rotating
fast,
based on
and then they just got
information
wrecked
utility,
in those 3
they try to
rounds,
get
and now
read in,
they're a
and if
little
it's
bit
not
lost.
a rush, then you have to be stacking, but they had already taken B main control. You can see on the mini-map here on their own player cams that Munchkin's holding onto it deep in. So you know that that has to be a prep. So the operator's there, but you imagine if it's a no command, he can't dash out. So then there's backup and Lockya to go for the trade. He can just run away. It's a good setup. Instead of going and letting them have a free sight, you're able to shut it down nice and early.
Again, here's that mid-presence.
Yeah, the same setup didn't work earlier because they didn't go here. And now top mid can swing as well, and that is an absolute shot. This is a solid recovery from Gen.G, it really was. They have 5 in a row? 4 in a row.
He won't be able to find a single kill.
5, right?
A
So it was
flawless round to end out
6-2 to
flawless
6-6.
Second half of the first half, I should say. For Gen.G,
6-1, right?
tying us now up 6-6 after 5 rounds.
Dude, as soon as this op was here,
Yeah,
that was
5
it.
rounds in a row. That's how you know that the reads started to come through for Gen.G. And you can tell it on the minimap as well. I mean, like we just mentioned in the past couple rounds, going for that mid push out and recognizing that because they weren't spotted, they can keep doing it. And I love the fact that Texture always had that support from Lockya. He's always got someone to trade, so he can just be the bait after the first kill.
Morning, Cupid.
Overall,
You're up nice
good
and early.
setups. They started to
things.
utilize their composition.
Actually, I guess
I'm
it's a
not
lot
still
later
quite
there.
sold on it that it's objectively stronger than some of the Raze comps or Neon comps that we've seen. But they'll work its magic, and now we'll see what they prepped on the attacking side.
This is where it's for all the marbles. I mean, so far T1, 2-1 as far as the pistol round wins in the series are concerned. If they can go ahead and further extend that lead away from Gen.G, be a solid start. Try to get that breakaway. Try to get the lead back under their feet. Get that wind in their sails. Try to close things out with this 2-0.
Can T1 get another good start?
We've seen what Gen.G can do when they start to warm up. They really start to get activated. Avoiding breeze is going to be something you want to do at all costs if you're T1.
Yeah, I mean, while T1 had great prep and great execution on Ascent.
Raid boss?
We'd
We
be
get
lying
another
if we
raid
didn't say
boss, dude.
Gen.G looked a little
I think
off
T1 are
individually at the beginning of
the
that map.
biggest fans
So
of the
now,
raid boss. They're the
seemingly
team
both
that I
teams
see use it
back
the
in
most.
their prime condition.
Always Sire
On the attack,
managing
you
to
got
get
3 ghosts on the side of
either
Gen.G.
Frenzy or Ghost
All
Armor.
eyes trained on mid. Obviously, a little bit easier to take at the start of the round for the attackers.
How many
with
people
just
do it on
the angles that you
defense?
can hold, creating the crossfire a bit easier.
Break this. Oh, that's nice.
See how this Jet does on the attack now. Recon sent to up mid to try to check. Exert pulled back around the corner, however, not going to be spotted.
Take mid into late market so the rotate goes in. It's a cool strat.
Down, Saya player is able to pick up 2 before falling to Locky's hand, but the Meteor
Good
intercepting
strat,
Rossi
man.
as he tries
But once you pressure over towards middle, right,
coming in
if they have
quietly
heavy
through
market,
main
this guy
allows
goes
him to
out.
still
So in
hold on
theory,
to
if
the
they
site,
have
so
some
they
kind
don't
of double
have
stack
to
over
worry about
towards
that right
market,
side by
it's no
Boba.
longer there, or they're
Will
a
actually
little bit
clean
at
it
least
up for
out of
them. So now a
position.
3v2 should be a pretty
Because
easy
normally what
hold
happens
for
is when there's some
Gen.G.
kind of vision block or pressure
T1,
middle, you want to
best
hold with
option might just be
1-1.
to creep forward.
Means that obviously one of the sides gets weaker, and it's always going to be market.
1v3 last time.
Just because this
One
pause
out
is
of
so strong.
2v3. Tag up there on Alakia and Texture. Cleared on the wingman does make this a hell of a lot more difficult for the defenders. Dizzy sent cleared, swinging extra, eating quite a bit of damage. Texture finds the headshot. Carpe finding one, but is running out of time. 5 bullets left here in the mag. So he waits to see if anyone's going to come peek him first and foremost. He knows the round is over. Wants to try to take
Not
somebody
bad, they're
down, try to
1-1
get some ult
pistols in
charge,
terms of
but
this, so
Makia will
that's
say
pretty
no,
good. We
denies
go up
that,
to
run away from him. We'll find
up
the
to 6
headshot.
rounds in a row for
Tie it up
Gen.G,
2-2
really.
in pistols.
That's just, very clean pistol here from Gen.G. You take mid control early, you draw out the paranoia, and then you'll send the drone in to check how many there are. They don't really account for Saya. He creeps in by the stairs afterwards, so it's a good attempt from T1 on the trades. But it's just too many. And of course, Gen.G, they've always been known for the good trading. That's how they were able to best Paper X at kickoff. And they'll be able to carry through. The smiles are returning. So he's finally happy with that pistol win.
It's begun. Texture. That personality starting to show a little bit more as Excurate. Just straight up spotted there on the site. Does drift away. Doesn't take any damage.
Hey, stacking orbs on the solver as well.
Gen.G, so they're looking.
I mean, they're in a good pause for 2 people getting all the kills as well to try and make sure they can get ults early.
Still have the credits banked up. Of course, full armors for a couple members as well. So really trying to snowball any advantages they can get.
Heavy stack though. I mean, everybody from T1 hovering on this side of the map. Side player now starting to work his way over towards Marco, but he's going to shut the door rather than go for a peek. And I think overall, Gen.G say, well, thank you very much. We're going to keep inching our way over towards A, where things have been very quiet overall.
Yeah, so, you imagine from T1's perspective,
It's a little bit different to how most teams play this, right? Most teams would never, when they're doing an FPX buy, teams would never insert one of the guns.
Texture lingering in this position is
aggro.
potentially worrisome, though.
This is a little bit risky. They do get away with it, but in an ideal world, that should probably be the ghost. If that gets late, overwhelmed, then
let's just go ahead and slowly drift back. Meteor, though, all the way forward, but it's 3 players getting ready to swing here into that defender spawn.
It's huge, and he gets info on this as well. And this is more like it, right? The people playing close.
The most ideal scenario,
pretty much the people on their own and playing close as well with that ghost.
Excurate now.
There's these 2 with guns. These Texture, true. But
Lockett will get dropped, but
I mean, he was also Texture last map. Gotta think that.
This is where real damage could be dealt if they're able to get rid of some of these rifles, but as Karen does fall down to 20.
Lovely from them. They get the two deaths that they're allowed to go an armory buy, and this is a full solid.
The only thing Gen.G could have wished more is that the kills went over to someone else. That would have had an impact
Dude,
ultimate, but otherwise,
Easy was tempted to get the judge out again.
Still able to carry over the 3 rifles. Now you buy up 2 more.
BBC at 1 point
So
later.
you're matching rifle for rifle into the buy round. Huge 2K for Meteor. Now you can see the calm aim.
3v Lev today. I've gone for Lev, but it's a pretty close game. Dude, Lev have just looked too good when I watched them recently that I can't.
In 2 different tones as well.
That has
really
to go with
made
them.
it known.
Made the force Meteor back away. Tripwire as well, taken down.
Yeah, but that's a lot of investment. I mean, that's 2-3 people over by the B side. It should be a fast hit onto A.
Already working their way around through elbow now. Izu. Look to try to hold this. Paranoia at the ready, but it's waiting for any kind of information, any kind of noise that gets made.
Yeah, and the no noise is so good from Gen.G. They don't want to take the risk
Oh
of someone
boy, this
popping
guy
out of
just
that
had
smoke.
2
They're now
rotate.
already in position to catch it off guard.
Side player, depending on his approach, might actually be able to get the interception there on a Meteor as he creeps his way up the mid. In the meantime, though, Izu able to find Texture. Takes 1 down. Fragment does clear out Excurate, but Carpe finds Lotus.
Wait, did
things look a little bit decent for him, but
Oh my goodness,
the
Karen.
man's full blind. He's backpedaling with a bulldog, and he just guns down 2.
And now he's got backup. They're all around the site. Izu finally clears him, but I don't know. Oh!
Saya getting that catch. Leaves it now to Munchkin, but he's been the clutch king for the team.
Guardian? Damn, bro. Guardian spam. Okay, respect. Bonus is here. Well,
takes him down, and Gen.G
What are we saying to that? Love lucky?
They convert, and
Those
they
love
now
lucky.
are very firmly in the lead.
It was a nicely done. It was like it was nicely done from Munchkin in the
spray
1v2,
with
but
the Bulldog, like you said, backpedaling as
bro,
well.
he ate it.
Eyes up on the mini-map.
He's
Make
not
sure
even
he's
surprised.
Yeah, I mean,
There's no reaction from Karen. He's just like, yeah, the job's not done. Rounds
Yeah, they're
still
both
going.
super chill on this. And
I mean, there's something
I mean, it's
about
basically the same
Kara
style that
that's
T1
always
had, so
been, you know, somewhat charming for a lot of people, and the fact that, yeah, I mean, he doesn't seem like a rookie at all, right? He seems like he's been playing
Please
for
for
years.
third
He's
map.
had so many clutches
Saya
under his
has
belt.
ult. We have
But it's
ult to
only his
cancel
first year
ult.
in VCT, let alone even in Challengers. He's never made it to the main stage. Went through the qualifiers once, didn't get very far.
Full share of investment here from T1, a showstopper if they can start working things to their advantage. As the suppression does come through, spotting out 2. Flash in, looks to just go ahead and force them away.
Trying to keep the far angle as well. Make sure that you keep your weapons advantage. It is just 5 shirts on the other side.
Look at
However,
the timing of it as well.
Showstopper online,
They were
so
literally
T1
just
are able to
there.
get a numbers advantage. Would have put it past him.
Excurate trying to creep forward, does end up falling, and that's going to draw an immense amount of attention here. Everybody from T1 now starting to shift, but so too is T1. Spike is being brought back across. Excurate gets himself into a deep position, but then does
Yeah,
fall.
this
and
is
then
a
says, okay,
little
nope,
bit
shift the
risky,
spike
so that's
right
a
back over
gun
to
down
A.
that they can now
Figures it
get,
deep
but they
enough,
have got full
clears
A
the way.
control, so it's only one gun
Weapon can
for
be
a
recovered.
site.
Yeah, you are just gonna have to give up that Phantom. You're already taking that risk when you planted
30
the
seconds left.
you know, the jet in there or the texture. There is only one of them. But overall, I mean, sure, you give a weapon over, but Gen.G, they were playing for absolute guarantee that they could get the spike down and still have a numbers advantage. Now, you still have Lakia far back, watching for the flank, because you know that you have the weapons advantage over here on the front.
Izu kind of anticipating it would
so
seem,
fine.
but so too is Lakia.
Bunch of Fury online now.
Finds it. Rossi
Hero.
does get Meteor. Push up though. Munchkin striking down one.
I was going to say, the only hero player there is Rossi with the gun.
Just been so quick and clean with these
And
headshots
T1
here.
pretty much going to
Throughout
win
the
this.
series,
That's
Munchkin,
where
Gen.G
we
now
go on
up to
Breeze.
10.
9 rounds in a row from the first half, continuing in.
And they've got such an ult
Gen.G, the flow was good, and
disadvantage.
now they've got
And they are
Both
pretty
of their
much on
ults
this
get
too.
cancelled by
Yeah.
this.
I mean, not too far behind is T1 in that regard.
Eyes down.
Collectively about 4 charges, and they would have all 5 ults available to themselves. But right now, I mean, they need a bone, and Gen.G, they're not throwing them one.
see if the Thrash
Now I
comes
can
out
say
early,
that I'm
but
not
in
even
a
worried,
position to do
but
so
I'm
from
actually not
Carpe,
because
so
this ult,
the thing is
their
T1,
ult
they've been waiting,
disadvantage is
assuming
crazy.
that with a composition like this, that you're going to use util early to signify
how are they
where
actually
you
meant
are.
to win this
And in the
round?
first couple rounds of this half, Gen.G hasn't, and in the last one, they used it, but they still went for a fake over to B. So T1 just doesn't have any information to get the read on what is Gen.G's tendencies right now here on the Sunset.
And they just waited out the knife, and they get
And now they
perfect
just go
timing.
back to cutting audio. I mean, this makes it so difficult for T1 to have the right reactions.
Love to see the cam set up there from Excurate, because it seems like
pinging
Meteor
out
getting into
the,
position, not spotted. Snow command now coming through.
Okay, we at least like this though. We have an anti-KO set up,
Given line of sight over despite the pings.
but we
It's Meteor now
didn't get
approaching in
anything from the
market, strikes with
trips, and the
silence.
late
They
luck
suspect it.
in from Meteor
Hero
is
step
so
now,
strong.
set.
Good
Everybody
news
gonna be
is
spotted.
that
Meteor just looks to
Visual
reposition, gets
can
himself the
work
hell out of market.
now that
Fury
the
now coming through,
KO's
swing onto the corner. Ross
ult's
gonna
done,
take it down.
but
Fury still
bro,
gonna
look at
cross.
them.
Izu
Look at
taken out
Meteor.
before the TP can come through. Quick toggle on the cam, swing onto the corner. Meteor trying to clear out Carpe. Drag across. Carpe
Don't even care about the missed kill here, man. Meteor
As
played
I
this
say
so
that,
well. Big distraction
the
over
last two
towards
players
here.
from
Luck goes
T1
in.
will fall.
Big
Gen.G
distraction again. Luck
now 10
goes
in a
in.
row. So it's 11-6.
And this is the Gen.G that everyone around the world
But this
praised
one
early on.
could
I
be
mean, look
interesting
at
now
the time there
because
for Meteor.
T1
The
actually
fact that you have
have
someone so
a chance to use
reliable on the
ults.
lurk. Sure, he eventually goes down, but then everyone else,
Freezy
the
with the
angles
2
are
bombs.
holding,
Thank
it's
you, man.
perfect.
Appreciate the prime, bro.
And quite frankly, I mean, Texture staying alive for criminally too long after he goes through
Okay,
that trap
and you
wire.
forced
Lakia,
into this.
I think actually stepped
You got
through
too
it
many
again
ults. You
before
can win this with
Gen.G
ults.
finally clears it, but it doesn't matter. I mean, he uses everything in his arsenal to stay alive. That's what mattered here for Gen.G.
It's just excellent timing from Meteor, getting himself into position there in mid, unspotted. And then as
Gen.G
soon as
turned
that
on
sighting
suddenly.
check
Dude,
comes
ever
in,
since they got that
expecting
op
to
out
have
on
that
the
presence
fence,
in
it's
market,
been
says, okay, attention should be
been
tied
non-stop.
away from me. Goes in, and Saya player was none the wiser.
Yeah, I like that he doesn't try to go for a pinch either. Like you said, he waits until
The
you're
op stuff on
absolutely
defense
certain
works pretty well
that
here.
all
A lot
attention
of
has
teams
to be
are
drawn because no one was
trying
seeking out. The main force was
A lot
too
of teams are
strong.
trying to find out where
And
the
if he does go
Cypher
down
is
at
so they
that
can
point,
hit the
of course, his
site.
teammate's still
I feel
ready
like
to swarm
Gecko-
into market.
Gecko's not the greatest agent
so T1,
at
I mean, the most information they have right
push,
now is
like,
again that
both
audio
of these
has been
aren't the
cut.
best
It's been
agent
cut
at like
every
pushing
time
an
that
op
GenG's
off.
been successful, except for that one fake over to B. So ideally, you would want to get early information. You would want to push out, but unfortunately, you don't have the weaponry to do so. You even have a Thrash and a Showstopper to do it, but that seems like an overinvestment without the weaponry to back it up.
Well, basically from this point,
Wimler, thanks so much, man. Wimler with the 3 months. Appreciate the tier 1, bro. Thank you, thank
running
you.
it back right now. One more round win. Gen.G will at least be guaranteed that overtime. If you want the 2-0, you need to throw everything
Nate
in the
goes
kitchen
deep,
sink
breaks the trip.
at Gen.G to try to come up with these wins.
So GenG this time just using a little bit of early info, but in positions that can't really give the read, right? It's all centered somewhere around bottom mid. Just clearing out main control. Just waiting to see, does T1 have information or not? So the only thing that T1 really has is a main with that one way, and GenG knows that. They can still play with time a little bit. They could still cut audio.
And
they can still fish for more reaction.
found the right site here.
Gonna lead the way.
T1 didn't go for the force, but it's still a pretty good low buy.
Spotted. Does look to reposition. Just wrapping back around over in towards mid. Excrit with a fantastic headshot though. Does take down Texture. The neural theft now being sent out. Things revealed. Thrash coming through. Excrit snappy with it. Finds himself another shot as the Tane comes in. Munchkin able to find one. A Showstopper into the corner. Will take
Dude,
him out.
Excrit had an
All on media.
absolute
Previously noted
round,
over
man.
in mid. Wraps around now
Yeah,
into B
back-to-back
main.
nice shots.
1v4. I believe the noise was just made there as he did jump. Swing around into the back. Does find the first. Can he do what Mind Freak has done before him in this very same position? Seems like the answer is going to be no. Thrash once again going to be sent. 9 seconds now left. As Meteor says, well, at least I could try to play to take some weapons out of your hands, I suppose.
Yeah, and this one turned out great.
It's going to be a thrifty.
Papa's going to get a gun upgrade. Izu can do the same.
Win streak from Gen.G.
Yeah, and a crucial round to do it on because map point
Okay,
not
Izu
given
can't
over
do the
just
same.
yet for Gen.G. So you use everything in your arsenal. It all starts with a clean peek out from Obscured, but then the backup's immediate. The Thrash to make sure that you're clearing one side, Obscured still peeking around the other. Sure,
but if
Meteor gets
you're
tagged, but they just don't worry
if you're
about it. They say,
Gen.G,
if
you're
we
not
clear
even
on this
fast
force,
at the moment.
Then we have the numbers advantage
Like,
against just one guy.
you just got 2 big ults
T1
out of
knows
them, right? You
how
got
to set
Fish
their
ult, you
eyes
got
and how the
Razor.
operator in Saya's
This
hand.
is a little bit
This was
scary
an
though.
absolute thorn for
Similar
Gen.G on
story,
Ascent.
but this time they
See if
have
they
the
can get by it
Sova, and
this time.
Sova's a lot better just because of the drone, right?
Texture working his way forward. So there's the swing out. Side player getting the angle, getting the kill. Texture taken down. Null Command invested here. As Rossi just looks to stave them off, and that will reroute Gen.G for now.
Oh, the positioning's a little too good from Obscured. Yeah, that's hard to read for Meteor.
Dude, that's a
Doesn't
big read
exactly
on
check
this.
both sides either. So that's a shutdown. Obscured
3v5,
now,
but
he
they
still
get
got
over
the
towards a
trips
free site.
to work off of. One gets cleared.
The other one's over in market, and there's no approach from Gen.G on that side. Not spotting much there. Excurate does manage to find Lockyer before
He's a
getting taken
beast,
down.
man.
So
He's
overall,
he's been
still
looking so good.
not too bad here
He was
for
such a
T1,
good
given
pickup.
the man advantage. 4-2.
When did Excra even switch, like fully? When did he like commit to
Here's the
Valorant?
footsteps. There's Izu. He's gonna get caught. Hands down, but Carpe counter swing into market. Does manage to find him over in mid. Now Munchkin. He's been so damn clutch. But surely this is too
Last
much to
year?
ask.
Like
of him.
early last year or like
1v3
late
as the
last
wingman
year?
leads the charge. Gets cleared out. They confirm his position over in main. One flash, a
After
fragment available
Paper
here
X
from
got
Ross
to
and the paint chills
champs.
as well. They can just split the difference.
To, like,
They're in the mosh
mid,
being
then.
invested here. He still holds his ground. Baits out the op shot. Pop flash coming through. Pulls back off the angle, but the punish not going to be found. Now the fragment in, but not deep enough. But as he tries to get himself an angle, Rossi will be able to find
And
the
they get to
headshot.
keep the op, which is one of the main
Narrow
things. They did
margins.
use another ult into this one, but
T1,
the ult
they
didn't matter
hold
too much.
on.
Oh, I absolutely held my breath when he survived that mosh. I mean, I thought that might have been another crazy 3K in the making.
After Tokyo.
But this
Okay.
time, good cash with the operator and a good adjustment from Obscured as well to hold that flank. They just empty mid, or they just empty B for a retake. T1 starting to get the better read. Rather than trying to play a widespread default like Gen.G did, they understand if Gen.G's going to constantly cut audio,
Are we
try to
going
play
up
the
here?
numbers game, they also have to start to bank on
Oh
one
my
side
god,
of the map.
it's gonna work so well.
This time it might just be the Dizzy and then the hold with the operator as well. Carpe should be looking to exit. Not gonna have
He's gonna
time
get a
to
kill over the
pick up
smoke,
Dizzy
you would
aggro. Okay,
imagine.
He'll go back. That's refreshed.
Quick clear, but a lot of space taken here. That smoke, not catching Saya, but he
Well,
spots the difference between Munchkin
that
and
my bad?
Texture.
It was a pretty
Still
good
not
jump
yet
peek.
down, and the
You
off
guys can't
noted
blame me for
Carpe
that. That's a good
pulling
jump
back
peek.
away. Space has to be given up. It's about to be 5v5. The attempted retake here from T1, trying to deny Gen.G from getting themselves up to match point. The null command starts things off.
How
from
the
Munchkin.
hell are you meant to retake now?
They have to just charge through.
Whoa,
Carpe
that'll...
puts Munchkin down. Spamming across, finds one, but
That'll
Meteor
help.
holding here at elbow. Strikes down to Izu. Looks for a little bit more, and it finds it. Gives him an advantage here as Lakia catches Saya player unawares on the approach. Recon at the ready, the Dizzy over the top, the defuse being started. Texture dashing his way in, trying to catch someone with Util in hand, and he will. Texture gives his life, but Karen to find the
Honestly,
2K
it
on
was
the
a
back end.
pretty
Gen.G,
nice attempt at the
They
retake.
will get themselves now up to map point.
The much more comfortable position, but
The
not
nade
quite
meant that
over
they could
just
get
yet.
half, and then Rossi wanted to get off and let
T1
little bro get
close
the
the
other
gap all
half,
the
and
way
then the
up to
time was
4.
like just slightly off.
So Gen.G can't rest on their laurels.
And the
Meteor
op goes
now
out at
20
their hands as
14
well.
though.
Maybe if they hit a shot to the side, it's a
Absolutely
different
impactful
round,
on
but
that
that's a hard shot to
It's
hit,
been
so
ever
can't
so
be too angry at
precious
it.
for Gen.G. Even
But
here,
Meteor's been
really
great as well.
crucial
Both of the
2K.
ciphers have been good.
Because you always got to account for that wingman, right? I mean, they're not going to have to risk one person going down in a fight. They'll always be able to match the numbers on the side of T1.
Well, they watched the Zeta game. They know to count the wingman.
Damn, bro, why Zeta? Dude, Zeta are having a...
T1 trying to get aggressive outside of A.
Zeta have a rough time
Next
out of
to it,
playoffs,
the
and
IGL alone here on this B
they're
side of
still
the map.
getting flamed.
Cage sent. Cage triggered. One pop now. So he looks to try to slow up the approach. The rest of the team now getting their way
That was so
over towards mid.
unnecessary, dude.
This is a very stressful position for Execure because he's trying to hold on to
What
Bobo,
did
but
Zeta
he has to worry
do? They
about
lost
Market as well.
they lost a, what was it, 1v3 or a 1v4 against Wingman, basically.
Lakia watching behind.
I think it was
Cypher
1v3
Cam as well as a trap wire there to play off of
on
as
this
well.
map,
Yeah,
over
they're very
towards A.
forward too, so Lakia should have an advantage.
4 point spots, one. Dizzy over the top. Meteor in the meantime able to find Execute. The neural theft not going to be coming into play here in this round. The rest of T1.
I like the change
now
up from
trying to clutch
T1,
this
but
out.
as
Like a
soon as
pullback,
this
there's
ult
a reveal,
goes in and
swings
gets
down,
in for the
Carpe
4
strikes
people
him
to
down,
push
evens
behind,
the
it's
odds. Izu strikes at Market.
and now it just switches and it's so
3v3.
hard to get
Full
out of
flash
here.
in, one of Munchkin tucks back into the corner, but as he
Crossfire
retreats,
is just gonna be
finds
too
Side player
good.
stranded and all alone. Carpe and Rossi now the last
Breeze?
one standing.
All
Now
right.
it's just Carpe, the former IGL. He cannot get it done. 3 members left standing.
It's an impressive comeback though. 6-1 to 6-1 to 13.
They take us to
13-8.
Breeze.
Oh, Gen.G looking so much better, and they absolutely proved what they prepped with that composition, right? On defense, in
Dude,
that
Breeze
second
could be pretty
quarter,
fun
they
because
go
there
for
is a
lot of that
lot
long-range
of
support
demos out there
defaults.
for
And
how
on the
Gen.G like
attack,
to play
they start to
Breeze.
cut the audio once again. It throws T1 for an absolute loop
And
as they've never
last
had to
time we
face
saw
this team with that
T1,
composition.
it was
But we'll
the
throw it over
Izu
to
show,
Jess to
and
break
that was
down
really
Nexus
fun
further
as
before
well.
we return with map 3.
Well, we did talk about Gen.G potentially coming in at cold, but now it seems like they're all warmed up, especially since all of that coordination that we saw on Sunset. That was what we were looking for. Even in map 1, this could be them for the series.
Yeah, no doubt. This looked like once they got their heads on straight, they started playing for trades a bit more. They were changing up how they were messing with the executes of T1, things like that. Like, really just completely changed the dynamic of this. Obviously, they ran 9 rounds together or whatever in a row it was, 10 rounds. So clearly they found their stride. T1 just was struggling to find answers. It is challenging on this map, especially on the attacker side sometimes, to get stuff done. So yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed with what they did. I liked the comp change. I like keeping Munchkin on the KO. He's really, really confident on that agent. You can see it on Ascent. You can see it here. So everything looking like we're trending in Gen.G's direction now.
Yeah, some of it did just come down to, you know, aim diff sometimes. I mean, Gen.G were playing really, really well after it got to 6-1 against them, right? As you mentioned, after that, you can see at the bottom that giant
Okay,
win
chat, I'll be back in a little bit.
row.
Breeze coming up
Really
should be a
the
banger.
difference maker in this one, and then 14
Winner
to 7
goes to
first kills
Shanghai.
is pretty huge as well. Just
What do I think of the
generally,
Navi's
T1 kinda
Breeze
got
comp?
lost a little bit halfway through. Maybe they got a little bit ahead
It
of
did. It
themselves when
didn't
they
sell
were
me on
beginning
it.
to dominate
They
at
had
the
the
beginning
they
of
had
the map, and they said,
they had
okay,
a nice
whatever these
round.
guys,
The
we're
4th
gonna
round
beat
is
them down, we're
nice.
gonna take the 2-0, we're gonna
They
press
sometimes do
everybody,
this,
we're gonna
Navi, though, and
get
I can
the
see
big
the way the
upset,
Angel
and then
works,
Gen.G
right?
were like,
Angel does
we're
this.
Gen.G,
He gets a
we're gonna wake
comp
up,
in
we're
his
gonna have a
head,
team,
and then he
we're gonna be much
goes,
better here. here.
we have
on the
2
ending,
nice rounds.
You know, 2/3
Maybe
of this
3.
map,
We'll
so it's
say
kinda
3,
scary
but
now
one
for T1
will
because Gen.G
involve like an
definitely
ult
look like
or
they're
an
finally
ult
back in
combo.
form.
I feel like T1,
And then
you know,
and then
after
he'll
some
just go,
point,
well,
we
that's
lost a lot
that's
of the
good enough to
coordination
go.
we saw in the first map. There were a lot of
And
very,
then you kind of look at
big
it and like
individual
you'll be
plays,
like,
you know, you
well,
saw
that was
Extra,
nice,
the
that was
Lurks,
nice,
you know,
and this was
usually
cool.
get, you know, maybe 2 kills or something, but
then
it
everything
wasn't
else
enough
sucked.
to really overcome the
That's
teamwork
pretty
that
much what
Gen.G was
happens
putting in,
when I
especially,
see
you know,
that
when they would
stuff.
go all
And it was
together. I felt
it was
that
that.
was
It was literally
missing
that.
towards the later half of the map.
Yeah, I fully
So,
agree, and I think it
Like
didn't seem
overall,
like
it
they
didn't really
were
work, but it
really
had some
able to,
okay
set up
stuff.
Saya player successfully. He was really struggling on this map, whereas Texture was thriving on the Jet. A big part of that is obviously getting the op into Texture's hands
Yeah.
as well, whereas you
Back
didn't
in a
really
bit.
get to see much of that with Saya player. So things like that can make a big difference, but
Got like the solo Viper and
and
Bind, bro. The solo and Viper and Bind doesn't even have good
There
rounds
was some
to
really
it.
good individual moments from Gen.G as well.
Solo
but
Viper and rounds
like,
doesn't
the
even
way they were
have
playing off of
those
each
3
other,
good
everybody
rounds.
was kind
That's
of,
the issue.
You know, peeking,
Got
there'd be
nothing.
somebody else there. You know, you'd see them double jump peek to break an op angle of Saya players, things like that that were happening that were really well thought out. It seems like this happens a lot where players just kind of like, they're like, oh yeah, this is our game plan. Let's get back to it and let's get back into this match.
And it just boils down to the comfort level for Gen.G, right? Now we know that, you know, this team, again, did kickoff, did Masters Madrid. They've been having a lot of practice. And, of course, they've come in, you know, with a lot of preparation behind them. For T1, though, coming off of, like, less than 24 hours to prepare for this match. And then, you know, there is the IGL change as well. As Data mentioned earlier, this could be something that they're still adapting because there's so many layers to unpack. So, understandably, when the pressure gets, you know, intense, when they're trying to close out a series, it's understandable that maybe they'll fall back just a little bit. But like, you know, you see, for example, how many, you know, crucial kills Munchkin got because like he was so effective with utility. That kind of thing wouldn't be effective if the team wasn't working so well together.
Yeah, I mean, Munchkin having a huge map. Meteor also with the 7 first kills. So, again, Gen.G, it really did feel like they just kind of woke up halfway through and their coordination was fantastic. So, really got to hand it to them. This is going to be scary going into Breeze, I think, for T1. They had it, and now it feels like they kind of lost it towards the end. They were starting to build back some rounds, but not quite enough.
Yeah, it didn't really seem like it was enough. I don't think there were enough spike plants on B, for example. That was something that was
yeah, viewers.
This was
yeah,
not going so good
it
for
was
us,
like,
Mika.
you know, by round
fine.
5, we were like, yeah, no.
No,
yeah,
it's just over.
No, it's over. It's over. It's just B for Valorant at this point, but it is not B for victory.
B for bad.
So we're gonna go over to our B for board over here, and I'm just gonna go ahead and put myself down in gold over here. Me and Victoria
Put
over
those
here.
viewers
We're
up.
chilling. We're chilling.
The viewers, they
and
got it right.
the viewers did get it right, so they're gonna join you here very briefly
Yeah,
on Diamond. You're gonna move over to Ascendant.
No, I go down.
Oh,
I
you
pick
go down.
B.
Oh wait, God, that's right.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
it was your meta.
Yeah.
It was your meta. That's right.
Maybe you can bump my head on the ceiling again.
Question mark?
Again?
What happens? We still don't have an answer here. Steve, help me out.
I feel like no matter
this is like
what-
twice already.
I think no matter what, you get the prize.
He can go around. He can do it
I'm
again.
just not allowed to go down.
He can
I
do it
just
again, run
have
again.
gone up too much, yeah.
I don't know. Well,
I'd be in like gold at this point. Like
yeah.
if I
I
started
know if
at
you
the
did it
bottom,
again.
yeah.
You don't have like 2 laps or something, but yes. This is how where game stands at the moment. How's the view like from up there, Mr. Radiant?
It's pretty good. You
Yeah?
know, I'm
You like
actually trying to win, unlike some of some of our other analysts.
I don't know what you mean.
And
He has his own meta.
yeah,
he has his own meta.
And it kind of works.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still
It
above
works that
gold.
one
I'm still
time.
above 50%. So.
Yes, yeah. Gold is like, I feel like the threshold
Yeah.
for like, you know, sucking and
Yeah.
dominating at this point.
Thank you, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. But as the answer was, by the way, it was 9 times on A, and we had just 5 times on B. I mean, we saw how effective the defense was.
Yeah.
For example, it was so difficult to get onto B, especially since, like, you know, you would have players like Karen there with a 3K. What are you gonna do when you know, it's just clear numbers advantage at that point? I feel like there might be moments like that on Breeze. In favor of Gen.G, especially since, you know, we had Data over here a while ago. He mentioned that T1 does struggle on Breeze, especially in their practices.
Well, everybody struggles on Breeze against Gen.G
Oh,
in
yeah.
some way or another. I mean, you saw it the last time they played, right? Like, they're so good at making sure that you can't get onto site on their defender's side. Like, generally, Breeze is a fairly attacker-sided favored map in some ways, but Gen.G is so good, especially Karon, at the point of defense on that A site. He does so good with his stars. He's so good about changing up where and when and how he's pushing and things like that, when he's popping his smokes, when he's using the grab wells. Like, he's gotten, like, at the beginning it was really rough for him, I felt like, at the beginning of this year with the Astra, but now he's gotten really comfortable with it. He can play for himself really, really nicely. And then you've got Texture once he gets an op. He's all over the place. Meteor on the B site with the Cypher. So it's going to take another good piece of homework and planning here for T1. And with that short turnaround, again, it's going to be challenging for sure. And they got to be tired too. They have to be tired.
I think after T1 fell on Sunset, I've kind of, you know, we kept saying on paper it's really close, especially after T1 took that first map. But now that Gen.G, you know, they take Sunset, we weren't quite sure what to expect from them on that map. They looked fantastic eventually, and T1 have kind of fallen by the wayside. Gen.G already looked great on Breeze, as you mentioned. They kind of dominated RRQ on that map, and then eventually went on to lose the series. But at least they won on Breeze, and it was quite one-sided as well. So should be very confident on this map, and I would definitely favor Gen.G going into this one, but maybe the coaches can get T1 riled up again and bring them back to the form we saw at the first map, and maybe we have a close one. But if not, I think Gen.G just take it.
It's a possibility, but I would, like, you know, I would definitely favor the energy that Gen.G has right now, momentum-wise, and, like, you know, the vibes as well. Even though T1 have repeatedly said that, like, the vibes are a lot better on the side of T1, and that's why, like, for example, if you're going for those hero plays, those op plays, right, for Texture, that confidence is so important. And you go over to Saya player who says that, like, okay, he's been vibing really well with Excrit. That's probably going to give him a lot of confidence here. So I'm wondering how they're able to adjust that. How do they adjust their mental to give Saya player, everybody else on T1, all that confidence to be able to take this? It's gonna be really tough.
Get him the op as soon as possible. Like,
yeah.
That's really, I think, the best way to get Saya player fired up is to just get him that op, give him that freedom and that ability to do what he's got to do. You know, of course, you want to help him with some utility and things like that, or, you know, do some bait and switches with your other teammates. But definitely, I think this is one of those maps that, especially with these two teams, can really come down to op play and who's going to be able to get to it sooner and keep it in their hands longer.
It's interesting to note, by the way, in this series, all 4 members of our 1,000 Kill Club are participating. So it's you can just tell the caliber of the players that we have here, especially as we are going to head into Agent Select right now on Breeze, our final map for the series. And of course, the winner of this goes to Masters Shanghai. There's a lot riding on this, especially since Gen.G, they want to continue their streak over on making it to these big international tournaments. So what are we expecting here, Valdez?
Well, I want to know, do we see double Astra, or just one, or
Yoru?
none? You know, as you were talking about before,
Ooh,
there is the
there
one.
You go.
And it is just on the side of Gen.G, as we talked about. Karin and his Astra looking great. We also see the Yoru coming out from Meteor. I think they didn't play the Yoru the last time they played the Astra,
Okay,
but
we got a Yoru off.
trying to mix it up a bit, perhaps.
I think, yeah, it's going to come down to, like, X-Curate on that harbor.
Dude, this is gonna get messy, right?
No
Sentinel.
Goes for some big hero plays.
This is gonna get really messy.
Like that, and that could cost T1 some kind of big rounds. So I need to see a little bit more discipline out of him with that. That's going to be the really big difference, right, is those two controllers. So how is he going to be able to use that extra advantage, that extra kind of space that you can create with the harbor walls compared to
when the
Astra,
EMEA
which is
and
a little
America
bit more
playoffs are?
reactive in nature.
On
You see a lot of teams now favoring the Yoru as a kind
Wednesday.
of a sentinel slash
Wednesday
controller as well, right?
for
That's why you have Meteor on there.
EMEA.
That's why you have Izu on there
Donuts.
as well. So
Thank you for the
it's
raid,
gonna be
bro.
really
Holy
exciting
hell.
as we step
You
into
literally-
Breeze, what could be
I imagine he's gone.
a very, very exciting map.
Did
indeed.
he
Gen.G
raid me
versus T1
like
Masters. William,
as
over
I
to you
left,
guys.
essentially? Probably the worst timing.
Thank you very much, Mika. Here we
Thank
go.
you so much, man,
Game
if you're still
3
around.
to see which of these teams is keeping
What's
themselves
up,
in
Raiders?
the
How we
upper
doing?
bracket. Which of these teams is getting their flights booked to Masters Shanghai? Which one is going
Basically, yeah, that sounds about right.
Bracket.
Okay, Gen.G on
lose, you're
defense,
gonna have
T1
to
on attack.
Obviously, fight
Winner
through,
goes
continue
to
on the
Shanghai.
grueling schedule, but with
We got
elimination looming
no,
over you.
he got
That's
no
the real
Sentinel,
threat, and obviously
so
no
the map
comfort
is going to
of
be
that ticket
mental.
to Masters. So we'll see.
It's
I'm
gonna
glad
be
Beaver
Lux on
mentioned the big
Lux.
differences here. Astra being able to be a lot more reactive, but also
All guns everywhere.
global presence. That's the big one, as T1 now look to just death ball towards A.
Wait, what was
Checked there
this?
by Meteor. As the wall coming
What did-
up.
Gen.G had
Dark
some
at the
kind
ready
of...
from Lockya, waiting.
Gen.G's had some kind of read here.
Here's anything but Karon already able to find a first kill. I think just spraying through the wall, comes up with one. Reveal does come down off the ping. Izu able to find Meteor there at back sight.
Ooh.
They will go ahead and flush out
Doesn't
the
look
rest
like
of
it
the players
matters.
here
This
from
overwhelm
Gen.G.
is super
Once
strong,
again,
and they use
Texture now
a
making their way across.
deeper wall.
Couple players low here on the side of T1. They could even up the odds pretty quickly, but A lot of angles to try to check.
The deeper
the
wall,
positions are so far forward for T1.
it's
It's going to be
kind of
hard, but
nice.
Texture starts with 2.
Whoa, whoa, hold up.
Okay. Texture cleaning up the low HP members. The dash across is now ready for Carpet there. Back pyramid. Takes him down. Wall coming in. Munchkin well aware of Xcure's position.
Xcure hits some nut shots sometimes. Okay, lovely pistol from T1. Gen.G had some kind of read onto it. I don't know what it was. These two switch positions after hearing something.
So T1, I think, should be happy to start on the attack as well, right? Harbor being able to just kind of push through, be a bit more proactive.
Oh man, I mean, they hit a lot of shots. It was just a straight up overwhelm.
And we'll see how they can continue to manage that. My eyes are on the Euros as well. I mean, Izu, he's always been the absolute highlight for T1 to
for
carry
defense,
them through
they
those
get
victories on this
double.
breeze.
There.
Yeah, he's had an immense amount of impact on this map in particular.
I mean, this has been the start of every single map so far, so I don't think Gen.G is super worried, or they're at least used to it.
Form once again. Meteor, somebody who similarly I think had a bit of a soft start.
And then off the contact when they late push, if they late push, we have a flash.
Been very impactful in his own right. See which one is going to have the upper hand here at the end of it all.
Speaking of a bit of a push over towards
on the side of T1.
elbow and B, they kind of have info.
Right here. And they are absolutely in position to check all the close corners, right? And worst case, Saya can open up that door, provide the crossfire.
They're enjoying this, right? The full rifle
Spots one, they clear
Marshall.
fast enough that nobody else is spotted. Seems like they're still going to be suspicious about this. Cameron sets up that wall, pushes forward, does get a decent amount of damage across, and Locky is able to play off the back.
Do this recon was incredible.
Getting down one, can't quite reset the aim to try to find the second, but now Lakia puts down Xcure. Wide swing coming through Rossi. Finally
that
able to
extra
find the shot.
wide
Side
swing, I
player
really
striking
thought that
from
was going to be the
behind.
one.
Makes his presence known. Meteor gone. It's all on
This is
Munchkin.
insanely
Now approaching,
doable.
making his way
75-63.
up through shop.
No matter what,
Trying to see if he can
great
find
damage
any
done.
weapons. Does spot it out, and for now, Rossi, eyes on it. He might have caught a glimpse, and yes, he has. Catches a headshot as well.
Great shot from Rossi. Gen.G should still be pretty happy with this. Armor rebuys, and they got rid of some of the guns. Obviously,
that was much scrappier
the Marshal
than
can just buy a
wanted
gun
it to be,
anyway.
and
But
it's all thanks to the big pings coming out from Lakia. Just huge pings bogs them up. That leads to the early kills. Texture then able to provide the backup. And of course, the
too
weaponry at the
close,
end
go
of the
crazy
day,
close, yeah.
A little too weak for T1,
All right, let's go.
or for Gen.G rather, to close things out.
I don't give a fuck, bro.
I mean, hey,
The way that he's playing.
they switched the Marshal to Bulldog, yeah, but the guy who had the Marshal, like
whatever
the guy
you
who
can
bought
do.
the Marshal buys light armor, right? So he has enough money to buy
Maybe one.
rifle
I think I
into
won-
this.
One in the bank. Couple
What I
of
was trying to
stars
say.
set up here. T1 once again.
You want pretty much to
Leaning on this
spam in
approach,
A a
just
lot of the
cutting
time
noise,
here. We're
Scarper
getting
grabs
this
the orb.
AWP for
Everyone
free,
popped.
3 rounds in a row.
Aaron, does he go fishing
And
once
let's see
again?
if they can get any ults online for next.
second
It is
one.
just 3 rifles, so you would
Drone
imagine
starts chasing forward. Is he going to try timing it here with the wall? Have to wait and
Gen.G
see,
are
but
okay
now,
for
Lockett
this.
does shut down side player Carpet with that sheriff. It'll be
Hold
Couple
up.
tags here as Meteor tries to hold that back line.
Oh, that is a big jewel that just came in there.
Munchkin standing as Rossi now on a linger
And
through
it's
mid.
unlucky. Ooh, good timing.
barely missing each other, so Rossi has an opportunity.
Ships in the night. Texture in the meantime jumping around. Oh, no, that's the gun barrel spotted. Rossi, no, in the position of one. Makes some noise. Swing out. The headshot found.
And he expects to lurk as well. Now, he's going to be wrong on the rotation timing, but wonder if that internal clock is working for Rossi
When
today.
does he get over towards sight? Because if he gets back a sight,
Spike's
he's
still
got a
stuck.
really good chance.
Munchkin going to be able to use that information.
Oh man,
as he
he's
gets
got a
ready to hear the
really
plan.
good chance. The good news is that you can just pop
Every
up his
single
wall,
angle.
right?
28-second spike picked up. Rossi with another quick check. Wants to look around, but nothing spotted. Now he's suspicious about shop. Tap on the spike. The creep around the back. The stabilized aim. Munchkin barely
45
able
HP.
to come up with it, but finds
No
the
matter
kill
what,
all the same
insane
to give
bonus for
Gen.G
T1.
Their first round win here on Breeze.
Rossi's just been so crisp for most of the day today.
Yeah, it was-
that
I mean,
shot all the way.
Everyone played this
The back
nice.
against
Like the
Texture.
two
Just insane.
the two
Now, this is
Vipers
something
played it
that
really
T1's been
nice,
doing,
both of
on the
them.
pistol and here on the bonus round, is that they slow creep in and then they try to dig deep in between the pyramids to make sure that they continuously have a crossfire towards the back of the site. Now that they've actually fully spotted it without the chaos,
Okay, and
curious to see
Gen.G
what Gen.G's adjustments might
win
be
a
when they go for
round
these
and then
holds.
they just take it as a bonus. They don't want to force into it. They don't want to get.
How brutal it was. What that has done for Gen.G.
Basically, they want full util. They just believe is in full buy rounds.
Here in place. Texture has
So
to back away.
you would imagine T1 take
Already,
this.
but it's going to be noted. Spotted here at the dashboard. Tries to go for the right click, but side player finds the headshot. As he's just sat
And
on top of
honestly,
Caron.
against the
Lockett will be good for one.
Yoru
Side player
ult as well,
taken down by
I think
the
this makes
Ghost.
good sense. There's a lot of people here.
Lockett does get pinged here
A
on the
lot of
back
people,
end.
and
Throw it up
Viper's
over
about
the
to get
top,
involved
tries
as
to see what he
well.
can spot.
This
Meteor
is a rough
fighting
round
two.
for T1.
Back-to-back rounds of
Whoa!
triple sheriff shots.
Wait,
Taking him down,
how
Rossi
on
eating
earth has he
damage
done
off the
that?
shock dart. Now he needs to work wonders. Munchkin.
Wait, this worked so well. They get 3 upgrades.
Somehow, again, you put sheriffs in hands, they will deliver miracles.
They get 3 upgrades. They got the Yoru out. Yoru ult out of them.
Izu dug in so much information.
Surely we get this
They had a
replay though,
path
right?
clear towards the site for the plant. You still had Izu distracting backside
Show me.
with the clone.
Show me, Meteor. Thank you.
Okay. Wow.
Damn, bro, he's calm with it, dude. He even went, he even went for
snappy
the other
with it.
extra peek on
Now
that.
he's
Maybe
got
gets
his
the
own-
other. That
yeah,
was
his own
solid,
ultimate as
mate.
well.
Solid, solid.
Quick clear on the recon.
That changes
nothing
so
spotted,
much,
and it's
chat.
just
The 4 people,
pendulum
or at least the
swings.
3
T1
people that
now
got the
almost on
upgrades,
that to try
are
to put up
swimming
similar
in money.
scenes. Don't worry about this approach here in the mid. Rossi is just on the opposite side of the wall, but Excurrent gonna recreate some of that magic. This time with the Guardian comes up with 2 huge picks found as Munchkin looking forward here into
Chat, what did I miss here? They flash?
He's going to try to let them pass.
Ball comes up. There's the reckoning now.
Chat, I looked at the
Invested over on
minimap
the
and
site.
then.
Nothing being noted.
Oh,
Rossi
God.
in such a ratty position. Comes up with 2, and Munchkin got the other 3.
Yeah, he just lets them pass.
What
He
the
wraps
hell's going
right
on in
around
this?
the high tide.
Why does
They
everyone
don't
get
expect
multi-kills?
a thing.
The spike is now right out in front of main, right at the archway, right on top of that alt orb.
Rifle picked up for Saya. You're hoping that just the double team works, but this map is so wide that you're not always going to be confident about the advantage
We
you
need a
have
whole
on the
replay of
swings.
this round.
Munchkin does have a multitude of angles that he has to check.
I mean,
Cannons, beach,
he has to
well as
ace.
just elbow and main. They could approach from
30
every
seconds
single
left.
angle.
Literally just going to be timing.
Around, but now spotted.
Whoa.
He's able to find one.
Oh my.
Whoa, how did this one get so
Cannot get
close
the
after the
ace
double cut
clutch.
at the front?
Rossi
Okay,
will
I need
once again
just
pick up a
20
3K.
seconds of replays.
Reestablish a lead here for T1.
Holy, almost an ace clutch there for Munchkin. Absolutely monstrous. Here's CF. We'll see this. He walks all the way to
he
the edge, too, so they don't
disrespected
really
the
watch
wall.
for it, just in case someone's holding close.
What a clutch it would have been.
Okay,
but
well,
it's, I mean,
sure.
basically, yeah,
I didn't see the
back-to-back
first one, though,
thrifties here,
but
one for
I'm
Gen.G,
pretty
one
sure
for
everyone else
T1.
did.
And now, we get a proper rifle round
Yeah.
exchange going.
Yeah, some proper Valorant.
Yeah, where's the... Dude, the money
The
must be all
operator,
over the
Of
place.
course, in the hands of Texture as well.
Just Fury from Lockett. He spotted him. He's just a hair up.
Bro,
off
where's he
Lockett on
going
that
for,
second
man? He's
shot.
going for headshots.
But with that, the op can now hold on to A main solid. See if T1 has to read on that.
Double approach snappy on the first. Does he expect the second? Sets up for the clone. Swing in. Saya player ignoring that. Gets the headshot to take down Meteor and bring it back to a 4v4. Texture on a decently deep line over there by Shop. Not spawning much of anything as Izu. Being noted here just outside of Nest, but Munchkin able to find the elimination. Lockett crept over here. Half wall flash going across. He does catch the brunt of that one. Now has to backpedal. Ascent will get a nasty bit of damage
Actually, on
there
his
on the
head.
carpet.
They have a lot of ults,
Just
though.
about
Do
the
they...
70.
Do they
Man
server?
advantage. Defensive setup is here for
They
T1.
serve all
Thrown up over the
back.
top into the spot there onto Izu. Now onto Lockett as well.
Yeah, couldn't get the tag, so he
No,
can't get the
they
shots
kind
to
of
the
just
wall.
all confident in their guns here. No
Back is
server
gonna be
ult.
pretty late.
Viper's too
Tunnel
far
already
away
not
from
on their
site to use
side for
Viper ult.
Gen.G.
A great recon to kill
Wants to
this
get the
guy.
reveal on him. Yep. Catches it off timing there for Izu to react. Ends up taking him down.
One
5 bullets.
enemy
Tries to
remaining.
play into that one side. Player strikes him down. Finds
Dude,
another. As Caron
I can't
will
believe
fall. Now
Gen.G
Texture
won that
is gonna have to
round,
drift away,
and they
allow
managed to
for
get
that spike
nothing
to
from it
detonate.
after. There was so much pressure on T1 to perform
Gotta see
well
that
in
operator
this
see if he
round
can
and the
get
round
out for
before.
free, though.
And
Right
yeah,
now, he
that
should be
whole
safe. So
eco
as
just
we
gets
see him
completely
seeing that
cancelled out,
operator,
basically.
Off of that Huntress Fury, you plant the op, but because of the duel and elbow, suddenly Texture's not safe from mid. So now they're going to have to split 2 and 2. That makes the hold a little bit weaker from Gen.G and T1.
I like this from T1 though. They punish over towards middle and then they go fast over towards middle next round when they don't want to be using middle.
I mean, and this is just understanding Euro players. I mean, knowing that that clone or the flash is going to come out, you're ready for it. You swing wide right past it.
And that is going to be the timeout called here from Gen.G.
Then do they want to fight
Only down by 2, but clearly
somewhere? It feels like they need more map control.
Not going to be satisfied with that.
When you got no Sentinel, you got to have some map control.
So we've seen multiple teams, obviously even internationally, try to just target this A side, assuming that it's going to be
probably the most obvious thing here is early A control on defense.
Obviously, those teams have been punished.
It might be too obvious that they might have to go for something else.
And so now T1, a bit of a different approach. They'll try to bait that out, but then pressure mid a lot more. Curious to see if we start to see some switch-ups in the defaults from Gen.G. The Astra, sometimes in the past, they did send Charon back over to B. Have a bit of that extra switch. You can still activate the stars over from B as well, but still have the number stack on that side of the map and cause that confusion. I mean, that is the benefit of having a Euro on top of Astra. You can always hide your numbers on the map.
I'm expecting this an A, but...
Let's see what kind of magic Gen.G are going to be able to work here after the timeout. Ulta bound right now here for T1. That pit, if they can get into a solid position.
Right.
Spike planted, absolutely can come into play. Fury as well from Carpe if he wants to try to open up aggressively.
Right here.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this from T1 though. Like mid control is great. When you're playing against a no Sentinel, like you need to have mid control. I think when you get over towards middle, you then pressure these 3 positions.
As well. Something you'll need to consider. What deep dig in with the high tide. Now this is obviously very visible, so T1 has to expect that a lot of attention's been drawn all the way out towards mid.
And he might dodge this drone.
Nice and early.
He does dodge this drone. Does he feel like he's got a timing? He just got spotted from Munchkin, so can't take the timing.
There on a Munchkin, so he is going to be noted for the time being. As swing in, Texture finding one. We haven't seen that Jet yet, so they know that he's likely to be lurking still around in the vicinity.
Now they're going to cut noise, and Rossi's job is going to be really important to try to cut down the rotations a bit. High Tide comes out right away. Still util they have to fight through.
But he dodged the drone as well.
Now cleared up.
Got into the smoke.
So holding close, Hunter's Fury invested. Saya looking for the opportunity, finds it, does manage to take down Meteor. Munchkin claims to execute it, op shot coming through, but Saya, he doesn't turn his attention back over towards main. Munchkin's just able to take him down for free. Reveal does come in, but Munchkin pulls back around the pillar, and Carpe will fall. Gen.G
done a couple of missed shots on this one.
They close the gap now to 1
I feel like Munchkin did great. Spots the guy that was going to take the timing over towards window, which maybe they're talking about now. I don't know if it's this round or not.
Doesn't want to get caught in the chaos with
they managed to dodge the cam as well and to stay alive. Molly to stop the initial hit as well. Reposition all the time.
You think you get mid, it's going to be a lot easier.
Really solid round from Munchkin.
Nowhere to go, too many angles to watch for. And Munchkin feeling confident. Pits still both online, but
they forget Munchkin was there. Dude, I think he just repositioned too well. They saw him here fast, and then drone went in, so I think they thought he was backside.
Knives pulled. Similar looks here from T1.
It's the fact that the drone went in and he went into the smoke as the drone went by, and I didn't see him.
Well, but this time it's going to be a lot faster. A death ball through main.
Okay, well, let's see if Munchkin can do it again.
As Munchkin trying to get the tracking there, but Saya landing on top of him, finds that elimination. Meteor now in a bad spot. Can try to pop the mask, but no, decides to swing back in, challenge the fight. Does manage to find Izu, but the man advantage still there.
And now the ult goes in, and it's an alright ult. It's an alright ult. This is...
He looks to go aggressive. Headshots instantly bounce. He looks for the fourth.
The timing on it was incredible as well. And you got to imagine he wants to save this op. But it is, I mean, the rest of his team combined. It's a nightmare. Was it? I didn't see it. I was drawing.
He will just go ahead and pull away. So T1 will be allowed to clean up this round.
It's a reset, but everyone has good money. So if he saves it,
to feel like a bird and more than a blessing right now. Having to force that save multiple times. Obviously now Cred's not that stable either. And what a dig in with the Bladestorm from Saya player. I mean, 2 crucial kills. Yeah, it would have been flashy if he got the 3rd, but it doesn't matter. You got the round win. You're keeping the lead as much as you would like, obviously, on the attacking side on Breeze. And I love it, right? They use the same conditioning right after, 2 rounds in a row after the timeout. and they'll get value off of it. So it's not an immediate post-timeout
Yeah,
round
it also
win,
felt like the B
but it
failed so
does
bad that they were
prove
just
its
like, whoa,
impact.
let's do it again this time. This time we actually send it. This was
Very
bold.
solid from Zaya.
This was bold, but I liked it.
Just a
You
hair
got
off having
great
that
timing on
fourth
the
kill.
Astra.
The monstrous highlight reel
Gotta
play,
keep
but
gotta keep
clearly
an eye,
much
and
more
so the
alive and well
T1.
here on this map.
The
Back
fact
over onto
that
the
this
jet critical
combo
we're
is like
seeing from
deadly.
Zaya. Is that impact,
So they gotta be aware of
that
this.
jet that can go toe to toe against Gen.G, that was lacking for them severely over on Sunset. Now he finds
seen a
himself
couple of
out
the
in
old
lead here
combos.
on this attacking side.
Yeah, and they do want to
Again,
fight over
maybe
towards
push
A a little bit.
forward.
They just waited.
It's just gonna be an
Yeah,
overtake.
and I think that makes a lot of sense, right? I said that them going aggro A the round when they called the timeout would be too
Pushes
obvious, so they
just
do it
deep
a little
enough
bit
to be able to
later.
find that
That's
pick. Now
nice.
Viperless here, RT1.
It does feel like they
Man,
struggle when
the
they don't have
idea
map
was good for
control.
T1.
That
So
is a
we'll open up the
misstep
site
from
so we can use
Munchkin.
dimensional
Falls
drift.
down into the
Viperless
open
RNG.
free site.
Yeah, I guess. Viper for Viper, even trade. But the idea was good. They've been able to successfully avoid this operator, and they go for the orb, but you have the gate crash out. That allows them to check if the op's on A.
Flash used, flash sent, but Lakia avoiding it, managing to find one option.
Oh, wait, the op tagged here.
Takes him low, but Saya swinging back out and spots another. Meteor now cleaned up from behind Saya, doing everything here to try to keep his team in the
Man,
round.
Saya's
Have to
been
go for it.
pretty
Come back around here to
incredible.
the half wall, swing out.
He's been
Saya player
pretty
instantly
incredible,
gets
man.
the
Fair play.
headshot.
Had a great
A
best of
4K
3.
for
A
him.
little bit quiet
As T1
on Sunset, but
themselves up to 6 on the attack side.
Yeah, so
I
obviously
mean, honestly,
driving the
he was a
operator
little
is
bit
not
quiet
great.
on
The
Ascent.
reason
It's
I
just
said
the
you
fact
have
that
to
he
go for it is
had
that's-
like
if you
it
didn't go for
mad
it again, that would have
impact.
been 3 rounds in a row where
wasn't like
the op
flashy.
is now holding you back, and in the next round, your teammates wouldn't have had to realize anyway. I mean, Sayas, he even tries to go for an anti in there in the middle,
man.
yeah.
Dude, he's a different
So,
beast.
I don't blame
I will still never
Texture.
get over
You
the
basically
fact
had
that
to
in that
make
content
T1
thing he
think
says
that
that
at some
he
point you
warms
will
up for
not
3
take
hours.
it anymore,
That is
and
like
you will try to fight
cemented
back.
in my brain.
It just
I
does
can't
not
believe
pay off, and now
anyone
he's gonna go
warms
for a
up for
hero
3
rifle as
hours.
He will have the blade storm in the next
What
round.
kind of warm up do you do for 3 hours? And how is your wrist not dropping off at this stage?
Look at
At
this
this stage,
territory.
Yeah, I mean, thrifty territory for Gen.G. That is way more worrisome when you're going up against the squad compared
and
to just about
so
anybody
it's 3
else.
hours, right? And he's like this.
One knows what the buy is going to look like.
Bro must have the
Don't
best
wanna give
shoulder,
over
either
any
the
kind
best
of
or the
advantage,
worst
so for
shoulders.
now,
I can't work out which.
Holding back, trying to see if anyone comes pushing out aggressively.
This
from
this
Gen.G.
can't be good. This can't. This
Crazy
can't be the
location to
one.
adjust your glasses
Surely.
just out in the open.
For
Like,
3
I
hours
was
warm up,
watching
then
this
you got to
cam,
play a
like,
best of 3, and then you
taking
got
off
all the
your left
practice. You're
hand
playing
on
like
the keyboard.
this. Maybe it's better for it. Maybe it's better. I
So
don't know.
on the mouse, you can still just get the
True.
one tap.
I guess that's the difference between Saya and me.
Where's the 1 HP guy?
Execute getting ready here. Is Pit invested? Really last
Where's
second
Matthew?
here
I
from
need him.
Munchkin. Sees that gate crash sent forward, but has not cleared it out. Follow up snake bite to try to go ahead and stave them off. Shove them into a different direction, and that has worked out. T1 drifting away now from the B site.
30 seconds
Time is not on their side, and they had 0 information on A. So they're relying a lot on Rossi to be able to also confirm how many members there are.
Healing area.
They
Starting out,
have a
going
main
out.
control.
Does get cleared a little bit late though. Karan does get pinged.
Texture.
Yizu, similarly though, his texture staying, lingering. Now stuck with the cone. Catches for the interrupt. Locking with that shock dart. Manages to find the kill.
Wait, they're actually gonna get a
But now,
plant.
be stuck
Wait, they're
here.
actually gonna win the round.
Dart not finding the elimination. Now they have to try to fight their way in for the win. Quick pump there from Meteor. Finds a shot to the Marshall,
man.
and my God, have they done it again? It's all down to Saya player to try to clutch this one out. Swing under the corner, looks for the first. Can't quite confirm the kill. Wrap around the back. Lockett dead.
Oh,
Classic
bro, he's
right click, gets the
untouchable
job
right
done.
now.
Saya clutches
He can
the
do
nine,
no
another
wrong.
50 away from Gen.G as T1 continue to stretch
He
the
can
lead.
do
That's one
no
of those
wrong.
clutches where you
16
can
to
see
6.
exactly how Saya's mind is working. The angle he checks, he's ready for the wraparound. He goes for the jiggle against the Marshall. He has everything calculated, and it's
Almost
still got
cut.
close.
Cast, yeah, almost.
A very
Well, it
good
doesn't
attempt.
count,
I
though.
mean, Texture, I love that he
Count as a
delays
bless,
a
bro.
little bit on the first kill, but look at this. I mean, he waits for the wraparound. If it's not there, he assumes it has to be the other side, the 180.
little
Saya
little
doing
sigh of relief
wonders
there.
for T1 to
Chat,
stay ahead.
what
16-6 at the moment.
what did
Back
they
now,
originally
pulled
make
out
him
for
change his
Texture.
name to? Was it
And
Spider?
because of just
Oh, that
the
was
high
a
impact
mental.
kill, Sci-Fi, I
That was a
mean, nearly
mental
has another
time.
Blade Storm
It,
online.
it was Saya, right? That he had to change his name. I'm thinking of the right guy, right?
An op in the
Spider?
last round of the
Bro,
half
what was
with the
that
Blade
about?
Storm.
Next grid trying to invest the ultimate. Hunter's Fury out from both sides here as Karan into the smoke. Does get the flash. What he was looking
Why
for,
change?
trying to find that elimination. Texture unable to align
Didn't their
knives.
manager or
Sidewire
something
takes
say
his
he'd
head
be
off, but
more
he's graded out.
relatable or
Big
something?
power
I
coming
remember
through.
reading the
Karen's
Madness
isolated
stuff and I was
again.
like, wait, what?
Easy cleanup for Rossi. It's Gen.G now in a dire situation. Just Lakia and Munchkin now. Just Lakia in a 1v3. Creeping his way down hall, but has to turn his sights back over to the door.
The A overwhelm is strong.
It's the one shock dart. Rossi on the jiggle peak. Able
More
to spot him out.
marketable.
One more round still to be played
What does
here.
that
Did this
even
happen?
mean?
Lakia will have to say goodbye to the A site.
Yeah, just got to go for the save. I mean, all things considered, you're on the defensive side of Breeze. If you
Doesn't he
give him a
literally
chance to
have
make
like
it
a bit of a
4-8,
legacy
then I
in?
think you have to go
Doesn't he have
for it.
literally a
Then at
legacy in a
least
different
whenever
game?
you press
He's like
tab,
one
it's
of the
not gonna
best
feel as
Widow
devastating.
makers.
Obviously, the momentum very much in favor of T1 with the
And you
content
want him
of
to
the match so far.
rebrand? That guy was a
You gotta
moron,
play
bro.
with the facts
What was
if
that guy
you're
called?
on the stage as Gen.G right now.
Smile on X-Year's face there. And with every reason to have that. Solid stuff. I mean, Texture just not able to get those knives across. Saya continuing to find that impact.
That's it, that David guy. Bro, he
Pick
was a
after
moron, dude. That guy was crazy dumb.
Now, Cosmic
Dude,
Divide versus
people
the
that don't
Nightshade of
understand
T1 go into the last
esports,
round of
working
this
in
opening
esports is
Gen.G
so painful.
Quite
Like sometimes
desperately
it's so
looking to make
painful
this an
seeing the
8-4.
stuff that they do. Holy hell.
There is that operator now for Saya. I believe he has a rifle up by the side
It
as
is so
well.
out
but
of
with the
touch.
Blade Storm online, he's got the options.
Literally everything he did, man.
Trying
Yo,
to
that
make
guy
sure
would
they
have
can
worked well on
dual
Overwatch,
texture.
actually.
If
It
he's
reminds
out
me of
there,
those kind of
should
guys.
be an easy site to hit.
Just every mistake is moronic. Every decision makes no sense.
Munchkin just drifting across the opposite side. Entry coming through there from the duelists. Saya already able to find one texture with that all power. Puts down Izu Carpe.
Dude, Munchkin's kind of popping over towards B. They're some of the only rounds that they're winning here. Hero plays.
Off within the smoke. Saya, however, turns his sights to Arches. Lakia dead. Dashes in the backside. Rossi looking to try to pinch, but Karen arrives up in Nest. Takes him down, and now it is all on Saya player. They try to clutch this out if they want that 9-3.
And there's no reason for them to peek, is there? Because the spike's down. They even smoke him off. I mean, they would have absolute angle advantage. He'd have to wrap around, and that's what Texture's worried about.
My ult's not ready.
Still 50 seconds, though.
Texture playing half wall. Just tucked back, waiting to see if he just goes for that wide swing. And Saya, he's inching closer towards it. 40 seconds can take his time. First shot goes out to confirm his position. Orb comes back up. Munchkin looks to try to lurk his way back into the site, and he has done so successfully. Now arriving, and will just be count on him.
Hey, the thing that is wild
Swift
here
little shot at the
is
Guardian.
4
Puts him down. 4 to 8 in
isn't
the half.
too bad.
Gen.G
that's the thing here is 4 is not too bad.
Sure,
If you
you're
look at
going
these
onto the attacker's
comps,
side, but
no
the
Sentinel,
5-7 is
4
where you can
is
see it feels like a 50-50.
4 is fine.
But with a 4-8, you're definitely on your back foot just a tad bit.
I guarantee they've had
So Gen.G
practices
gonna be
where
looking at
they've
this pistol
gone
with a lot
12.
more impact. Whereas T1, I mean, they're not too concerned.
on their
Obviously, you would
attack.
love to win the pistol, but it's not like they're going to feel too worried if they're not able to clinch this out. But with how things have been going, the pistols seem to be looking good for T1 so far. This fan, they're from China actually, here to cheer on T1. They said they'll be waiting in Shanghai, and I mean, T1, who would have thought with the performance, the rocky performance they had during the regular stage, that they are now just 5 rounds away from booking a ticket.
And this is the T1 that was expected, the T1 that was promised after some of the off-season showings coming into this year with the adjustments made. Took them a while to find their form. I mean, a swap of the IGL and captain. Rough, difficult, seemingly necessary changes.
This is the video that Dave's posted, the one in his car. Yeah, briefly. I didn't listen to all of it.
What in the world?
It was.
Izu has a sheriff and half armor.
Yeah, it's a raid
So,
boss.
and util. So they
Huge
are,
raid boss.
Wow.
Most of the stuff had been
Yes,
talked about
they're
before
telling
anyway,
him,
right?
Just go for
Okay,
it.
this is a must-win
no,
pistol
Rossi,
though
yeah,
for
Rossi just
Gen.G,
buys it
right?
for him.
N4. I mean, honestly, I still kind of think they could do it with 10-4. I do love this comp on attack. Hate it on defense.
Okay.
But
I mean,
on attack, it's
obviously,
super strong.
You see very often.
No, but if you can push out, if there's no contact on A main, he's going to start to dig deep, I feel. They're
Love
letting him
this from
just run him
T1.
up on his
Double over
own.
towards short, heavier stack, just info, play wall, delay.
Texture similarly though, Sheriff in hand, Excret over by
This is
half wall,
cool
gets
as
the
well.
dash
They use the
forward.
smoke for
Themselves into
after
the site.
plant to
Already three
TP
players
into
here,
and
though,
dash
very quickly
into. So
from
Viper
T1.
smoke goes in for the mollies,
Karon's ready
and
for it.
to dash in, and you are not going to expect the Astra
Oh,
here,
no.
but you have to kind of expect the Astra somewhere. And Astra can always be involved, and we got the furthest back mollies you've ever seen.
Here's the footsteps, Excret dead. Gets a line up there onto the chest shot.
And this is going to be a
Cannot find
nightmare
the
to play
Olympus lock
against.
yet.
Shock darts
Oh, a
come in,
classic
you have
setup.
Astra suck that I think has been
well,
used.
basically that first, but they know
Mollies
exactly
go
what's
in.
happening. Side player, however, finding Munchkin. Dart being
Wait.
sent. Both of them.
Wait,
locked
that's a
in, but
wrong
Karon
lineup.
whiffing on the mark there. Karon, however, now
Oh,
arriving.
does it even matter, bro?
Cuts him down
Dude, the
through
Astra on this
tunnel.
map,
A
the more I
4K
watch
for
it, I'm
Karon
telling you,
here
not
in the
solo
pistol.
Astra, don't get me
3-3
wrong,
on
Navi.
the
I'm talking about
series.
Astra
Are these
with
squads?
the
Gen.G
Viper. The after
themselves a
plant is
very
just deadly.
necessary win.
Molly, molly,
For the
smoke,
Sheriff, says
and then
Karon.
Astra
I
suck.
mean,
And you can
what
just
an
be everywhere.
investment into Izu, and it doesn't see the light of day. I mean, this is Karon basically converting approximately
Shots, though.
2,000 credits on
It
his
saw
own.
the line of day. It was just in Karon's hands.
Oh, true. You're right, actually.
That Sheriff, it did get put to use.
This is the lowest buy I've ever
Hurts all the
seen.
more there for
Oh,
T1,
boy.
but
Should be fine though,
player
because it's
still
literally like
it's going for the Marshall
3
here on
guns
that
that are,
defensive
well,
side.
2 guns at least that are great against eco, and then they're allowed. I mean, they're allowed.
Need to do
I
work
guess
with
they're
it if you
allowed
wanna
4 deaths.
Try to convert,
which
'cause
sounds
that's a
odd, but
lot
they're
of
allowed
credits
4
that Karon
deaths.
was able to bank up, and he's
It's
still
the
sticking with the Sheriff.
weirdest.
So you can
But
help
it's
match the
kind.
buy
I
going
mean,
into the next
sure.
round.
I think this is good.
Divide as well.
So that's the mad thing. I think this is
Solid
good.
spot to
'cause
be in, especially on the attack.
Sometimes it's
Start
better
for
to
now,
have this
Red
gun
Ape
than
not
a
spotting
rifle
anything. It is Josiah
into
player
this
here.
round, and then they can all buy
as well
rifles
as
after.
Izu, not too far off.
Like these can all be rifles anyway next round because they buy
So
light
this is
armor.
something that Gen.G, even more so than some of their other opponents that they've dealt with this composition, is going to have an
It's a
easier
really
time
weird
with.
buy.
Is that even the
It's
opponent has
kind
no
of.
Sentinel? So now
I could
the global
see. I
presence
could
of the
see other
Euro and
teams
the
wanting to use
Astra
this. It makes
give
sense
you
for this map at
immensely
the
more
very
value
least.
on the potential lurks, while Texture is still sharp with the shot as well. Enemy Marshall down.
Izu saying, surely I can't die. It's Sands again, and he wants his Sheriff back.
Oh no!
Forces him out of that
That's unlucky.
astral form, but cannot confirm the kill. Just a classic
You could
range.
argue this is
Proving to be a
better,
bit difficult. Up
right? Because
over the
4
top, though,
people,
Excret.
4
Find
people
that
can
second
buy.
shot, does put Munchkin
Just the
down
fact
low on
that
HP.
your marshals
A
have
little
to
bit more,
hit.
though, is
Should probably
unscoped.
scope
Texture
in from it.
eventually does manage to find his mark. Rossi gets cleaned up.
Okay, you know the 4 deaths they're allowed? Well, there's
From
3 of
Carpe,
them.
finding one,
And
evening up
the
the
biggest
odds.
gun in terms of the
Sheriff in
Guardian has
classic
gone
versus
down.
the 2 marshals here of Gen.G. Already decent damage dealt by T1. So they look to try to win the round, get themselves up to 9.
Timer's good from Texture.
Stock statuesque here for the moment. Izu turning his sights over in towards main. Now back here towards Pyramid. Lock yet, pulling away for a brief
Whoa,
little
he
moment.
got away with one.
Jiggles out. Texture cleans up one. Swing up the corner. Izu gets the headshot.
Whoa.
Sends it out.
Izu!
Oh boy, he says this was mine all
Oh my god, he has
along."
so much time. Okay, well,
A
the weird
3K
buy
as he's
has
finally
backfired.
able to put that Sheriff to work.
He hit some
That is going to be
absolute
stealing away
shots.
The round win, an eco here for T1 as they move up to 9.
I just didn't realize it was a long-term investment. It absolutely
Yeah, so he
pays
gets,
off in the second
he
round.
kills Karon.
The Sheriff recovered.
Oh.
The interest that Karon had to pay on
Yeah,
this.
kills
was
Karon, picks up
astounding.
the Sheriff.
Wow.
Well,
I mean,
but they
Izu,
still
and
get a
this is the
they
thing
still
about
get a
maps
full
like
buy,
Lotus
but
and
obviously
Breeze,
they lost. So we
especially
get the
for
buy
Izu,
round
these
just
are
earlier.
maps
There is
where
no
even if it
bonus. We
looks like
skipped
he's
the
having a rough
bonus.
day, he'll start to pull off some of the most insane
But
moments.
it's an interesting
that
buy
keeps
though. I
T1
know
in
they
the
got
game.
wrecked,
It's just
but
something that you can't account
I don't
for
know. That's
if you've tried to
it's not
prep
the worst
against
thing
them.
I've seen. I'll be honest. I kind of think it has okay potential.
Now Gen.G trying to make sure they don't get traded.
Izu hit
Lotus
a
and
lot
Deathball,
of
you see them
shots.
all covering each other's backs.
Cuss connecting, Rossi.
It's a
Trying to take
devastating
tuck away.
start
Izu
for them
gonna be
though.
taken down,
Like
though, as Meteor
they kind of
finds the opening here on the
100%
side.
have to win
It's
this.
just going to be a clean sweep
And
here from
that'll do
Gen.G.
it.
Everybody just getting spotted, not given the opportunity to reply whatsoever. You know, the cash, as bad as it is, Carpe and Execute will just hightail it towards the opposite side of the map and try to hold on to their Vandals.
Listen, I'm not saying it's impossible, but trying to go for those off-timing peaks solo to try to get, 2K, something like that, it's always so rough against Gen.G, especially if they're coming in. If you haven't seen any other util, and they're coming in on a set execute, and it's all 5 members, you hear multiple footsteps, you know that they have to be covering each other's backs. They will never leave an angle uncovered. They'll turn over every single rock on that site. So T1 not finding the kills they needed, and Gen.G will be able to stabilize with a flawless, it seems.
And much needed after dropping the previous round. puts Gen.G right back into it. So now 6-9, 3 rounds separating these squads. Gen.G.
Madrid was the tournament with the least competition. I mean, 8 teams kind of suggest that. I don't know, man. I think there's been tournaments that have less competition. The second Reykjavik was pretty messed up. You had us with Liquid. We were like a dead team. Well, we were essentially a dead team. I was leaving. Then we had Fnatic, and I think they had 2 stand-ins because they had COVID. We had no one from... The second Reykjavik had no one from EMEA playing.
Early high tide.
It was G2 there.
Let you know that the Harbor's here on this side, and they just walk right past it. That finds no value.
Is it because FPX should have been
there? Cascade just a bit further to keep
they couldn't get any of the
recon out as well.
So,
I mean, this is a lot of Util drawn out already, and then
Madrid was just odd because
finds it.
Single limb
key advantage here.
And not many demos on teams. So it was like it was hard to judge teams.
In the meantime, Carpe.
Apart from like Sentinels. Sentinels had like 500 demos on them.
Though Meteor will be heard.
Yeah, that's a big audio cue. Because now you know the gate crash was fake, but also that he was on the rotate out, and he's usually going to be the tail end. So just in case it's an extra fake, the gate crash is sent back to A. But T1 knows that the likelihood of a B hit is very, very high.
Tokyo? Yeah, but EG and Loud should have been decent. Tokyo. Nah, out of all of the tournaments, shouldn't be adding Tokyo in there. I don't think. I think Fnatic would just wrecking everyone.
Arriving, but noted by the dart. Once again, this could be he and Carpe having to go for these saves. They are going to push forward though. Try to see if they can spot out anything.
That was the one where that was the tournament where Loud decided to not put Aspas on ops, right?
There you go.
I mean, I think you just stay happy
with
that. Yeah, I love to see Carpe back off. Don't get too greedy. Because right now, Saya player, he's not that close to the Blade Storm, and he's not going to be able to go for that full buy. So some teammates might have to help him out.
Next tucked away. You're checking. Swing on the corner. No noise made quite just yet. Ping down. Do they suspect behind the box? It's like, well, they don't have to suspect a thing. They'll just find him.
I mean, Tokyo was kind of stacked. It's just the fact the team's messed up. For sure, the second Reykjavik is worse than Tokyo. Honestly, the first Reykjavik. Everyone was awful back then.
Conventional drifts on both
but I think the second Reykjavik, everyone got super wrecked, man. Like, there was COVID issues.
Round 17, what a clean shot
FPX couldn't even be there.
Getting halls for free. I mean, Gen.G knows more than anybody else. Without a Sentinel, you take down halls, and now the defense has to scramble.
Tokyo was a stacked event. Teams just messed up heavy.
That does call for the timeout.
Yeah, this is a good timeout.
Now that you can match the buy a little bit, right? You can mix and match. So I think T1, they'll have to throw whatever they've prepped here during this timeout. And part of it is that, again, you don't have as much global presence. So you do have to figure out some way to push out. Going for the conditioning with the high tide, it hasn't been working out. Gen.G's been disrespecting that entirely. So what else can you do? Is it a push through halls? Is it a cascade or another different type of high tide that they've prepped, maybe on the B side?
A stacked tournament? I mean, that was champs last year.
Whatever it is, the variation has to happen because Gen.G, they have been made sure that basically T1, the early 20 seconds is wasted.
They can't get the win off the back of this. It's not double digits for them. It's Gen.G just being one round separated. Conventional drifts available for both sides.
This is getting scary.
In case it gets into a dire situation, or
Yoru ult, but they got to go against the Yoru ult. So they could maybe do an anti-Yoru ult round and then play retake. We'll see. There's so many options that T1 could have talked about in terms of this timeout.
On this map.
We are starting to see teams have anti-Yoru ults and
double adjustments, the push out in Hall, but also the Harbor over.
What is the reaction on this?
Making sure they don't get caught by this dimensional drift.
Spotting them both out here at backside. Clone sent. Pink gets the reveal on the Rossi, and Meteor able to strike.
This one didn't really feel.
Follow up, just trying to hold that second player at bay. Swing onto the corner. Carpe going to be good to shut down.
What?
Another texture also falls.
Wait. Was he not?
It's going to be revealed here as Lockya pushes up with a spike. Yep. Lost at back pyramid. Walls now coming up. Saya player going to be caught. Aran able to come up with yet another.
The individuals at T1 are just winning this round.
And he leapt on their
I'm really surprised Carpe got two. Really surprised Carpe got two there.
He does not, but Karen with that responding fire manages to catch a stray there onto Carpe. but in such a poor position.
A lot of
What does
time to
Karen
play
decide
with.
to do? 10-10-10 across the board here on his score line. Which metric moves up? Kills or deaths in the round?
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to scramble to figure out what the best mental loop would be here, whether it's wrap around mid.
Karen's
or all
not
the
left
way
spawn.
through
I
halls.
mean, it makes a
I
lot
think
of
he
sense.
considered
They
that
got
mid
no,
might be too easy
they
to
got
read,
no
so he's gonna
sentinel,
dig
and he
deep.
can
But now
have
that means he's starting to run
impact.
out of time just a bit.
Wait,
He spotted one on
he
his screen, but
spotted
didn't
one.
quite
Yeah,
notice
okay,
it.
his team told him.
Yeah, Izu.
Yeah, and now he just looked at
Had been
radar.
noted. Now they have their sights turned over towards here for a brief little moment at least.
His teammates are pinging it for him.
Extra. Oh, swings out and Karen right as he looks away. Just not quite noticing.
Oh, that's
Those
unlucky,
few
man.
pixels out of place.
Yeah, if he had,
Ends up
if
getting
he had
caught
actually
in T1.
noticed this,
Timeout
that's a
works for
kill.
them. They get the round victory, and now they move up to 10. Just
Dude, how's
3
Carpet got 2 then?
rounds away from getting themselves a ticket to Master Shanghai.
Oh, this is
Oh,
just
Texture probably
great
should have killed him.
adjustments from Carpe. Even with the spray, able to control it, stabilize for the kill. That drops the spike, and
That's huge round, huge round.
it was. I mean, especially off the
Yeah,
timeout as
from
well.
you.
And you deny the dimensional drift from Meteor. I thought the execute was pretty good with the recon bolt. The timing perfect for Meteor. But the backup just not fast enough as they got held up through that toxic screen.
Flash, mid control, Izu.
Everything.
Swing out of the corner, Texture.
Damn, bro.
Third
Hard
time
to
the
hit
charm,
that.
able to find the reset
Astra
as
ult
Izu
go.
does get
This
picked
is a
off.
pause. That is an
Recovered by a player.
absolute pause.
Will put him down.
Yeah.
Solid opening kills,
Kinda-
Cosmic Divide.
Astra ult kind of helped him on that one.
Now they're rerouting, looking to work their way back across
Literally,
over towards
many
AT1,
didn't have
getting
to
a sense
worry
of
about this
extra in
angle
position.
anymore. That was
Perhaps
sick.
for a punish.
Did they know this was happening?
And yes, finds the first. Karen going to be taking down the Cove. Sent now. Ult invested, reckoning out.
That looked like really good
Trying to
prep from
disrupt them
T1,
here
and that
on
might
this
have been
plan.
part of the fact of the timeout as well.
Munchkin
Remind
still out in mid.
them to play like this. Maybe it's a set order they like
Go
to do if they
forward.
don't have ults.
He cleans up the site.
Oh, the
He's so low, but now Munchkin
individuals.
doesn't know what to do. Can't stabilize the
Hold
aim.
up.
Rossi.
Gen.G got to do a timeout now, right?
Timing is extra. Catches absolutely everyone. Leaves the defuse
Money's
for his
still good.
teammates.
Rossi
There's
or
4 members
Saya?
left standing.
Rossi gets it.
T1 move up to 11.
The reckoning was so huge because it lets him know that not all 3 of them are on site. I mean, sure, they could have been main or whatever, but you see on the minimap, his teammates start to look for the lurk. They correctly
Dude,
identify,
I still
okay,
can't get over how
there's a
good that pause
chance
was for
that it's
the
gonna be
ult.
Munchkin. Could
Insane.
be anywhere. So they're hunting for him. And that's a good catch. Execute the new IGL, really leading by example on that round. And now 2 rounds
Do
away.
I have a full-time job?
from
I mean, yeah, it's
Master
pretty much this,
Shanghai,
bro.
returning to an
We
international
got so many
stage for
Oilers here
T1.
that we've managed to turn it into a job. Kinda
Just the
insane.
Hunter's Fury, but the dynamic duo is available there for T1. Izu now sprinting forward, seeing what he can maybe catch. Nothing going to be spotted, so just jumps back across. It's not going to be the combo coming through. And overall, Gen.G anticipating this do play in very disconnected positions. They give up basically 0 information aside from the fact that they're all back towards spawn.
Well, didn't get too
How do they
much
try
for
to
it.
work themselves out of this is the question.
Sandy
very far forward,
Starlight
up
as well. Thank you
halls.
so much for the prime. Appreciate that.
Nothing noted quite just yet.
Thank you, thank you. Welcome into the
It's not
Slug
being
Club.
made.
Info.
Yeah, Oilers and Primers.
I mean,
Carrying me.
Suspicious about this.
Yeah,
Got
even if they go
gifters,
by, though, that A
primers.
site is relatively empty.
That's pretty much the reason we're
RP's
here.
just looking to survive. He's got the Hunter's Fury.
Here's the wall set up. Creep up the rope. And what is that shot from Munchkin? Snaps on, takes him down. As that is borderline miraculous. Pit now
Yeah, that is
Gen.G
not
go for the plan. Carpe
yeah.
going away, not getting revealed.
And they're
Trying
not
to
going to be able
spray
to stop
through,
this,
trying
and
to
it's the
find
good
his straight
Viper
action
where you
scene
have a
again. He
cubby
does
over
get whittled down to
towards
50,
here, and
however.
look at the minimap. I mean, how are you even...
Trying to get some kind
I
of
swear to
reveal
God, Carpe,
through
don't
that
use
pit.
your
The
ult.
Hunter's Fury is
You might
available,
be
trying to
tempted,
flush them
but
out,
it's so fine.
Right here.
It's a rough position as they wait to try to get everybody else over here onto the site.
Recom is like the
Silver
only
as
thing
well.
that could potentially win a
Lots
match.
to worry about.
You're picked off. Izu able to find one off screen. Saya player watching, turns his back away, works his way through the double doors. Everybody now
People are just
making their way
everywhere
up onto
after
site
the after
as
plan
there's the pull
util
in.
is just too
Come into the
strong.
snake bite. Wall does fall though. Munchkin able to find one. Karen going to be noted there in tunnels. Texture goes dashing forward. Inside player finds a headshot.
no, he's
The defuse
holding it.
It's being held. They can't interrupt.
Oh
it,
my-
can they? No, they cannot.
Holy
T1.
hell!
They just
That
hold for it.
in That should never ever be happening. What do you reckon? Not enough people over towards A main, so they couldn't hold the actual ult, so he had to get forced out of the ult, and then he drops it. Yeah, there was too many people maybe. And then the Sova didn't want to use Sova ult because they were like, well, it's a secured round, right?
The kill on Detector as well.
Oh, that's a
2 kills
massive
through
error,
obstructed
man.
vision. But at the end of the day, Munchkin, he had to leave the pit. Sure, it drops, he gets 1 kill, but
That
that's
is
so much
massive.
time lost, so much space given up.
They're going to be
And now
kicking
look at
themselves.
these
They
ultimates
really
on the side of
misplayed
T1 to
it.
answer right
They
back.
had to have an extra person here.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Well, Viper, I don't think there was, I don't know what the util was for here, but Viper, because Viper was on their own, Viper felt like he couldn't stick in this area because it's not like a normal area where you can see. It's such a sliver that your whole screen is green, I think, and you can't see anything. It's like when you're like right on the edge of it. So he didn't want to stick in the ult because you can't see anything, and your body's just sticking out slightly. So as soon as there's no one to protect the Viper has to leave the ult, and then everything crumbles. The shock dart don't one-shot anymore, and that is a disaster.
They have to clear Saya, because if they don't,
I think Sova should always be playing on site, but it's because Sova has ult that Sova decides to play off site. Shouldn't ever need to use the Sova ult there.
I mean, Gen.G doesn't have any map
Oh man,
control, quite frankly.
it's a massive
So the one guy
melt.
they saw, they have to eliminate him.
This kid's been crazy good as well.
Take it down. Texture able to open things up a little bit over towards A as he does find Izu.
Whoa! Look at him go. He updrafts into window.
Munchkin here in window. Yep, just has to abandon the poison orb. Jumps back.
30 seconds. They got a Viper
They
ult
suspect
here.
it though. With the pit, this is the only option to pinch in because B is absolutely clear. 20 seconds. Obscure it. Spine time.
Should be it.
It hits its mark. Push up.
Damn, bro, the spike.
Spike now. Stranded.
Oh my god, he would have done it.
Everything to do.
Right?
No time to get it done.
Yeah.
Drifts away.
Oh.
Out into the open.
Holy man, T1. T1 secured Shanghai. And Gen.G messed up on this. Holy chat, Saya had an absolute map. And bro, what a
This team was at the risk.
what a
of
roller
not
coaster for this
making
team.
Playoffs. This
Yeah,
team
they went
looked
up and down
absolutely
heavy.
lost during
The
regular
change of
stage, and now they
IGL
are
really
the
paid off.
first Representatives of VCT Pacific reclaiming the hype that
Okay,
they
well
built
then we
up
get
during
one
the
team that gets
offseason,
upset.
proving
And it's
to
going to be
all the
Gen.G,
doubters
PaperX, or
that they
DRX.
simply needed time.
The time investment, the investment of belief, the effort put in to shifting over to Extra.
Who's at IGL now? It was Carpe, and then they switched like 2-3 weeks ago. Pretty much once they had 2 games left to Extra.
Set for this team versus Gen.G. It was a catastrophic difference between the squads, but T1 have proven us wrong today.
Man, Rossi's pumped, bro. That's sick, dude. Yeah, I'm happy for him, man.
Competition once more.
Listen, I was one of those people that had high hopes. At the beginning of the stage, I expected T1 to go to Master Shanghai, but this is an upset for sure.
Oh,
Absolutely
for
is. Obviously,
sure
things
an
are
upset.
not over for Gen.G. They will find themselves in the lower bracket, much like they did back at kickoff. But T1 sitting pretty in that upper final. But we still have to figure out who their opponent's going to be. And we still have to have the action broken down by the analyst desk. I'll pass it back over to Mika.
I don't know if we were expecting the upsets to be done. Now that that week of upsets, that weird week is over, apparently it's not, because we have T1 now taking down Gen.G to book their slot to Master Shanghai.
This was bonkers. I mean, from the get-go, it really felt like they had a good read, you know, doing a good job, not letting that op of Texture really do a ton of damage. They were really working the map nicely, really taking advantage of that open space that's left open on the B site without the
Okay, so
Cypher,
potentially
really
the brothers are there.
your entrances and things like that.
Or is
Yeah,
it
there were
like
couple
a
good
is it like a
responses
thing where
from
only one
Gen.G,
brother
but T1 overall
can
just
go
absolutely incredible. Never
can go
really
to the
had
Masters?
any problems with Karon. On whatever
be the
site he was
first
holding,
time.
on whatever map, it really felt like they had a good read on his positioning and how to deal with him. Yes, he had the crazy, you know, 4K with the Sheriff and the pistol around here, but
Say
this
that.
was just a great game plan today from T1.
Dude, I was saying the
like,
PaperX are
again,
gonna win
every single
Shanghai. What if I
player
was
had huge moments like
back in the wrong brother?
Just incredible stuff on the harbor on this map. Really got to hand it to him, but some huge moments
Go
for
back.
everyone. I mean,
Go
talk
back to
about
Flaming
Carpe,
Paper X,
solidness,
bro.
the
Paper X
entire
are
series,
fine,
he
dude.
uses some huge clutch
I'm not
moments.
even
Saya
worried
player, I
for
think
him.
goes without saying, like his map of Breeze was incredible.
I'm telling you,
can
they
see
can't
that
win
even in his
Shanghai if they're not at
mouse
Shanghai,
movements,
so they
he's
have to be at
confident,
Shanghai.
Taking aggressive lines, winning with those risks almost every single time. He just felt kind of unstoppable, and even down to that really exciting last round as well. T1, as the caster said, very much not expected. They almost didn't make playoffs, and now they're at Masters Shanghai. Like, how did this team pull off this kind of thing?
Yeah,
But I
it's
feel
sick,
like,
dude.
again, starting yesterday, they started their huge run. They're really feeling themselves. They come into today. They were the underdogs, but they played their hearts out, and GenG just weren't ready for them.
I mean, it just goes to show, right? Just like as William said, they just needed a little bit of time because not too long ago we were saying like T1, man, they look lost.
The only game now, we got
really
DRX
tough for them
Paper
as they
X
head into
next.
playoffs. And now
Same
here they are,
stakes.
The first to really, you know,
Winner
secure the slot
winner
into
goes to
Masters,
Shanghai.
into Shanghai.
Loser will play
And,
GenG.
You know, as
Who's
you
my
mentioned, it goes
pick?
without
I
saying,
picked
Saya
Paper
player,
X.
but how they were just
Dude,
able
call that.
to
Of course I
deal
picked
with
Paper
the win
X.
conditions of GenG, right? One of which was
But I'm not
texture
too
popping
confident
off.
in this
They were
one.
just able to shut him down so many
DRX been
times
looking
that
cool.
he wasn't able
I
to
hope
take
the
those
Paper X have done a
duels
lot
that
of
would have led the opening for GenG for so many times.
prep
very
because
rarely
DRX have a
did
lot
it
of new
feel
stuff.
comfortable for texture. I mean, he had to pull out some crazy stuff just to even get one kill in a lot of those rounds. So this really causes a lot of problems for GenG. It felt like they started to try to press there towards the end where they were trying to make those hero plays happen. They were getting stuck in bad spots, and that's credit to T1. Good usage of their utility and things like that. But that's a real problem when you are relying on, yes, you know how good these players on GenG
So whoever
are,
loses the
but you have to
remaining
start relying
match
on that.
against
That's when things
GenG
go
is
sour,
out.
because
The
when GenG
remaining
was at their
3
best,
make
we saw it on
Shanghai.
Sunset,
Yes,
is
that's
when they're
correct.
playing off of each other. That's
4
truly,
teams,
the best
only
version
3
of
can
GenG,
make it.
but This was
1 misses out.
this was a great job by T1. Really
7 out of
dissecting
7
them,
post plants.
identifying pretty quickly, like the
7
late
out of
lurks
7
and things
post
like that
plants
GenG's attacker
on
side.
Breeze
So all those pieces of the puzzle came
is
together.
kind of crazy.
Yeah, even if you didn't watch the map, you can see
This
from some of the stat lines here,
is
like GenG
kind
almost
of
doubling
more
in terms of first
crazy.
kills. So they were
Bro,
like,
the
again, Breeze,
individuals
sometimes you have some sick
really
shots, you get
stepped
some
up.
big wins that way, but even
This
from
was huge
behind,
as well,
T1 was
right?
Still taking some
That
big
was
rounds. They
the-
had, you know, a clutch, a thrifty. They had
That was
some
the
excellent
eco weird
post-plant
buy.
situations and setups. So again, it really just comes down to the team diff, like the team playing really well as a whole on the side of T1, whereas GenG did look a little bit lost on this Breeze. I was expecting a little bit more from them. They looked great on this map in the past, but man, T1 were just too good today.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You have 13 first kills on the side of GenG.
Yeah, that's
And
that's
T1's
actually
like,
true.
It's all right. It's okay. That's fine. You will use it as info, you know? And I feel like for T1, they know that, okay, GenG is stronger together. What we'll do, we'll pick them apart one by one, very, very slowly, in a very surgical way.
365.
Final map,
I think,
bro.
well,
Final map
who
to
is it
get
on
him
the
to
side of
Shanghai
Paper X?
goes
Said, like,
25 to
383 and they're
13. 5 first
Yeah,
kills.
Yeah, it was
Maybe
Jing. It was
three,
Jing. It was
something,
probably
and
Jing or
13-0.
something. Yeah, yeah,
Or
yeah.
something, yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Saya got in at 13-7. He got 365.
Well, I am not surprised, especially with like how many rounds he was just able to get so much value. He would not only would get like, you know, those openings for T1, he would turn it into like
3-hour
4Ks
warm up,
sometimes.
bro. Yeah,
He'd identify
dude. Maybe he takes 5
really
hours
well
to
and
get
take
to his
advantage of
prime,
it very, very
right?
quickly. Like, you think back
3-hour
to that
warm up.
3K with the Blade Storm,
First map.
like his ability to
Second
just
map.
understand, he's like, okay, I got
6.
the kill
Run the
on back
5-hour
site.
mark.
I'm gonna press for arches
Is where
and see if I
is
can
where
catch him
Saya
off guard, and he
really
does, and he picks
hits
off
his
2 before he
peak.
finally gets taken down. It's his
He's
instant
gotta-
reactions, the 1v2
He's gotta
post-plant
maybe
that he
add an
had
extra
was
hour.
Really, really clutch. The way
Extra
he kind of
hour
identified
onto his
the positions,
warm-up.
He was so fast, just breaking his own wrist.
That he
there.
hits
was
a
going
peak
so
like
back and forth
second,
so quickly.
third
I mean,
map.
That's what you need here from T1.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, it comes full circle because we talked to Data earlier and he was talking
Let
about
him
how you're being
scale.
proactive and reactive. Now I'm seeing like T1 probably masters of that because
Best
then
of 5,
they
yeah,
know when to
dude,
hold
best
back.
of 5, he
They
breaks
know
the
when to
kill
be
record.
aggressive, and they know when to kind of like, let's play it a little bit safe. Let's just wait a few seconds and then we'll strike when the moment is right. That's why you see them now on stage as your winners for the series. So let's send it over to Jen, who has T1 on stage with her.
Alright, let's turn this one up. Cool moment for them.
Thank you guys, and that is right. T1 is heading to Shanghai. I'm standing here with T1 Saya player. Now, massive congrats, Saya. You guys are the first Pacific team to lock Shanghai. Now, despite the rocky start, you guys still proved yourselves and made it to Shanghai. So, what does it mean to you? How do you feel right now?
We start regular season is like really bad, so we had a really like bad momentum, but we know we have a really good result in scrim, so we just like keep focusing on it. So and then we made it today. So I mean, I'm really happy. I'm really happy.
I think that kind of started to show since yesterday against Team Secret as well. You guys were more confident, and you know, one thing that everyone on the team kind of talked about during the interview is having that scrim performance, having how good you guys were in practice, kind of translated onto the stage. What do you think kind of enabled you guys to do that out of all of the sudden? You know, what clicked?
On that, honestly, our head coach Autumn pointed it out. You guys like didn't properly like transfer like scrim performance to match, so we really like didn't notice before.
Okay.
But Autumn Autumn help us really a lot. So then we change a lot.
Okay, so it was that prep talk from Autumn. You know, he's been
really
he told us that he's been putting a lot of time, you know, staying up late in bed before the match, trying to think of what to tell you guys. I guess that kind of worked. So great results today. Now, when it comes to your performance individually too, GenG Solo actually said in the Korean pre-match interview that shutting down Saya on that operator would be crucial for GenG today. Nothing was able to stop you on Ascent and on Breeze. You know, 20 kills in the first half, just alone as well. What was different for you? Did it feel like it was an extraordinary day that you were able to do anything?
To be honest, first map was fine because we played team game properly, and then the second map I played really bad. Also, they have really good counter for scaling, so I got fucked. Oh, sorry, I got punished. And like third map, honestly, I just thinking, okay, I just believe in myself. I can do it, and then I just like come back.
Yeah, and with that, you guys are going to Shanghai. We saw Izu kind of shedding tears. Carpe is so happy. What were the talks? You know, we only had seconds before the interview, but what were the reactions from the T1 guys?
We are really in family mood, so everyone's like really emotional and then like really happy. And I don't know, I cannot say it. I can explain it better, but we are really happy.
So it's gonna feel like a family trip over to Shanghai as well, trying to put up your best performance for each and every one of you. Now, next stop would be the winners of the PaperX and the DRX match. Who do you think is going to win, and is there a team that you would prefer to face?
Okay, honestly, I really want to beat them both.
Yeah.
Because they're a really strong team and a good team. But I think PRX is gonna win today.
Oh, okay. Is there a particular reason?
See, you can blame him, chat, not me.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you for your answers. And also, congratulations once again. And best of luck in the next matchup.
Thank you so much.
That was Saya, everybody, with the post-match interview. Let's head over to a little break, but
I
don't go anywhere
influenced him.
because we have the
Not a
RX
chance,
rivalry matchup happening once again.
Saya
PaperX
curse, that's what I'm saying,
and
bro.
DRX facing off.
That's a
double
Saya
season.
curse, man. He played so well map 3, though. What a beast. He can curse all he wants. Okay. Let's spam some ads. Back in a little bit, chat. What's the time? Chat, I might get a little bit of food, so I might miss a little bit of pre-show. But obviously I'll be back for the match. Back in a bit. Oops. The leak. What even was that?
When we are apart,
If you want to watch the other maps as well, the maps that have just happened, the first and second one are there. Third is uploading now. You tried to close that window, that's so funny. I'll be back in a bit.
was bright and new.
I just want you to be more patient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
let's go. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ立ち日グループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Faster. Faster, harder, higher, go. Faster. Faster, harder, higher, go. Go. Faster. Faster, harder, higher, go. Faster.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Pacific. We are heading into our second match of the day, and it's going to be a classic one. DRX versus Paper Rex. Who is locking in a slot to Master Shanghai to follow T1? We are seeing DRX right now. You know it, Paper Thin. They want to make sure that the world knows they are back and they're ready to represent Pacific in those international tournaments. You heard Stax. He always goes.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know Stax was a little bit angry at me that I was keeping him from going, but
How
I
dare
think,
you?
yeah. But I think he might be able to push past me on this one. They've been looking so darn good this year. It is truly impressive the way that they've come together as a team. Everything seems just so different with them, and I mean in very positive ways, where they feel more relaxed on stage. They look like they're having fun. You listen to their voice comms and some of the content they're putting out, and they're just joking around with each other, just making fun of each other, just like, oh, like they'll argue whose aim is worse today, and like things like that. Like they're just out there having a good time, and that's really important for this team to have those vibes, to keep that good mentality that helps Stax as that IGL as well. Stay focused on the game. So I have a lot of high hopes for DRX right now. This is, again, I think the best I've seen them in the last couple of years.
Yeah, definitely in a very strong spot. I think that the addition of Bane was actually fantastic for the vibes on their side, and Foxy9 has really been stepping up on their side. I think he has 2 MVPs already in this regular season. So we'll have to wait and see how these two younger players will do when it does come to playoff time and up against a big opponent as well.
Definitely a big opponent. As we, keep saying, Paper Rex right now, they're pretty much, when you say Pacific playstyle, you think Paper Rex at this point. They've coined that chaotic sort of style that makes people want to watch VCT Pacific, right? And I feel like going up against DRX, it's sort of, I guess, nostalgic for them, but at the same time, it's a new feel because DRX does feel, as you mentioned, like very light. They have Bane also, who has been putting up the numbers. So is PRX prepared for this, especially since DRX and PRX, this is a matchup that we know that it could take a while. It could. We could be going to a map 3. We might as well say it already, actually.
I think we're going to a map 3. I have very high confidence in both of these teams, so it is really hard to predict who's going to win. Everybody's looking good on Paper X right now, so this is a team that is also, just like DRX, in very strong form, as you would expect. But, DRX is looking for revenge here. They lost to them in the finals of Pacific last year. They lost to them at Masters Tokyo the last time they faced off. They lost in the offseason at the AVL as well. So, there's all these things right now that have been going Paper X's way, but it feels different now. It feels like this is a different DRX. This feels like they've got kind of a better read. They've often had Paper X's number. They're a team that, like Team Secret, understands Paper X's style because they played them so damn much.
Especially since these two teams, I remember DRX did mention this in an interview before, but this was last year, that because they're tied so closely to Paper Rex, DRX's style has actually evolved thanks to Paper Rex. Paper Rex actually have actually been molding them and vice versa. And that's how closely tied these two teams are, right? And as you mentioned, there is a score to settle. Termi did also mention that they were looking forward to this match because they want to get revenge. And I think that, because the fate of these two teams are, again, they're pretty much arm in arm every time it's VCT Pacific. So every time you see this match, it's either playoffs or finals time, or it's Masters time as well.
Yeah, I like the point you made about, kind of learning from each other. It feels like every really strong region has a bunch of strong teams at the top to kind of learn from each other and kind of build from each other. That's how the region gets strong in the first place. And these two teams have been, as you mentioned, linked arm in arm for quite a long time. It's important to note we had that graph at the bottom. It did go right to left, actually, from older to newer matches. So Paper X definitely getting the better of DRX in the recent matches. But it's kind of an interesting point because I feel like, especially Paper X, we're having some great times so far in this regular season, but also they had some shaky ones with the re-addition of Jing, and he looked a little bit shaky, but then against their match, in their match against Talon, Jing was putting up some huge numbers, and the team really seems to be kind of flowing once again and really trending on the up and up. So really feels like both these teams trending up and up right at the exact right moment and right into each other right now.
This is the perfect moment to be on a high, but I do want to mention, of course, Paper Rex, of course, they came from that 13-0 earlier, but as we mentioned during the pre-show, right, Paper Rex did come out in the press conference yesterday and said that, okay, it actually wasn't as dominant or one-sided as it looked. For them, it felt like it was pretty intense. So I don't think this is a Paper Rex that is pretty much, overly confident. They do know that they do have to build back something, especially since Jing, he also admitted that, everything is still an adjustment for him at this point. Even down to the chairs feel a little bit different. He mentioned that as well. Everything feels like he has to catch up at this point.
It's still not the full Jing that we are expecting, right? He's still not quite 100%, but he's getting there very quickly. I mean, on Lotus in particular, he looked very, very comfortable. So I'm kind of curious if that is actually going to be the map that DRX banned. So the big difference between these two teams, Paper X perma-bans Breeze, but DRX is willing to ban their opponent's strength. So they'll go for a map that they think that their opponent is better than them on, and they will try to take it away. So I could see Lotus, I could see Sunset, potentially maybe even Bind, because that's been a little bit shaky for DRX. Even though they're winning it, they're still not looking, in my opinion, 100%. And those are the maps that absolutely could be taken away here from Paper X.
Same with Paper Rex. I mean, they did lose to Talon yesterday on Bind, right? That could have exposed a lot of strategies on the side of Paper Rex. It goes to show, even dinosaurs bleed, Valdez. Did you know that? Dinosaurs bleed.
Well, I learned something new today.
All living creatures, plants bleed, and even plants plants kind of.
That really caught me off guard.
Sometimes they
It's like,
do.
what?
It's like the sap or something.
Exactly, yeah.
But going back into our maps, right? You know, Alex did say that they haven't revealed everything that they've prepped quite yet. And DRX are coming from a few days off, so they've prepped something for sure. So this is another match which is really, really hard to predict. Perhaps we'll get a better clue as we jump into our map select, which we are just about to. And I like that you pointed out as well that DRX are feeling a lot lighter as a team. I think this is something that a lot of people actually, you know, maybe might say that, oh, it doesn't really matter, but it actually does, especially if you're on a stage that big.
But I think it helps their comms too. I think it makes it easier for them to kind of say what they want to do and rely on it. So definitely it's made a huge impact overall. Across the board, even the coaches have talked about how Bane's nature has kind of influenced them to be a little bit lighter, a little bit more fun. So yeah, the Breeze ban to be expected. The big question here is, what is DRX going to ban? Okay, Sunset, sure, that makes sense. I thought either that or Lotus. One of those two maps for sure was going to be Paper X's choice. I think this one just is probably the map that DRX feels a little bit more comfortable on, and feels like that they saw enough yesterday that they can maybe punish this too. To leave it open.
At the same time, Paper X obviously he looks very strong on the Lotus, the 13-0, and then the Ascent is going to come out here from the side of DRX, and Paper X is going to start on the defense. We see Icebox going away, and really the last question is, do DRX elect to play on Bind? And the answer is yes. So they say, well, Paper X is strong on this, but we have not been defeated on this one. We played it a bunch, and so they're going to leave that one open. And should be a very awesome kind of
map 3,
a
gentlemen.
classic one between these two.
This is going to map 3. I mean, I looked at that Ascent and I'm like, oh my gosh. Especially DRX on Ascent has a lot of history, right? So I think we can pretty much expect it. We're going into Lotus first, though. How are we feeling about this? I mean, DRX and PRX, I feel like I wouldn't call it like their absolute best map. They're not too bad, but it's going to boil down to the execution, right?
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit tough now for DRX because you saw a different agent composition yesterday. The Breach, I kind of suspect might have been a anti-Neon kind of pick potentially, because you might expect Talon to go for that with Governor. So you might go back to the kind of stock standard here for Paper X with Forsaken on the Cypher. So I think that DRX is going to have a pretty good read on that. Like, the real question for me is going to be the pressure that like Foxy9 is going to be under. Like, he's been okay as a Sentinel. He's really good in 1v1s. That's like where he really excels. He's pretty good at lurking. His site holding is going to be put to the test. Him, Mako, and Bane are all going to be under a lot of pressure today, so it's going to be up to them to react to things properly. When do you back off? When do you try to take those fights? Those are going to be really important decisions that they're going to have to make.
Especially against this team, right? Heavy firepower. And Foxy9, I do agree. He's been performing very, very well on the Sentinel role, but you're going to have something. You're going to have Jing. You're going to have Forsaken on there. And not to mention, Divine Mind Freak have been performing very, very well as well. So, gentlemen, this is going to map 3, but who is taking this? Have your predictions changed at all after seeing that map select? Let's bring out our predictions right over here. So it actually is evenly split. It's not too much of like what happened earlier in the series. Congratulations, by the way, Chubby Ninja, for that. You are the seer for this week. But right now, it is pretty much evenly split. I feel like, again, this is so close, though. This is like 49, 51%.
What was this for the game before?
DRX, they're very consistent, very
He's
strong
still on
team.
his
They look
lost
great in
streak,
regular
or?
season, but as you mentioned before, like how is
It's
Foxy9 going to look
Lotus-
under so much pressure? How is
Lotus
Bane going to look
Ascent
under this
Bind.
pressure? Can they stay consistent? That's a big question for DRX. On the side of
Lotus
Paper X, I
Ascent
feel like they're a
Bind.
pretty streaky team at the moment. You know, they can 13-0 you, or they can
Ascent.
just drop
Paper
a
X is
bunch
gonna have
of
a rough
rounds in a
time
row
on Ascent,
seemingly
you
for
would
no reason,
imagine.
because Talon are finding angles, and it's like, where was the team that just bopped them? Like, how did
He's on a loss
drop
streak,
map
4 in a
2
row
after
now?
13-0?
Oh, no.
How does that happen, right? So maybe some, Alex slamming the desk moments to get them back in line and keep them consistent on their streak.
So,
But
Chad,
you
just
know,
remember,
if they can come out strong, if they can show
Saya
the,
and
higher highs that
Asarai.
Paper
You've
X
got other
have,
people that
potentially over DRX, then maybe Paper X get a nice early lead, and that's enough to bring them across the line. Otherwise, I
quick,
think
it's not too late
consistency
to
of
switch to
will
DRX,
bring
dude.
them
I'm
to
telling
the
you.
win in the best of 3.
Ooh, what about you, Paper Thin?
I'm confident,
I
man.
think it's a slight edge for the form that I'm seeing from DRX. It looks a little more stable. They look a little bit more cohesive as a team so far. you're still having some of those issues where
Rules
PaperX
don't
gives
apply
up
to
space and
PaperX, that's what I'm
information,
saying.
and
Same
it
thing as
doesn't
classes.
click mentally. You know, we saw that round
Nothing
on Vine
applies
where
to them.
Talon wrapped all the way into spawn and PaperX had no idea. Things like that PaperX is kind of notorious for, unfortunately, is kind of their Achilles heel, where sometimes they're just not fully engaged mentally.
They can tunnel vision.
Just realized you
Yeah.
still don't know who the
That's something
PaperX
that DRX is
IGL is
really
ever
good
since
at punishing
Benkai
and
left.
really good at taking
So
advantage of.
Forsaken,
I
okay,
think there's
so
just gonna be a
I'll give you an
slight
update.
edge
Forsaken
here,
came
but
in
the
stream, he
execution
says that he
for
does
PaperX
sometimes
is gonna be
70%, sometimes 30%, a lot of the times
But as
as
we
well
know,
something's
this is a
calling a
match
lot.
made for
And
VCT
then
Grand
recently
Finals, and this
they've been
time
saying
it's
that
gonna be
Jing is
for a
now
slot to
calling
Masters
because they want him
Shanghai
to have a
and
lot of
DRX
confidence and
and
play
PRX.
around how
So
he
let's
wants to
take it to
play.
the stage for
So
our final series of this day. We're in
that's
for
a lot.
big one, everyone.
There's a lot of
Strap in.
you take that how you want to take that. The hive mind is the easiest one.
사실 저는 일부 리그에서 뛰어본 적이 없기 때문에 좀 떨리기도 했고 무섭기도 했는데 그냥 그런 생각 없이 제 할 것만 잘하자 이런 식으로 했더니 오전 전승을 해낼 수 있었습니다.
DRX back on top against Gen.G. 너희들 벽쳐라 사랑해.
기존에는 스택스 혼자서 오더를 하는 DRX였지만 지금은 제가 중간에서 많은 도움을 주고 있고 서버더로 그래서 서로가 더 좋은 시너지를
This guy does everything.
Is going to win it, and it's a 13-0.
Second caller.
Obviously,
Vibes
we
guy.
weren't aiming for the 13-0,
Now he's
you
fragging
know,
out
but
heavy as
it
well.
happened, so yeah, obviously we feel very happy about it, you know. I think for Talon matches, maybe not just them, but I think any other teams, I would just focus on myself, you know. I don't really care about.
아무래도 페이퍼렉스 때 포세이큰 선수가 저와 비슷하게 플렉스로 팀 내에서 모든 역할을 다 소화하면서 교전력이 상당히 강하다고 생각하거든요. 하지만 분명히 그런 선수도 이겨야 제가 1등이 되는 거기 때문에 분석을 잘해서 제가 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
I mean, when it comes to DRX, it's always about teamwork. I mean, no pressure. We beat them before, you know. Hopefully this time we'll be able to do it again. And yeah, hopefully we can be on our 100% performance and move forward, you know.
저희보다 잘하는 팀은 없다고 생각을 하고 있고 어떤 팀을 만나든 저희는 다 이겨버릴 자신이 있으니까 누구든 그냥 들어오시면 될 것 같습니다.
DRX had no loss because they haven't really played us, you know. Stacks, yeah,
Forsaken and Divide primarily calling.
Headache, you know? Like,
Okay.
we're gonna make you punch the table and stuff, you know? Yeah.
Why is it so different every time from different people? I swear the whole team goes around telling different people who's calling. But that's what I thought. That's what I thought like last year. That's pretty much what I thought, because I thought Divide did a lot as well. Forsaken's for sure the main caller.
The uncrowned champions.
Forsaken does the
They've gone
most.
through the
I think
regular
that's safe
season
to say.
as the only undefeated team, and even with some new members, this team looks poised to be the year's Pacific champions. Can they keep that streak to claim this series
Yeah,
against one of their biggest
Mako is
rivals?
playing.
Can they do it against
Mako's
PaperX,
playing
a team
incredibly
that's
well
going the
as
Pacific
well.
playstyle, a team that's consistently shocked the world over with power plays and some of the heaviest firepower that we've seen on the VCT
Just watch their
stage.
comms
The
video.
team
Dude,
might
that
be a
would
little
probably be the
shaky,
smartest thing
but
to
as
do.
we've
Is
seen,
that
PRX
I
at
haven't
their
actually looked into
shakiest
that.
is still one of the
That would make
scariest
a lot of
teams
sense,
to be
though.
up against. Paper Thin,
It would probably
there
make too
is
much
no
sense.
underdog in this series. We're looking at two teams that are already
Maybe we just keep
practically
guessing.
hovering over that Pacific trophy. Who's it going to be?
I don't know. I mean, I think maybe DRX, but this could also definitely be the rematch.
Teams from
we've
each
seen in the
region
Grand
we're
Finals.
down
These
to
two
4.
teams looking
So 3
strong.
teams go to Shanghai. At
It's
the
just a
moment in
matter of time
Pacific we've
before
got
they
4
hit that
teams.
peak form. You just gotta hope that
And
it's
3 of
DRX,
them
you know,
make it.
you're able to
3
shut that
from
down,
each
keep it in
team.
check, keep
3
that
from each
pace
region.
a little
Shanghai.
bit longer. Termi and the game plan gonna have to be great. You know, the other players are gonna have to kind of keep Bane in check. You know, things start to go sideways, it's gonna be on them, you know, to help keep his mental there. I mean, he's been great as the Vibe guy. Now you never know. I mean, if he starts getting punched, he might kind of falter. So I'm really curious to see how this goes.
We've already seen this playoffs bring in some big surprises. This one, though, I feel like whoever wins,
No
it's
Tommy
not
suit,
gonna be a
bro.
big
They've been
surprise.
every
DRX
single
wins,
time
like,
he's wearing
oh,
a
that makes
jersey,
sense.
man.
Paper
They've
X
just
win, we're
been
like,
wrecking
oh, okay,
people.
that makes sense, yeah. All
When
right,
he wears
yeah.
the jersey,
And they were really on
his
form
timeout
today,
is on
and that
point,
makes a lot of
and
sense. So I think it's really just
this
down
big
to who's got the
impact,
better
and the team just looks
mindset
great.
coming into this one, who can hold their mental strong and not Raphael under that pressure.
And you can hear the crowd over there. They're on fire. They're cheering.
Dude,
for
last week
both
he was
teams
wearing a
equally
hoodie,
as
man.
well. And
He's
it
a
just goes to
changed,
show how
he's a
powerful
changed
both
dude.
of these teams are. So let's get into the series. Let's toss it on over to our casters, William and Achilles.
Thank you very much. We keep throwing around the terms El Clasico. Some orgs are trying to adopt the term El Clasico. This is one of the other El Clasicos. A meta one between Gen.G and T1 earlier on across a couple different games.
Yeah.
But this one here in Asia, these teams have now clashed. It's going to be the 9th time. The record at the moment, 4-4. 2 of those events not in VCT. And if you go ahead and take those out, the record's still 3-3.
Yeah.
So these guys are very well versed with one another. Get to see which one comes out on top. DRX haven't had the better of PaperX for the last 4 times. It's been those streaks coming
I'm not sure they're.
I mean, pretty much, you know, the meta shifts happen, and DRX haven't been able to keep up ever since
this could backfire,
old
man.
retake Vision Strikers disappeared. But now they're trying to answer
This could
back.
backfire because we know we know their attack is good, but this defense
but it's not just explosive for the execute.
could literally be like a 3-round defense side.
That DRX, they will have to calculate this very well if they want to answer back on this Lotus.
And PaperX, I mean, just looking astounding on this very map. DRX, of course, will have been watching, will have witnessed that 13-0 that PaperX delivered to Talon. Still decided to let it go through. So obviously, maybe not.
They haven't shown any of their defense stuff, yeah. But I mean, they're going aggro.
Very solid ideas about how to play
Like, I get that they haven't shown any of their stuff, but you know they're going aggro.
Look, it was this is a composition that PaperX had never run on Lotus prior to that matchup yesterday.
And if you see a Sky Dog, or if you see a Boom Bot, you pretty much run, because you imagine this util's going in, and these guys are following it up.
Different for DRX with Stacks in the crew. One of the OG breaches for sure. So DRX surely well prepped in this first map.
Going up against the most OG breach of them all on the opposite side. Granted, he's playing Fade, but guys, this game is ready to go, as are we. So let's hop
Okay,
into
PaperX on
Lotus,
defense, DRX on attack. Winner goes Shanghai, and we finally get to see this comp on defense. No info Sentinel.
No, the majority of the fans here organizing their shouts for DRX, but we hear a little
The
bit
more
of an
map
answer
control
back from
that DRX take, the
Though
harder
not in
it's
the
going to be for
classic 1,
PaperX.
2, 3 style of the Korean fans. They're there. Their voices will be heard. And Buzz with the half armor. DRX has been really going for these boss buys on their pistols, really making sure that Buzz is there ready to fire.
Barriers now dropping. Util will fly. On up over the top here from DRX as they go pushing forward already. Roll back from Forsaken and something. This was in position for the connection, and there you go. Flashes out. Players caught. Mako only able to answer one back, but loses.
Yeah, that was nice, though.
3 of his teammates.
I'll give him that. That was nice. That's a nice, let him take A. Do you know what's kind of cool about this? Because I wonder if DRX was like slightly expecting them to fight over towards A main, because that's kind of what you think with the Breach, right? Most people are thinking, well, Breach just means that they can just stun and take all of this out. But actually, that's loud. They actually stunned the back line and then had the person ready for the lurk. So this is a great sign from PaperX, right? They changed it up. Not that they changed it up, but they do the least obvious thing, which is a late crunch over towards here. And they knew that DRX early on are going to be trying to exploit the fact they have no Sentinel, so they have one waiting for the lurk. So at least they're on top of the weaknesses and on top of what DRX are going to do. And I like the fact that they crunched this. The stun was beautiful. Like that.
Push up. Holds in for that orb. Trailblazer, not sure how much it spotted. A couple players had been playing back, but should have at least seen 2 around the corner.
Well, the thing is A main already you're past the toxic screen, so you have that information. You're still holding at a distance over by B. You've secured the orb, and you've denied any sort of information from out. So DRX, you know they have to rotate. Door opened up.
First flash sent, paint shells flying in here from Jinx. Snappy on the headshot. Bane gets taken down. Foxy9 dead as well. Mako once again able to find a singular
They were
kill
allowed
here.
literally this death.
Spike stranded now in the
And
site.
honestly, something can go down as well.
Shots across, but eventually
Or
they
one
swing
person
in.
can go
Mako
down
will
and he
find a
picks up the gun.
full flash
Oh my
on
god.
Mind Freak, but eventually will
He
be
ate
able to
the
steady
flash.
that aim and find the kill. So 2 rounds
Just
to
gonna
start.
check because this should be an
PaperX
upgrade.
overall,
There we go,
pretty
upgrade
casualties
in,
thus far.
and the bonus is gonna look not too bad. You get 2 rifles on top of
That's
this.
not the surprising part, but I think the fact that PaperX are willing to just send Jing in through the revolving door, things like that, when you have the weapon buys, right, confident in the paint shells and what it's covering the coverage from behind him on the other side of the revolving door. That way they still have a bit of a mini crossfire, still back up to trade. And then you just keep them tied up with the jump peak. Something comes in from A. Overall, you realize the magic continues from yesterday. That pacing from Paper X, it's not going to stop.
Okay, and this should be a drop. Okay, they do. There's an extra person that could have bought a rifle, and they do actually buy it. I was wondering if they're going to just full try save for op or something crazy.
He's just completely being ignored by Paper X thus far.
TRX, they're constantly still setting up defaults to see if there's a push out, but this is an
Look
absolute trap play
look
from
at
the other
this, by the
side.
way. It's literally the pistol again. They straight up leave over towards. Ooh. Bro is committed. But this breach stun is getting them so much.
There, the baby door. Been going to be spotted. Forsaken comes away, not taking any damage. As for now, DRX going to be cutting sound, but still advantage very much here in the hands of Paper X, just given the HP. We know how accurate they can be with those Spectres. They'll make it look like a Vandal.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And they'll be moving while they're doing it, so just some things that only Paper X can do. But this is a good rotate. You know that you've already have the crossfire set up from Paper X over
push forward, though.
Door. Yeah, this is early. And you have to suspect that this is possible. You have to suspect the rotate might happen, too. Paper X doesn't play traditional.
Because there's no protection on those weapons. Some are recovered, so rifles in hand for the remaining two players here. Spain spawning, yep, both of them here.
Fault line.
Fault line, getting the stun. That interrupts the plant. Now they have to pivot, work their way over to C, but already door tapped. Very well aware of this one here.
Those things are going to chase through B, but they're both already here on the site.
Foxy needs to hold his own, and he does.
What an absolute shot this was. This is going to be a close round up until that shot.
Last one standing. Buzz at 9 around the corner. A paint shell to play off the tap of the spike.
Ooh, hold up.
Pushing in towards the Killjoy, and Buzz swings out from Waterfall just in time.
Sick round from Foxy here.
3 players lost,
Massive
though.
duel.
Still bloody, but DRX, they do get themselves on the board. They can breathe a sigh of relief. They are no longer in danger of getting 13-0'd.
Well, the Death Talks about Foxy 9. Can he keep up with the members of Paper X? I don't think that's the concern. Overall, as a team, Paper X still one step ahead, but Foxy 9, the snaps are good, and he keeps them afloat.
Yeah, he had an absolute round.
About the best we can give him, because obviously that was their buy round. It's not the cleanest.
Hey, Op goes, what the hell is this?
Out for something.
Op goes out, we got an Op, Sheriff, Stinger, double rifle.
Absolutely disgusting flicks put on display.
And now they actually play someone over towards C.
They very much want to try to clear him off the angle.
He's going to go for this.
Op stash.
Swings out, shot.
Whoa, that is a leg shot.
Mako there in the leg. Obviously unhealable damage here for the side.
Yeah, and they got nothing to stop them from execing into sites. So this is going to be happening loads, where they just go proactive once they lose a bit of map control, and that's very nice. Kind of got them locked in, so now they want to take some map control, and it looks like they're going to take the risk over towards Waterfall. So there is a chance that Buzz wins in this round.
Swings out for a little bit more, puts some damage across, but cannot find a further elimination. Bane punishing Mind Freak. And as the door swings. Now the double approach swinging through, they will be able to take him down. Stealth, Devi, and Forsaken both tagged up. Something approaching in from
Something played this
Waterfall.
very well, though.
Take him down now. It is all on Stacks to try to hold the line and get themselves this round win, but he's only going to get himself a
we gotta look at something here. So he gets the leg shot. He goes back over towards Heaven once he knows they're gonna duel the site, right? Then they smoke this off, right? Smoke, exec. He holds the smoke for like what, 10, maybe less than 10. And then once he realizes no one's pushing and they've taken behind, he knows they're gonna take map control because they gotta take map control. It's like what you're conditioned to do. If you turtle on the site, you're gonna lose. So, and then because they haven't reactively taken Heaven, he rotates all the way around, knowing they're 100% going to be waterfall, because that is how teams have to play. They got to take some map control, and then he just literally just waits for his team to make distraction and shoots the guy in the back. Like this from something here was very smart. Very, very smart. They're super aware of what should be happening and how to play against it. It was sick. I love the reaction as well, like aggro C, spawn a lot of people, aggro towards B.
Buzz now ready for that. Something finds a shot, does get punished as Mako recovers the rifle.
Who did they lose? Buzz though? Duelist for Duelist? We got a lot of ults to retake. Seekers into Razor. So they should be tempted to use it onto these rounds, really. They know their attack is strong, so they could just overuse ults knowing that
correct positioning.
Get some rounds and it's all good.
Full flash in, but now Stax is tucked in behind the box, ends up getting taken down. Showstopper the dive in. Bane, look at the headshot, takes him down. Devi, however, finding Mako, dropping the pit. Hold on to the defuse to spray across. Bane able to fish for Forsaken. That all comes down to Mind Freak. There's the first, and he cannot quite find the second.
Holy, you could maybe say that Jing went a little bit too aggro on this one. Insta-sent it with the ult before, like maybe the dog got used or anything got used. It's nicely done again from Foxy. Got a lot of big kills.
You realize that it was 2 people by Baby Door. There's no other trades coming in. Nobody to fire back from the revolving door, so they move quick.
Yeah, and they ended up using Seekers and Razor and lost.
Rifle back and forth between the surviving members. Foxy actually sneaking in that Phantom right before the last trades as well. Gives him the firepower. And there's that energy. All focus on Bane as he's really been able to keep
they gotta relax themselves a little bit,
high throughout this stage.
Says they absolutely send it. He dodged. Oh my god.
2 players very
so many numbers behind it. Holy, that is the slowest Paper X round. Longest Paper X round I've seen.
Really just breaking IGL's heart, right? You just got some footing again. You're thinking, all right,
flash into dash, avoid the Omen flash with the dash as well. Yeah, what is this, stun across the line?
But you don't expect him to go passive and still get extra kills. That ruins all your approaches. And now that's the early timeout.
That was cool though. The stun down the
after 6 rounds of play.
The stun from B was great, huh?
Attack side not going their way quite just yet. While this map did used to be defender-sided in Pacific, when you're playing against Paper X, you need everything you could get when it comes down to that attack half. Have your work cut out for you when you shift over to the defense. But a fantastic call. I mean, Paper X,
I think they got to be ready for this. They got to hold the default for a little bit. You might see, you know, that wall back of spawn. You might see someone up there all the time.
That is enough for
DRX
to want to intervene.
And I think one of the biggest things is obviously, you know, Bane saying that he's been helping as a secondary IGL, and we've seen the magic that can bring for DRX. But same thing happened to Talon yesterday.
This wall, you feel like you got to be holding some of this, maybe.
To even discuss. Just round after round, it's relentless. So I really like the.
I mean, I feel like all 10 of these assists are from stuns, right? This stun like this has been doing bits for Devi with the double kill, happened on the pistol as well. This stun, similar story.
You got stingers and a judge.
Like Forsaken's Utah right now has been unreal. We're on round. I mean, we're on round 7. It's only just starting, and he's on 10 assists.
Already though, 2 in position, just alongside that C door. Creep up comes in, Devi shifts over, try to reinforce, and there it is, tap on the door. Nothing spotted, they hold back for now. Forsaken does send out the fault line. DRX staying stagnant, staying quiet.
Judging the afterplant could be strong, but they got a higher lower here.
Not gonna be spotting much. There's the bouncing entrances.
Wait, Buzz got that kill still?
Find 1 there, Devi cleans up 2, however. Devi will get himself a
Devi's looking great as well. I mean, this is a good shutdown. It looks like Paper X have really good reads at the moment. Kind of looking to the first 3 rounds where they left C all the time. They didn't even go over towards C. On this round, double stack over towards B. They are on top of what DRX like to call and do on this.
You were past the toxic screen on A. You saw nothing. So even Jing starts to rotate back towards stairs. And now everybody's eyes are already on B. And you've been cycling through that breach util just to make sure back
maybe I have seen
there.
that.
DRX has no idea.
Wait, no, I think I have seen that.
That they've been read like a book in that previous round.
Chat showed me that. I remember
now it's just going to be rebel pressure again with the fault line. And I mean, you just have to respect it every time. Even the paint shells come out. And DRX, they will always start each round with 10 seconds already down on the clock.
I like this call from DRX though, right? So they just got wrecked over towards B from a double stack. And they're like, well, they're not going to do that again. They're going to think that we've been conditioned, essentially, to not want to jaw this angle. So they walk in towards B. Like, this is pretty much, you know, when I talk about teams getting wrecked on a site and then you call hit the site again? This is pretty much the same. What a shot. Lovely trade on this. This is pretty much the same thing, though, right? Just, we got wrecked here, let's go here again. Should be weaker.
Foxy9 from behind will be able to take him down. However, the deadliest member of Paper X is still here nearby, and that's going to be Devi. Jing, however, dead, leaving
a
Divide all on a
1v3
slow
into a 1v2,
So
and he
let's see if
he
can try to
popped
clutch this one
Seekers
up.
early,
Seekers to chase.
and
Clear out on one, knows that he's playing close, needs to get the others here.
well,
Divide works his way around it
got
onto
a
the
lot
site.
of time for this.
He knows both of them are out and mound. So that smoke not really getting the value that they wish. Both
He's doing
Nanoswarm's
great.
gone as well.
Nano's cleared up. There's the tab. He wants to try force him in one after the other, but
Hey,
Foxy
I mean,
will be able
Foxy
to get that
again, bro.
headshot
I
in the
feel like
end.
Foxy 9's been
DRX
a big
again,
part of all
bloody.
3 of these rounds.
Keep 2 players alive.
Who was the
Themselves a
person that hit
third-round
his
win.
first shot?
That shot from something.
Was
I
it
almost
Mako
thought
that hit
round
the
was just over from
opener
that,
in
just
B?
'cause
That
It
was
was
big.
so quick. Yeah, well, and it was against Mako, and it was the one side that they had control over. I mean, everything seemed to be going something's way.
Yeah, that was a big pick.
Dig in deep, but DRX starting to play a little bit out of their own shell as well, right? They're not the old DRX. They don't always wait. For
Love
a
the
perfect
cool on
util
this though.
setup.
I feel like the cool is
They'll
great.
go for these silent lurks. They'll start to open up the map a bit more. They realize
Definitely
that
like
People
5 is a lot,
has been
man.
moving very
I wasn't.
quickly. This is a very
I would have
fast
said
adjustment off that
if they got
timeout.
5 at the
Jumping
end of
ahead to
this, they
something.
did
He's
great.
crept up just outside of B. Mako.
Like, look at the amount of gambles they take.
At the moment. They have
D
anything
is
to try to scout for
open
this
again.
Mako.
Got a
He's just
judge
gonna blind
close.
clear.
He's trying to keep a wide
Playing
angle.
contact, and he actually swings out wide enough.
Yeah,
He's able to
Mako's
get
on
the
top of
headshot
that.
before suffering any damage. A major punish found there by Mako is now DRX. Get ready to open up this C side for the taking.
Man, Bane actually just tried to
And it
step
should
forward to
struggle
make sure
now,
that he
right?
matched the
There's
pacing
no one.
for the paranoia.
No one to get info behind. They can be anywhere. Like this Lark should get a lot from
A
Mako.
little bit more, finds that punish. Looks like this round will certainly, now certainly is going the way of DRX.
And now the lurks, they're all set up, and Mako, he's online, ready for it. He was the one trying to keep them in the game the whole time, but now...
Divide a challenge and win.
Okay.
13-4-5 here.
Goodness, 13-4-5.
I got to hear from Divide ahead of the game started.
Yeah, he's
saying, I don't wanna
fragging
think about
heavy.
anything
Really
else other
is.
than my own play. And clearly, he's very much dialed in on that at the moment. The spike will detonate, though, and DRX this time significantly cleaner on the round victory. We'll move up to 4, bring this within touching distance, and because of how scrappy these rounds have been, cash not aplenty on the side of Paper X.
Yeah, and this always seems to be the case for Paper X, quite frankly. I mean, they could be absolutely dominating, and then they'll still just barely have
Alex
enough
getting
creds
involved.
round to round because a
This
lot of
the,
it, again, focuses on trading. Obviously,
So
back
maybe
at
we
kickoff,
hold-
Paper X versus GenG, that was some of the scrappiest
Maybe
we've
we
seen
hold
in terms
C.
of credit management.
Maybe we
DRX,
fight C.
Not so much the other side.
Wonder if they have
So warning
wonder if
is
they have
you about
more
the
set
judge
strats.
saying, yeah, it was a judge, right? They're starting to do those things. But I think that early timeout, the adjustment, understanding that Paper X has just been swarming the map within the first 30 seconds. The good adjustments, right? Not just waiting for the push out, but starting to try to meet them halfway. These are good default adjustments from DRX. And now Coach Alex trying to make his own adjustments off of that.
Let's see what he comes up with. There's already 2 timeouts burnt, 1 apiece. Before we jump into round number 10.
You're gonna have to imagine the DRX are just gonna be holding
Honestly,
here.
That's what you love to see.
5 person sitting in spawn.
High level, strong understanding of your
At least for 10
opponent's type
seconds.
gameplay.
That's what I'm calling here, because he's
Again, I mean, the 9th
gotta
time
be
that
aware
they've
these guys
clashed
are gonna
overall.
send it.
Granted, yes, some roster changes for sure, seen throughout the years.
yeah. I'm
still,
tanking. I'm turtling up in spawn right here
identity-
if I'm DRX.
It lingers.
Yes. Oh, for sure.
Let's see.
For sure. I mean, especially because, you know,
I mean,
the
them-
coaches
they're kinda chill
haven't
with it.
really changed. Sure, you know,
They at
from
least don't
all
wanna
the way
take
back
too
in the
much
day,
map
you have the
control,
addition
looks
of
like.
glow from player to coach on the side of DRX, but the philosophy of leadership has been consistent for both sides.
About to try to check forward, but something ahead of this. And
Whoa.
drag across, second bullet.
Yeah,
connect.
and that was
Dead.
pretty
Bane
impressive though.
looking forward.
But
Bit of a stranded position. Trying to TP out Jing.
Jing's
rushing
a
forward, looking for that punch. He'll find
lunatic.
it. It's Tax. It's
How
not steady.
on
That aim
earth
whatsoever.
does
Jing
he get
collects 2.
both? I will
Yes,
never understand that
anticipating
one.
this. Does get the catch on to something. So Foxy taken down. Clean up blast pack. Sent. Spike taken. But
Look at
blast
him
pack
go.
not gonna do you a damn thing, son.
Oh my
Buzz
God.
ends up falling as Jing will collect 3 in
Do
the
you reckon the
round.
timeout was to
And the timeout here for
literally
Paper X.
tell him
Or
that
this
this
match
is a
gives
thing
them
that
a
they
6th round victory
default
here on the
use
defender's
boom
side.
bod and you can
Yeah, it almost feels like
the boom bot
Stacks
won't
maybe
check close,
imagining
right?
the smoke might last a bit
If you pop
longer,
your
or
dash
maybe
early,
just
you might be able to get a
forgetting
kill.
that Paper X,
Because he
they're
popped
always
his
going to
dash
be one
like
step
real
faster than
early
you
once
imagine,
he
right?
saw
He
the
thinks
boom bot.
Bane's going to be safe after that shrouded step. You don't see the swing during the animation. So he tries to back off, get a
They
head
at least
start.
they at least have a
And
bit
Buzz,
of pressure
I mean,
over
he just had
towards
too
C
much
now.
he had
Like,
to do
this
there,
was a
trying to
nice
survive,
round.
get kills, pick up the spike.
This is so. This is how they
But
play
now,
C.
ults on
It's
both
so
sides.
reliant on something to just
Quite
be an
healthy,
absolute beast.
But definitely looking a bit scarier on the side of Paper X, if I do dare say.
But I think that's okay.
That rolling thunder,
Like,
not anything to
he's
scoff
like-
at.
He's actually so good that I think that's okay.
A little bit of util sent out towards A, but Prowler now flying on this side. They know they to shift it over as something spotting out quite a many few.
Okay, so DRX, they realized that the early breach util wasn't there, so they are able to bait out the fault line, but you still have to account for this rolling thunder. Seems like they're in a position to try to bait it out. They're not going to rush into it. See if the reaction is there. It comes.
Rolling thunder gonna hit on everybody.
He
Oh,
dashes
no.
forwards.
Two quick kills.
He dashes forward. Dude, look at the breach util as well. The flash on top to make sure this guy can't trade it out. Man, the fade ult had the smallest gap, like in this little box. And it's the only position that something was in. He's just hanging over towards this area. And fade ult goes in and it literally just missed her.
Still all out of love. Obviously,
I think you'll see it from his
rivals,
POV
but
now.
DRX definitely isn't feeling a bit of that right now, as they're already down 3 rounds in the first half.
Bro,
See if they
it's
can
so
at
done
least
on
stabilize
individual.
7-5. I mean, sure, that's not
Yeah.
too bad. You know, yeah, you're on the attacking side, but all things considered for Pacific, wouldn't be the end. But Foxy9, now just with the Sheriff, despite being the top frag, he gives over a
Oh,
Vandal.
I didn't get to see the replay, but
A buy over
there
to
was a
his
little gap, I
teammates.
promise.
Phantom, it seems, over
And
to Buzz.
dude, look at the reads. They now know they're going to go aggro A, and we got 4 people going aggro A.
Jing. Shots across, Bane avoiding that damage for now.
Oh, this guy's so dead.
Probably to try to check. Taking a bit of damage now, Paranoid. Deafin swings out on the corner, Foxy with that Sheriff able to put one down. Mind break! 4 quick kills
Oh
delivered.
my god, that was unreal. That was unreal. Dude, that was like a frag movie, bro. It was incredible.
It's 8-4 on the half.
That might be one of the better transfers we've
That
seen.
is a crazy spray transfer.
Yeah, that
onto
might be
3.
one
I
of
mean,
the
up,
better,
down,
if
left,
not
diagonal,
top
everything,
5.
Playing tic-tac-toe on his own. Mind freak. He hasn't really needed to show much in this first half because his teammates have just been barreling through.
Dude, the
But he decides to
reads
take a
from
piece of
Paper
the
X here.
action
Felt like they
himself
did the right thing
before he gets left behind,
pretty much every
ending
round.
the half 8-4 ahead of DRX.
Guys, we gotta have a
Absolutely
replay with
incredibly
this.
hot start here from
Chat,
the
someone
side of
clip
Paper
it.
X.
Someone clip it. Let's
DRX
bring back
trying
to
to
the
fight back, but even the wins
bring back the
found
replays here.
Pretty much just the 1 out of 4.
We got
Somewhat
time as well because
clean.
they go
The
into
rest have
45
been
seconds.
Very hard fought, a bit of a struggle. Your signs flipped
Cat
upside
flashbang,
down.
watch
No,
out.
some-
3, 2, 1. Oh,
Says DRX win 2-0.
wait. We get it.
Obviously upside down. Looks like a different score there.
We're good.
He just goes through on the chaos. Oh, what?
Fourth kill.
That second and third kill headshots.
What the hell is that?
Just another Tuesday for him.
And it is.
Yeah, we'll watch
I
it
mean,
again. Wait, chat, flashbang, watch out. We'll go in
Mind
slow-mo.
freak and just sequential kills.
I need to see that in slow-mo. What are we saying?
Every team's got
Half?
one. And he's absolutely the one for Paper X. I mean, even for Forsaken scoreline, sure, he only has 3 kills.
Oh,
but
man.
14
That's impressive,
assists.
bro.
Incredible. Absolute value on that breach.
Damn, dude.
Just goes to show the style they've been playing. DRX, not too many assists on that side.
That's
Lets
crazy.
you know that they've barely just getting through on their own kills, whereas
That
Paper
was-
X, these
that
are all
was- that-
setups.
that was-
From that breach,
that
it's
was
all coming through.
nice.
The flashes are there as
Real
well from
nice.
Devi.
Paper X 1-0 in terms of pistols.
Now, bit of a death ball, but they're still going to hang back with the spike.
Breaks for now, just clustered together. Bane there alongside Rubble. Buzz nearby. Paranoia at the ready. Tap onto the orb. The smoke now dissipating. Sees one. Fault line sent. Does not connect here onto the Omen. Couple shots sent out. Divide going to be taken down. Buzz now trying to send the paint shells, and Bane's able to come up with 2 before falling. Swing out. Buzz
Yeah,
eventually does
solid
find something.
util from DRX
The
here.
positions get reinforced, and DRX
Here we got a
will
game.
be able to take down Paper
1-1.
X, tying up the count on pistol round wins.
So DRX playing a lot of mind games just in the pistol alone, right? Obviously early util to take Rubble control. but then you break Baby Door, but then you take the orb. So you really mask the numbers
Yeah, the
over by
Omen
Rubble.
Flash is big.
And during all this,
Who
you're
tanks
wondering,
this,
okay,
Jing?
there's still nothing. They're still not
Who's in
fighting
the
on the
corner?
orb. What could
Wait,
it be?
he didn't even get flashed.
But they're still peeking out
Okay,
of
I
rounds.
thought honestly, I thought Divide actually tanked the flash.
So quick. The Prowler right before this is really what secures the round there, allowing Buzz to stay alive and still get another kill. 4 Bulldogs now. DRX has been going for the FPX spy the previous couple matches, but now it's just going to be full buys.
Just the Sheriff here from Divide. As that Guardian rings out, Stack's the only one picking that up.
Drops the spike.
Send them packing.
They go jump shot the
alongside the door.
The alarm bot, but obviously he doesn't want to lose the spike, so he dropped the spike. They did hear it. And then now they're going aggro against an eco, and it's crossfire.
Finds one. Mind Freak still here around the corner, but
That's a good Prowler though.
Comes out. Sensor from Stacks. Counts the presence of at least one more. Turn from the flash, the push forward, getting ready to maybe come through here is Fault Line. Forsaken assessing where he wants to send this one.
Just too many angles, though. I mean, yeah, it's an eco, but you want to do whatever damage, or at least get the spike down.
I mean, any damage is good. Even a kill is big. They go 5 rifles this early.
You still have nothing to clear the Killjoy util over on C.
Well, they've confirmed the Sheriff now.
30 seconds left.
So it's just a fake then.
Okay. Well, Divide can just simply do that. It's staying now in a bad position. Has to try to get himself out to safety. All the flashes sent. Jing bouncing around the corner. Finds one. Guardian shots coming through. Has him lined up.
Yeah, I was going to say they need a hero, but that'll do it. Still decent damage, and
here on the round was absolutely monstrous. Jumping forward here onto the sight box.
It's still decent damage though. 2 guns.
Good lord.
Man.
Nice shots from Sax.
I mean, yeah, messy for sure.
Bro, he was
Not
tanking.
The type of finish that DRX wanted, but I think
whoever
goes
this
to
was,
highlight
he was
again.
just tanking all the
Helps a lot
classic
when you've
shots.
had someone helping with the calls a little bit. Stacks, he's had more moments that he's able to just zone in on his own fights. You know,
FPX are using
also
Clove.
having just more faith in his teammates. I don't think it's just Bane. I think it's the
that's
entire
the map
team
for sure.
understanding
What's the comp?
that they, you know, what values to call, you know, what to just make sure that everyone's focusing on their own game, things like that. It's freed up Stacks to find a shade of his former glory, now as the IGL.
Oh, well, these races about to clash. Buzz here against Jing, and Jing gets the better of him. The amount of damage exchange.
Payne is so dead, bro. Where you meant to TP to? Whoa! No way. He's out on 2 HP. Did Stacks try and save him as well when he took some strays to 57? That's insane.
What is that?
Whoa.
Oh, he saw him on the jiggle and he just pre-fires it perfectly.
Oh, wait.
It was absolutely disgusting. Now, Foxy.
Oh, Foxy had the chance to win this round.
The opportunity of a lifetime to get the catch on the 2, but we'll find a smattering of damage and need some in exchange.
Yeah, pivot over towards B. It's actually going to be pretty good. They're still in a alarm bot, though.
Pushing their way into this
Omen
site.
Harbor. Wait.
4 Vandals held Stacks.
The hell is this comp that you guys are saying? Omen Harbor, Clove, KO, Gecko. They're playing no Info Sentinel on Icebox. Why is the Harbor there? Why is the Omen there?
Wanting to try to push in, but Forsaken
There's so many questions.
finds that kill, and they know where the last player is. He's gonna go pushing
Yeah,
for
Foxy's gonna be gutted, man. He could have won this round with that push.
He's out of ammo on the Bulldog, pushes up with the Classic, grabs the Vandal, sends a couple warning shots, and then just looks to drift away.
At the end of the day, not terrible for DRX. But PaperX obviously just happy to continue the lead. They'll still keep 3 rifles. Everyone will have to reinvest into armor, though. So that's a little dicey.
The PaperX Lotus comp will get
3 of those
antied
rifles
soon.
carried
Yeah,
over
I mean,
from that previous round. I
the
think
problem
Maka's
is
going to be
like
very satisfied with that
they take so many
shot.
risks on the defense
Just disgusting.
that it's like you're gonna it's gonna be hard to anti really because they keep mixing up their risks.
Getting ready to collide.
Maybe there's some tells of like.
So there were just too many kills.
I mean, they're breach done off everything. It should get antied, but if they could just keep taking gamble stacks on their defense, I think it's hard to work out where they actually
are.
are.
Worry about if it's PaperX. If they're ever down on eco,
Then it's never like they use util to actually give up their info. It's like contact of the agent into it. But C looks weak. Like you should be able to spam like 12 rounds C really from what I've seen.
Pops those nanos. Jing taking quite a bit of damage on the entry. Paint Chill available. The K will expire. Foxy skirting around the side.
Oh,
Able to find a headshot before the judge can finish the job. Avoids the paranoia. Something pushing up the ramp.
Yeah, and they are not in a good position. I think they have to bail out of here.
Not within the sight. Everybody pretty much from
It's
DRX
Paper X, so they can do what they want.
The position.
And they're still watching for that lurk. You've still got the alarm bot. Main's still checking all the other corners. Divide will clean up one, though.
Foxy dead.
Wait, that's the person who's in charge of the alarm bot over towards B. So then Forsaken tries to take a timing, but the Omen spotted him. So Bane used an Omen flash. Now he goes, joins the team, and he has full util still. He can just dump all this util to win this duel. Yeah, there goes a stun, there goes a flash. Forces them out into the open, they gotta take duels. He literally came in and dumped all of the util, like every single bit, within 5 to 8 seconds.
He's got the jump peaks going.
Everything for him to do here. The young upstart. Guy found himself suddenly in Tier 1 Valorant. Trying to clutch against this squad. Finds the first, the swing in. He gets
that was the high HP. Once the high HP went down, I was like, hold up. 21.
He will put him
DRX got to eco this. Not a great pause to be in. Pretty much got to accept this as 11-6.
Oh, wow. That's how it happened. And on that kill on Stacks, I mean, Buzz, he was behind the pillar, but he's
they had to try to dodge this here. I mean, Paper X did
trying to swarm the site.
He just tucked in and then just waited for Forsaken to get over here. Then as soon as Forsaken's dumping util, that's when they start swinging, because they know people are going to be dodging utils, so kind of catching them out in the open. Pretty good.
DRX, the weapon's not there, so the retakes still feel
Devi,
great,
yeah,
but they
Devi's
don't
been
have
a
many other
beast, man.
options.
Reveals multiple. Cover at the ready. Paranoia going to be sent. Trying to stave him off.
I think that's been the main thing. Don't you feel like Devi looks... And I don't know, it must be like a chemistry, trust, or like...
Comes away with a kill. Tries to pull back and Buzz swinging out.
Com thing? That was huge, by the way.
That hero rifle.
But ever since Jing came back, Devi looks way better.
Spike now planted. Foxy with just the classic.
Like I think that's the big noticeable thing. Like these two look way better since Jing comes back.
He's not going to focus too much on the marketing side of things. He really wants to try to at least do whatever damage he can, then go to the spike. I don't think the spike is going to
Something? See, I think something at the end of Madrid looked pretty good. Like, if I take away something's first best of 3, he actually had a really good Madrid from what I could see.
With the blast pack,
but that first game wasn't great.
All crosshairs
but these two, in my books, are like really stepping up.
And then the main forces jump in from tree. Absolute great baiting from Jing.
Well, mercy shown here to Foxy9.
Okay. But this was going to happen anyway, really, considering the buy. This is where it matters for DRX.
Paper X not showing much other mercy than that.
Okay, and Coach realizes that, and Coach calls a timeout for this as well.
Catching a glimpse, Bane not realizing it here is something able to just get that slight readjustment to the left.
And then he needs a tissue. You might want to spit his gum out, maybe.
Whatever he wants it for, it doesn't matter. He's got time as the timeout comes in.
All right, DRX, their adjustments after the timeout in the first half were excellent. See if they can make the same ones now. Obviously a bit harder, letting Paper X run amok with the initiative over on the attacking side.
Clove. Well, first of all, we'll see what the score ends up being, but I'll do it on Monday, Tuesday this week. There's no games.
Adjustments that he thinks are
so
worth
I'm gonna do some Coach Potatoes videos, but I can one of those days I can do a stream. So we'll do a VOD review of it. We'll do like a short stream of it.
The coaches are. You have to suspect that Alex is
this week's like pretty stacked. I wait until Monday, Tuesday.
Played against him enough times, observed enough of DRX's gameplay, both regionally and internationally in the past, to kind of get a sense of, okay, these are the ideas Termi typically likes to go for on the back of timeouts. See if he's right.
So I was wondering, yeah, if DRX maybe just goes for a faster push out, right? Because they've been trying to respect, you know, they'll use the util, but they'll wait to see where the flood is from Paper X and try to react to it. So DRX, I imagine, might go for a heavier investment, but Paper X, they're ready for it. They'll match it, even the potential showstopper. And something's got to be up, and that's the death on C. Sight absolutely opened up They saw the util flying out over by the A side. Paper X, their sights
Pretty much the worst way you want to start your big buy round after a timeout. Seeker's overwhelmed. Stacks has ult to retake. Wait, he played sight? Wait, he's a god. Wait, he's a god. Hey, shout out to Mako for actually getting a kill here. That should never be happening. Stacks, you had your ult, but still good. Holy, that might have been a double. What a mental round this was. Okay, 6 chances. I can't believe Mako got a kill.
I mean, I don't
Stack
know.
sent it in. Can't believe he didn't use his ult, but I mean, it's a must-win round for them.
Or
So
at
I
the very least,
feel
maybe
like
they
he
just
should
thought
have been
he'd be
using
hanging
it.
back, you
And
know, against
then
the showstopper, just like you did
Buzz
yesterday,
gets
but
2
this
kills
jump
and
peak is
nearly
very
gets 2 if he
wide.
puts his ult
And
out.
something doesn't
And he
miss the beat
just
there. He's
goes
there for the
down.
trade
Like
on the side as well.
not even half a
And
second
that's
before he
just
uses
how
it.
quick they are. Buzz does his best. I mean, the double peek out of the smoke, it's a heroic attempt.
Nice, save up.
Every all player ever.
I know.
Straight into it.
Oh god, I thought he was going to hit it.
One for just a lifetime.
I really thought he was going to hit
Try
it.
to hold the rest of
Okay, well,
Paper
they've
X at
taken
bay.
aggro over towards A, so they can't go out here for a
So
little bit.
safely get himself over here.
3 people to do it,
Establish some
so
form
how
of
long
rebel
do they
control.
stick?
DRX did have the Nightfall, but they're not going to push it. Sure, the fault line is down. It would have been an opportune moment, but they don't have a pinch ready, so they don't want to risk going in just from one side. They now understand that the rotations have already happened for Paper X.
Second setup here on the smoke from Bane. He's trying to maintain control of A while Stacks. Walkabout over here towards B. They both end up falling.
Well, I mean, what can you say, man? There's
He
a lot
and
of
Mako
fast,
both
there's a lot of
put on the
fast deaths
floor
coming
by
out here.
Jing. Damage traded, but kills not found. Off in hand.
Well.
It's an easy shot for something. A decent way.
Wait, they're going
to go
into the
ahead
site
and
with this
snap off
too?
Map, it would seem. TP attempted out as
Maybe.
Buzz, finding one, can't steady it for the second.
Okay,
And Bane
well,
will fall.
dude, how many kills did
Closing
Devi
out
end
the
on?
last 2
He
kills.
was fragging
That is going to be
heavy.
still another dominant showing from Paper X on Lotus.
Yeah, it seems like people just can't really
Yeah, I
figure out
mean,
the
they.
pacing. Once the breach comes in, sure, there's
It
no
was good for
sentinel,
another
but
win.
Paper X,
People haven't
they've
got
still
their.
got all sorts
People
of
haven't
weaponry
seen
to
enough
watch their back.
stuff on their
Okay,
defense.
well, that's
Maybe
map
next
1
time.
done and dusted. DRX in a position where they needed to respond. We've got Ascent coming up next, but first we'll have the analysts break down all the action from Lotus.
Well, you guys heard Devi earlier. We're coming for you, bro. That's what he told Stacks, and that is exactly what happened. I don't even know if I should be surprised at this point with all of the plays that we saw on that map, because it's just Paper X doing Paper X things once again.
Yeah, it was just like quintessential Paper X, and I think in general as DRX, you're gonna have a tough time here in this first map. Whatever it would be, whatever you don't ban, they're gonna pick either Sunset or Lotus. which
FPX
are
game,
very, very
chat.
strong
We'll
maps
do
for
a
this
we'll
team.
do a VOD review
It's
of
hard
it.
to deal with their tempo. It's hard to deal with their pace. You know, you can
We'll
see
do
at
a VOD
times you
review
have
of
some
it on
crazy good
Monday.
shots from DRX, but really the speed and aggression that Paper
Is it
X
actually
plays with
looking
is so
decent?
difficult. If
Oh
you
god,
make
they're
one
winning
little
with
mistake,
it.
if you don't connect one time, I mean, think about that Foxy lurk where he comes out of C, gets 2 players out in the open, but because he kind of has to readjust his angle a little bit on his first shot, all of a sudden he's screwed and
There's
he
no
can't do anything.
readjusting.
Yeah.
You just don't think. Just keep shooting, keep firing. That's the Paper X style.
Yeah,
I mean, at the end of the day,
that
it
sounds
just
about
felt like
right
a
though.
very
It felt like it
Paper
was
X
pretty
dominated
heavy.
map, obviously, like we've been talking about, and you can see in the scoreline, right? 14-5 in first kills, and it felt very similar to the map that they
Can
played
I upload
against
the VOD
Talon
review
on
to
this, on
YouTube?
this
You might
map,
miss it.
except
Yeah,
that
sure.
DRX,
That sounds
like
like a
you
good
mentioned,
idea.
They were hitting crazy shots. They were fighting back a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's still an extremely Paper X one-sided map, essentially. You know, some rounds here and there taken by DRX, but especially in the second half, they just looked kind of lost. Paper X is, I mean, the shots they were hitting, like Mind Freak's spray transfer the one time. Like
Gabri, I think
something
I've
the
seen it
entire
before.
map with the
I remember watching
operator.
that stream before.
GenG just really solid once again. Looks like he hasn't missed a beat from his match against Sound. So, yeah, I mean, Paper X really scary. We always knew they were going to come out strong here. Even at the beginning of the map, we were like, okay, Paper X take this first one. I think
6
the big
fast
question
kills,
is what happens on the
21-7.
map. Because, you know, I think DRX can certainly bounce back and have a very strong Ascent and potentially win it. But Paper X, certainly, it looks like, you know, the streakiness I talked about, they're currently on the good streak, and they're only going up at the moment.
Well, we saw what happened yesterday. It's not
Dominating map,
completely
yeah, I
over
mean,
yet,
it's-
but
it's
as we can
crazy.
see, you know, of course, something
Like,
on
that
board there.
is-
Not too surprising indeed.
Look at
Foxy
this,
9,
man.
though, he was holding his own against
This as
you
well
know,
is
Paper X in a
impressive.
lot of rounds. It's just that, again, Paper X is Paper X, and we keep talking about it that way. But like, for example, right, you bring up Jing as a player. There are certain skills. Ideally, in the world of Valorant, there are certain skills, certain utility that you can use to kind of like stop another player, right?
Okay,
That
chat,
doesn't
we'll be
work on
back in a
Jing.
little bit.
Like,
We
like,
will
that
be
doesn't
back
work
in
on
a little
Jing.
bit.
It's like, oh, throw a satchel, throw a snake bite. No, Jing is immune for some reason to all of those.
Well, Jing understands the micro movement in this game in particular so well. Like, he's so good at repositioning himself to avoid your utility or to avoid your angles to give himself a favorable situation. There was one where he gets onto rocks at A really quickly, and there's a DRX player waiting in A main, and he just kind of gets the first one, repositions himself so that follow-up player doesn't have a favorable angle against him and has to wide swing, and he's just dominating him. I mean, it's things like that that make Paper X so tricky because they're so confident. They understand not only how to be aggressive, but the proper way to be aggressive. And there's very few players and teams who can play like this, as we've seen across the global stage. There's been some who've tried to mimic this. No one's really been successful. And again, going back to like how to deal with it, it's so hard for a player like Bane. Everybody in the world that comes against this team for the first time almost always loses. And Bane here struggled, and this is why, because it's so hard to understand how to play against them until you really do on stage. You can scrim against them all you want, but on stage, they are a different animal.
I think it's also because, like, you know, these two teams haven't played each other for some time. So in terms of like the DRX PRX matchup, they might be a little out of shape in terms of facing each other, right? But I feel like because Paper X are such instinctive players, what Alex mentioned about, just, turn off your brain and just shoot. It kind of is true when you have players like this that work so well with just, out of instinct, we'll just spray transfer, we'll just rush in and everything, and they don't even need to talk.
Yeah, I think if you're Paper X, you want to come out firing and kind of bringing that crazy momentum you had from the first map into Ascent, because this is certainly one where DRX can hunker down. They can try to play it slow. They can try to play it standard, and they're so good at that. We saw that they were hitting some of those really nice shots on the first map, but again, very much Paper X dominated. And I think if they can bring that kind of feel, that kind of vibe into the second map, I don't think it really matters what the map is. I think Paper X will probably just roll over any team at that point. So it's going to be interesting to see if they do bring out the Sage once again. I wouldn't be too surprised, given that it is Paper X. So, and it is going on to Ascent. So could see that kind of fun composition that they do bring out from time to time.
Yeah, I wonder actually what they're going to be doing here, especially since, Jing usually, just insta-locks the Raze, but will he be on the stage over here in Ascent? Are they still going to go for a double duelist, and will something be on the Reyna, which we've seen in previous Ascent, compositions on Paper X? And for DRX, right, they, I believe PRX is starting on defense on this side, so it's also like, they don't usually start on defense, but for Ascent, it's a special case just because of like how the map is.
Yeah, it's so defender-sided. And we could see the Reyna, right? They brought it out against DRX in the finals of the Pacific League last year.
Once upon a time.
Exactly. Yeah. So even though they didn't win, it went to overtime and they lost on it, but still, it is an agent that can give DRX some problems. You'll see teams try to use it against them from time to time because DRX used to be so reliant on their protocols and their set executes and things like that. But this is a different DRX this year, so I don't think we're going to see any differentiation from what we've seen so far on Ascent from Paper X, which is one map, but I think we're still going to see the Sage.
Not too much, right? So yeah, I do think they might bring out the Sage. But another question for you, gentlemen, is which team is going to be taking more rounds in the first half? Yes, that is our question for our guess and gain segment. So is it going to be DRX or is it going to be PRX? And keep in mind, of course, that PRX is starting on defense here, so it might not be what people expect.
Yeah.
What you thinking?
Well, I mean, viewers certainly affected, I think, by the way the first map went, and they're going pretty heavily in favor of Paper X. I think it does look like an extremely one-sided match so far towards Paper X, but I don't know. I don't think it's that one-sided in terms of going into this map of Ascent.
All right. Well,
we gotta choose.
Let's pick up our props over here.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
I guess I'll continue with my meta.
Okay. All right.
The meta.
On 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm with the viewers on this one. You guys are my partners for
I think
this.
you're right.
Yeah.
Actually,
I
guys,
see where you're
the name of the
going.
game is Valdez in game, so the meta is actually to just do whatever Valdez does,
that is
because
So I'm good then.
regardless of if I'm right or wrong, I'm always right in this game for some reason. I don't know why, but it's certainly working out so far.
You've been kind of like a silent assassin of sorts. It's like, I'm just here on the desk, sitting here. Oh, by the way, I'm
keep
up
winning
here.
flips.
I'm up here in Radiant. And you're here on the desk at the right times. It's like strategy. It's a strategy that a lot of other talents here would probably want to steal from you. But
I just think the DRX will bounce back. I think they'll have a good first half. I just think that it's not going to be a total wipe, but I could be wrong, right? Paper X looks great on that first map, so we'll see if they bring that same heat.
not to mention, PRX has been banning out this map, so they do want to avoid it for a very specific reason. We're gonna find out what that is as we step into Ascent, right? And going into DRX's side, we do know that DRX, they are quite familiar with this map. And I would say that, they're pretty comfortable, but this is a map that they bring out when they kind of want to steal themselves.
Yeah, and it's a good map for them because they read the map really well. They're really good at maneuvering themselves now. It used to be kind of an execute-heavy style for them on this map. They've really adjusted since then. I feel like Stax has gotten a really good grasp of how to push and pull the map more on this attacker side. And if they need to dial up some of those executes, they're still in their back pocket.
Yeah, and well, we're heading into Agent Select right now, so we're going to see if we have some big surprises over here. Paper Rex can be notorious for doing this. Will they do this right now? Probably not, but who knows? Anything can happen at this point. So let's see if we have... Okay, we do have Jing on the
we're
stage.
back.
That
Mr.
was a big
Fallon, hello,
question,
mate.
that I wanted
hello.
to see.
Wait, what?
Congrats, by the way. Congrats.
That's
Best of
not
luck with
an
playoffs.
This is...
Agent.
Yeah, what is this?
Wait, those are...
This is
Wait,
bizarre.
Viper,
When was the
Omen.
last time DRX didn't play the standard meta Ascent comp?
Yeah.
Where is
Viper,
Killjoy?
Sova.
Viper,
Where-
Omen,
What
Cypher.
is this?
Sure.
What year is it?
No drone.
It
Dude,
looked-
that's a
almost like we
fun,
stepped into Breeze, by the
fun
way.
time
Yeah,
against this
yeah,
no drone.
Oopsies.
Does DRX know what map they're playing? Is
Yeah,
it-
there's a considerable lack of yellow on this composition.
I guess maybe they have a read that they can use this Viper to shut down something, and the Cypher is there to shut down something, and I mean, there's nothing
You
that
talk
really
about
screams,
Lotus
like, get around
comms?
the Sage Wall with
Yeah, we
this.
get
To
some
me, this
weird
feels more
Lotus
like
comms,
a
then Mr.
take
Fallon
the site
appears.
and, like, kind of cut
What
off
is
the
this?
angles of Paper X and take the map
Peanut,
under
thank
your
you so much for
control.
the tier
Well,
1, man.
we're gonna
Appreciate the
see
9
indeed
months.
what these
Arson
teams
Val
are
as
up
well
to
with the
as
5
we
months.
step
Thank you
into
so much,
Ascent.
man.
Let's toss it on over to our casters, William and Achilles.
Thank you very much. Yes, here we go.
Do you know what's mad
A
about
big
this?
change-up
Is I
from
was
the side of
enjoying
DRX,
how much
putting
new
over,
stuff
playing the
DRX had
Cypher,
with the normal
playing the
comp.
Viper.
And then they go for a
Taking a
different
page out of
comp, and
TFM's
they're not
book, quite
playing a
frankly.
Sova anymore, and
Obviously not the
Sova's
race,
kind of
but
strong. So if you're
going for
Paper
that
X right now,
global
you
stall
can
and lurk
freely
possible on
play
both the
this,
attack and defense, which I, in theory,
right of
I
sight.
kind of like it, right? You know
So
that
let's
Paper X
see
isn't
how many
playing
of
the
them they
Killjoy,
use.
you
And
know that they're not
honestly,
playing the Cypher, so you can get around with that.
Wine's pretty strong to
Realistically,
play as well
the
right
question
now.
was posed, when was the last time that we saw DRX kind of stray
Yeah,
away
we'll
from
see how many
a
of these they
standard
kind of
composition?
start
Wasn't really
using.
since lock-in when they were running that double
There's
initiator.
no
Had the
Sova
Sova
is...
fade set up here
Also
on
just
Ascent.
means that rushing over
that's
towards B
still
might
somewhat,
be
you know,
pretty
excusable.
fun.
As far as the Viper's concerned, I don't know that we've
A
ever
lot of
seen
this is going to be
DRX
down to
piloting
Devi on
this.
attack, I feel
Let's
like.
see
Because if
how
a
it does
knife
look.
hits some of these agents, they
For
can just
now,
fully send
slow
it.
going here on the pistol, but it's a 5-man stack up. from
DRX going to have
DRX
like a
and Gelato.
good anti-KO
And that
setup.
Sage
Let's
Wall
go.
on B
About
lets
it.
Paper X know
Let's see what
that
they got
can
though.
just
At the
stack
moment,
over
all
on
over
A. They
towards
even
B
have
to
mid
cause a
control.
lot of
They're
pressure.
not going to see anyone stationed
And
outside of B main, so
they're
this should be a
trying to
pretty hard
create
read from
pressure
Paper
on the
X.
map because Paper X have
Coming
no
through
info
now from
sentinel.
something as well. They do have a trapwire set up.
But we have this wall here, which completely
Stay alongside
gives
this,
them
but
full
no, Quick
info.
clears it.
No, he just tapped it
Barely
so
fast enough there,
fast
Stax.
on this.
Will
Omen
avoid
Flash
getting
doesn't hit the
caught.
guy top of
It's
Jenny.
gonna be the dash up over the top of Mako, swinging
And
through, does manage to find Mind Freak,
this
so he
one
gets
fell
taken
apart a
down.
little bit.
Attempted to break here on the door. We soften that one up as the plant comes through from Stax.
Yeah, there's not
Goes
going
down
to
to
be
5.
no flank around from DRX, so they just
I
have
mean,
to hold
we've got a
on the
perma
site.
smoke door,
That
basically.
have armor helping keep Buzz alive with 55 HP.
So you could one-way this
0
into
point back
Viper Smoke
available.
there, so they all decide to go Heaven.
Fragment, send, try to
And that
force
flash
everybody
is
out. Oh, Bomb flash over the top
incredible.
as
And the
well.
timing of it
Looking
was
to find
so
one.
good
Taken
from
down with
Stax.
Forsaken. Comes up with that kill. Foxy trying to find the kills. Softens him up quite a bit.
Everyone's
Find
such
that
low
elimination.
HP that it should be fine.
Devi all on his lonesome
Yeah,
though,
something's
4
gonna be a little
HP.
bit gutted.
Will
Probably
gun
could have won
down.
this one.
Mako is able to find him, as well as
In
3
terms of
others,
the
or 2
pistols,
others, I should
it
say, in the round
is
for DRX to
2-1.
go ahead and take the pistol on Ascent.
Yeah, all coming down pretty low, but at the end of the day, a good pistol round from DRX. And the spy cam and the trap wire, they're able to still keep eyes on mid. The trap just barely saving them fast enough so they don't get
they're allowed 2 deaths,
completely
3
unawares
rifles, yeah.
on the flank, on the lurk-in from something.
Basically using that cloud burst as a bit of a one-way to just find that opening kill. Mako continuing to be clean. Yep, just gets the info, knows that he's going to be low. But look at this buy from DRX.
Okay, and DRX at least looking into some of how DFM play their default.
Yeah, the FPX spy,
And
they've really been favoring it on a lot of these maps, which is why I was a little surprised.
This is kind of nice though. Gotta have a strong arm to get Cage over towards short. The wall on middle, Cage on short for default, so you can save all the Omen
smokes. It's not really going to
smokes.
find much value. It'll be broken up pretty fast if GenG chooses to use it.
2 sheriffs in play though.
And
here
then
for
they
Paper
camera
X.
out middle.
One of them noted it over in mid.
We already see Paper X playing close middle twice because again, this is going to be, dude, honestly, once something gets the op out, he should be free
So you still have
farming.
the lurk from Foxy9 with just a classic. He'll try to hold on to any information in mid. I don't imagine he's ever going to peek out. He's just there.
We'll see
to
how
catch the
we'll see how
lurk,
DRX
see if there
deal
are
with that.
rotates.
Still needs to be Johnny on the spot, given that he doesn't just have that classic in hand. Dash forward, Buzz looking to take some space. There's the greeting though, as Devi puts down 2. Quick kills found, something
Oh,
to
boy.
as well. As now it is all on Stacks in a 1v2 scenario.
Kill at
Pinged
middle,
out.
there isn't a gun to pick up on
Finding him,
Forsaken. Maybe he needs to wait for his teammate. Does just get a little bit of info from this.
Plant door now broken. Stacks decently aware
All
of
the
their
guns are down
positions.
sight. Maybe something can get one.
He is. There's the swing forward, and now he's turning his sights away from Forsaken, who goes ahead and
Huge
finishes
rounds,
off.
man. Huge
And that is a
rounds.
catastrophe
Nice
for
shots.
DRX here. As
I
Paper
mean,
Rex
is it Mind Freak?
pull off the
The Mind
eco
Freak
win.
or...
Oh, the
Ding.
close hold.
Who hit all these shots? Did I hit 2, right? 1. Wait,
I mean, it's not Jing who gets the kill, but it's
Devi's a
Jing
beast,
draws
bro.
out the crosshair. And the Sheriff's ring true. Devi holding that long angle. It's an excellent setup on quad.
Yeah, Devi,
between
mate.
Jing and
Devi's not
Devi.
messing around.
And the paranoia, it
And
only
they picked up
eliminates
2
this
guns
one
as well, right?
side.
So they got
were
double
really relying on
upgrades, so
Buzz
2
staying
of their
alive
money
with
is
his
incredible.
Cloudburst over by
They had 2
quad.
of their money. I can't see it being 1.
Now GRX going to have to rethink things while they go through another eco.
Odin goes out over towards B, and we are just insta-walling B, and this is going to be so strong until DRX realizes this is here. Because this with an Odin is like, yeah, this with an Odin is kind of, it's a
Very
nightmare.
much known. Rotation around towards
You
the
want to
center
check
map.
on
He's gonna
top
be
of
coming
it,
in for
and later
DRX.
on they can bait the fact that they're on top of it as
Still
well.
hearing the poison cloud as well. So Forsaken just checking as they still see nothing over by A.
Okay,
Now
they
the
group up
wall
towards
should
here.
be getting ready to break.
Forsaken's on
the
his
1
own,
minute mark.
and he gets a recon in 5.
Shock card. Good damage found. Foxy and Mako both tagged. to
Yes, he's
175.
this. Does he get his
Early
recon
entry
off in time?
Beginning. 0 point sent. There's the ping on the 1. Shots across. Forsaken looking for that damage. Unable to find it there as Foxy9 will be able to take down something. Spotted the gun barrel. Goes back in with the ADS,
Holy
but
hell,
eventually he's
hold
gonna
up.
be overwhelmed. Jing now,
Let's
however,
hold up.
arriving.
Jing
Takes
got
down
an important
Buzz.
kill.
3v3 with a weapon advantage here in the hands of Paper Rex, but Odin recovered. Being held here by Foxy9 as he tucks back into boats, but now Bane dead. Jing hit up with 3, looking for the 4th, and he will have it.
Little movement on top of it as well.
Paper Rex
Just,
flews out
yeah.
on 2 members, but
That's
they
when
give
I thought it
themselves a
could get a
second round
little
win
bit
all the
close.
same.
The
And
Battle Sage,
such
a lot of
a-
the Pacific players, they said
such a
Jing's
stacked
who they
team.
think of when they hear that term. And here he's here to deliver.
30 seconds left.
Tell you what though, DRX should be kind of happy with this eco.
absolutely.
They at least got it to an
Now
okay
that he's leaning
stage,
into
and they
this
got
even
2
more
guns
so.
out of them.
With Sunset and Ascent.
Okay, now
Might
I
be a
think
part of
this
the
op
top.
should
Might
have
be
a
just
great
passed.
time. It's interesting that they're
yeah,
going to the
okay.
place
Time
where
long
the
since passed.
smoke is.
I mean,
So is he going to
Mako
just
back in the day.
absolutely send this, or is he
Also
trying to get a
very good
kill
with it
through the
over here in
smoke?
Korea as well. Yeah, Zest. We'll wait to see if that returns in stage 2.
Proper rifle v rifle round now. As the operator is in play, something going to be inching forward. Obviously, no KJ turret that you have to worry about clearing. This drone will just get spotted out.
Yeah, so with that drone out, you have to imagine that it's a plant over in B main, off or not.
3 people over
Usually gonna be the
towards
opposite.
B.
It's just a fast hit on the other side. But we haven't checked.
Yeah, and this is the corner that I'm talking about. You got no Sova, you can play top right of sight. You got nothing to clear this. And most teams, when they're going in, will always just kind of be. I mean, you just forget about it because the Sova means that people can't really play here, or normally a lot of times the recon's going to scan and kill someone
from
here.
that spot every time
So
they've played Ascent
we've
this
seen
year.
this one, we've
Always
seen
just
this
brings it
one.
out.
We haven't seen Wine yet, and I mean, B-main's been a little bit different. B-main's different because we've got the smoke here, so you don't feel comfy here. So I'm kind of taking away this. We've seen the main ones though. It's a nice understanding on like one of the most important rounds as well that they use this.
Shouldn't have happened.
Dude, this is what I love about Alex as well, man. I'm so confident this is Alex, or at least someone in the team. There is someone that just has a good understanding, and I feel like every team can benefit from this, right? We don't have this agent, we don't have this agent. This means that they can't do this stuff and this stuff's weak, right? For example, this one is the Sova, so they play here. Loads of teams lack this. Loads of teams lack this kind of stuff. I see it all the time where they just like, we'll play our own game, and they don't realize, like, they don't take into account like the stuff that you can do against this comp. PaperX aren't one of those teams. We saw this when we saw this on that Icebox game. I can't remember who they played. Or was saying that this team can't go yellow, and they played yellow, right? Like they're beasts, man. I'm pretty sure it's Alex. I think he's just great. I think he's very smart.
Absolutely unstoppable during the league play. But obviously they didn't have to play against PaperX.
One enemy remaining.
Get the attention, gotta get the fist bump.
All right, no timeout. Of course, an eco here. Just one rifle saved over. See if DRX can course correct. We haven't really seen the Cypher and Viper have too much impact on their lurks, on their global presence.
And this point catches pretty much everybody. Fine freak.
Yeah, now we see Wine.
Out, fragment sent his way.
And he can just get out of there.
Swing up though, Foxy 9.
It's lovely from Foxy, knowing that he's going to TP and that he can only be on that area though. And that is a huge round. We got some guns to pick up, and this would be great. I maybe wouldn't recommend playing here against an eco. That's like my only thing that I would criticize in terms of PaperX. I hate playing Wine against eco unless you have 3 people close stack.
To try to reposition. Not going to be able to really get the shots through that. Now Buzz safe. Smoke's coming down, double approach, getting ready to come through tree as Mako gets himself crept forward, but now Jing gone.
Imagine you have to save with the op. I mean, sure, your eco is fine, but doesn't seem very likely against 5 people with rifles picked up.
No, certainly not. Forsaken just gonna fish and see what he can find, any kind of damage, anything to knock back this economy from DRX.
Great round.
This time around, looks like DRX do have the upper hand. Solid setup from them.
Yeah, I don't like it against ecos.
Surely goes on the hunt.
We still see it, like, they're the 3 main pauses that you can, like, heavier play.
He actually does get something.
And we kind of see them. I wish they'd use this one on buy round, but so.
Swinging out, the ADS coming through, but no, Mako will deny it away. Picked up a vandal, put it to good use, dies to the spike. DRX get a second.
Yeah, and you deny that op, so it has to be a reinvestment if it's going to come through. Not actually going to be able to do it if you want the Odin as well. So now this is a
Chinese bundles? I don't think so. They're not out yet. It's this month though, apparently.
To get that kill,
that's a lovely shot, man.
Never let the foot off the pedal. Foxy 9 swings in. Then Buzz absolutely just runs through. Foxy 9 happy with the shots today.
This is a nice spot.
And as he should be. He's the one who's always trying to keep them in this right now. In terms of duels.
Ian Mako on the first map.
Yeah, and they now see a smoke landing over towards A, so they know it's a different default. This wall again, doing loads.
The switch up on the Poison Cloud, always used to contest for B main, but now it's A. And they take mid control. PaperX has a bit of a read on this thanks to the Sage Wall again, though.
All command coming through. Still this Odin that they're going to have to try to contend with and already stacks. Taking a bit of damage there on the entry. Still alive on his feet and his resible for the time being as Bane. Trying to intercept 2 players, but ends up falling to the wayside.
On that. And Jing gets a
double.
Whoa! He gets 3. Dude, he had done way more than he needed to, getting 2. He gets a first.
Excellent from the side of DRX.
Did he just 2-tap this guy lane or something?
In a matter of moments, PaperX, they pick up their 4th win.
And let's just be very honest, this play, the pinch in from Market with the null command, it's great if you're playing against Killjoys and Cyphers, right? You imagine they're hanging far back to counter the null command. But against the Sage, it doesn't really mean much. That wall's going up at the start of the round. I mean, sure, the null command's still going to be powerful, but it's not giving you the advantage you'd think you had. You don't have the pinch. They just can only watch Market, then they back off. The wall still has to be broken. Now you've been slowed up. DRX has to check for these walls early on because PaperX is just playing with one side of the map every single round for the first 40 seconds.
Timeout in the same exact spot as we saw on Lotus. Same exact score, that 4-2. order of rounds very slightly different.
It should get wrecked on defense there, comp though, but 11's too much. It's a shame. Hopefully they lose pistol. I want there to be some rounds to look at.
DRX electing to go to this map. It has been Old Fate before them. They're very likely expecting that they would be in a much more dominant position here. Looking to try to course correct.
See what Termi and Glow have found when they're watching the player POVs. Obviously, they can also only watch GRX's side of things. One of the toughest jobs, in my opinion. Trying to be the one responsible for course correcting.
Rough spot again for DRX.
Things, but you still just have the same resources as your players.
Is this a lot of talk about the wall that's been going over towards here? At least PaperX are thinking that the timeout was about the wall, so instead of doing the wall over towards B, they now save the wall.
Here.
Playing in mid, just outside Market and Pizza. Been coming down. I mean, he's fully expecting this pressure to be applied here. So he can tap in the switch. Does manage to spot out one. It's being made. Smoke drops. Jing.
Not another. Don't let him get another.
Pops the heel on himself now. Looks for the challenge. Tries to steady and does again. This guy just cannot miss today. And cleans up one. Stacks a bad spot. Just a classic in hand.
Look at Jing, bro. Jing is running at him. Oh my God, he's really sending it.
Right up into Jing's face. That's mine.
Bro just stared him down in game after stealing it.
How dare you? This is perfect for Jing.
13-3 and 1 on stage.
I mean, jeez. He heals, he deals, he'll do everything. I mean, just play deathmatch at this point.
Literally that one bullet. Oh boy.
They go one round not using the wall, and now they go back to using the wall.
Back up. So that previous round, PaperX basically funneled DRX through mid. I mean, they used all their util early to push them off, slow them down, stall them on the mains. And then they were waiting for him in mid. The trap was sprung. DRX now trying to pick up the tempo.
Oh, okay. Bane shooting before aiming there. Foxy, though, brings Jing's reign of terror to a bit of an end, finds him. The catch over here in B main now. That neural depth going to be invested for the attempt on the breakdown. Here, the door and the wall.
Okay, Forsaken's going to go huge, really.
Bing's out, Buzz being ready to try to challenge, but Forsaken's still away with the kill before the flash can connect.
Flash is savage, man.
Bane has to go huge here on the lurk.
He had to get everyone.
Go wrap around, it doesn't matter, but
Flash
he has
completely
to
wrecked
be
him.
the
For a second there, I thought it might be a team flash, but...
As everyone else is now stuck in the site, waiting for the flood in.
Monka, was he considering sending the ult?
I mean, if push comes to shove, maybe. But now with the timing, you imagine that they're trying to hold on to it, maximize their rounds.
Flash comes through. Clears the wallbang attempts. Spot in that regard. Fragment expires. Answering one. Flush and stacks out into the open a bit.
Guys.
Yeah. Mako says, okay. Hell, I have to send this out. Hit invested. Bane does manage to find the backstab onto one, as Mako will be able to clean up the others.
DRX, they keep winning a round or losing the next.
Here in the first half, but
they need to try to get this one. Yeah, a bit of a mess up in B main, right?
I mean, you would have loved to keep it, but obviously expertly used. Just enough time for Bane to be able to come into the site. It does seem like Bane a little lost in the sauce right now.
Did he just try to bait the fact that he wasn't in front of the wall?
A little bit nerve.
Or did he accidentally fall down
in, a little bit antsy. And then here on the backup, he's a little bit late there on the swing around as well. You already saw the shots coming in from lane, and he's still so cautious.
Talk about, you know, how costly that was for
DRX. I imagine.
4 ults built up here from PaperX now. That res has been available for
okay, and like we said, this pulse just over towards middle is the one, and that's interesting, bro. He has a gap in front of the wall, but he has to tank the wall. Just going down to like 1 HP, but he should be getting a kill.
You know, using the wall at the start of the round, then saving it, waiting with the slower, just these small default changes makes things a lot more difficult for DRX, which only has one initiator.
Flash goes into middle, something tanks it, but he doesn't overreact. He doesn't use any util, he just chills.
Going to be drifting away from mid. Flash out from Divide.
Divide wanted to get info back.
That one a bit, but
okay, so fake B over towards the actual A here.
Up into B main.
Is there any kind of rotate?
Only one, but
And
that's
just
enough
divide it
to
is
draw their
nice
attention.
shot.
Something that's scoped in. Finds Foxy9. Mako does get the trade out. Forsaken going to be taken down. Wall up. There's the res.
With the
There's
res
pick
on
from
top of
something.
this as well, and then now they hit, and then it's a lovely ult. And honestly,
As Devi holding things down.
I was gonna say, even if Mind Freak doesn't get any,
it's
it's fine, and he just. It's a great crossfire, and Mind Freak just chilled here, right? Waited for contact to come in fast from one, and then swung as two.
Sad here. Only 3 rounds won on this attack.
Yeah, and it's not always with the best reads
It's this
either.
though, man.
I mean,
It
some
is
heroics
this the whole
needed here
time.
for DRX.
Win one, lose one.
The previous round, sure, it's a decent attempt. But this one, I mean, the fact that he catches the Cypher first, you know that Viper was spotted earlier, so you know there's another one. Something's ready for it. Changes his angle.
Yeah,
Knows the
another
pre-fires
round
are
where they
good
got
for
no money.
Mako.
They got an eco.
Got a taste of it in the previous map.
Here.
And now the wall held again, slower. I mean, PaperX knows that they can just stall, right? The lurks, sure, we just have to watch for mid every now and then. They're leaving it open.
Oh. Well, that vertical flick would have been impressive, but
Yeah,
Mako.
I don't think they were
Away with
expecting
it a little
him
bit
there.
faster with the classic
And my
of all
only like
guns.
real
Finds that.
criticism is
Slow orb now gonna
again,
be sent. Hunter's
it
Fury,
feels
however,
like
out from Forsaken. As wall goes up, Jing.
that's a nice
bit of
wall to
damage there
protect him.
from
It's
snake bite,
always hit so
wrap around for
fast.
Buzz after the entry.
It just
He
feels
was
like
able to find that punish,
they
so
go way too aggro against the
scooped up.
ecos. If you take away
positioning here
the
from the side of
aggro over
DRX
towards
now.
here and wind against eco,
Have to get the spike
that's a
planted,
one round
just coming
probably.
through
This
now
one
from
over
Stacks.
towards here is too much against the eco.
Ball just trying to be broken to make sure they have more angles.
It's like that.
Gun
It's
grabs it,
you know, it's one of the
Buzz.
only things I would change with Paper X. It's like you guys do what you
approach
do,
here.
but
Out of
ecos
market, double approach out of alley.
should
Mind Freak
be
finds the
should be
first.
more
Bane's gonna
disciplined
be taken
against
down.
ecos.
Paranoia sent, forces him off the angle. Gun barrel spot. Buzz finding one, and the perfect swing timing comes through from Foxy9.
In number 50 to pick
win
up
here for
a
DRX to get
good
themselves
amount
up
of
to
guns.
4. They need
Like,
so
it feels like
much
they need
more
like
than
a
that
key
if they
word
wanna
where it's just
have
like
a crack at
ecos
this
guys.
map.
We have to
Absolutely.
play
And
like
quite
Alex has
frankly,
just called a
it
timeout
feels
and
like
he's been
for whatever
shouting
reason,
at us.
DRX are getting these
Heavy.
round wins in the fashion that their comp isn't built for, right? It's a lot of this death balling, it's a lot of the trading, it's a lot of the first kills just off of their mechanics. But it's not about punishing the fact that you don't have alarm bots, you don't have trap wires. It's not about the global presence of the Viper and the Cypher. I mean,
Can they
sure,
get 2 in
if
a
you're
row?
playing on the stage, you do whatever it takes to get the win.
Oh
But we
boy.
haven't quite seen them use it to
Is
perfection.
this
Obviously,
allowed?
it's gonna shine a lot
I
more
think
on
it
the defense,
is.
though.
Pretty sure that's allowed. Looks
Wall
fine.
boost here.
Don't see anything wrong with it.
Jing over the top, trying to see if he can spot anything at all. Mako playing far enough back.
Here.
Oh, but that gun barrel was spotted. Something aware of Foxy9's positioning. How do they get the punish?
And then
Well,
does he swing over towards middle now, but they're focusing on short? Yes, he does. Trades go in.
Foxy9 tries to go for the counter trade. Something strikes. Finds the elimination. Quick updraft, the tuck into pizza. Keeps himself alive. Bane in the meantime, able to find Mind Freak. But now
Or they
Mako
were so
caught
sure he was
something.
running away
Continues
because
to
they saw him
advance forward
dash, and then he
nearly.
just W
Shots
keys
through
back
there
to a
onto
position that
Buzz.
they think is clear.
Get onto the
Oh,
door.
no,
So
yes,
stupid.
the
Oh
timing.
my goodness.
It's off. He manages to stay alive. Hold on to the spray and swing in. Bane
he gave it a good try,
somehow
though.
comes away with that kill, but now
Bro,
Buzz
something
dead.
is a
Something
god right now.
gets himself a third of the round.
W key
Bane.
is just... There's so much
Player
W
here on the
key.
team, all the pressure on his shoulders. Jing joins in, that heal available if they want to just try to push him back.
Whoa.
What the hell is that fadeaway shot? Bane finds
Whoa.
it, and what a clutch!
I've never... Achilles was so close to swearing, man.
Needed him most.
Achilles was so close to swearing in the
Seemingly
first of it.
unwinnable
What
position,
was
but
that kill?
somehow
That first kill
Bane
on site is so
triples his kill
impressive.
count in that round.
I mean, it took him a while to get used to the Paper X way, but he's figured
Whoa.
out.
Oh my.
I mean, that jiggle. Yeah, let
Bro.
that be heard.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
almost said it too. We
Yeah,
got that shot on something.
Yeah,
noticed.
he was close. It was
I
one of
think
the
we're all
closest I've
thinking the
heard.
same thing.
Tested my limits there. I could not believe it. Buzz revealed shots coming to fruition. Though.
That
Can't
that
find
one's
that
cool.
kill. Poison orb dropping.
That's
Somehow
cool,
able to find
though.
one, but traded back. Foxy9 finding
You
the
use
kill
the one way,
immediately,
but you
investing the ultimate.
wall, but it looks like you're walling it
Yeah,
off,
but
and you're
the
actually
spike
trying to
is
get a
still
kill
very
from the
far away.
combo of
Foxy9 has
the
to hold on to the
silver
Cypher
ult, silver
so
recon.
long.
That's really sick.
DRX almost has to just hope that, yeah, Paper X spreads back out, right? Because the spike still isn't planted. Paranoia will give it away a bit.
By, Hunting noted. Does find one.
The
Buzz
same
taken
thing
down
with Jet
by
and
Raze.
Raze, yeah, but it looks like it's just a Sage Wolf to
picked up
block.
Paranoid
That's why it
crashing
works like
across.
way better, right? And the sound cue of that other stuff is like too obvious. This is that's pretty cool.
Every single time, but this time right now, the creep up. Nobody watching.
Ooh,
Saw the barrel.
we
You should've
saw
seen the
a
gun
gun
barrel.
barrel.
Sees it now. Strikes. Finds one. Suspected the other
Ended up
airport
being
is gonna
a
be approaching here from
sick
Alex,
half
so now
from DRX,
stays
right?
tucked away a fake on the TP. Trying to play mind games against Mind Freak. And Mind Freak snaps back. He'll found 45.
And obviously I was talking about 5, because 5 is still good. It's a good half.
Takes him down.
5 is still a good
7
half.
to 5 on the half. Paper X will be out in front as Forsaken.
Dude, telling you, they
plays
clean
around
up
with
their
his teammate a
ecos
little
a little bit, man. This
That's
is like,
Paper
what?
X.
This
They're
is
always having fun.
9-3.
And quite frankly, that's what
They got thrifty twice.
seemed unbeatable for TRX this time around, is that they were having fun during lead play. But right now, with the way Paper X is playing, you can tell the pressure is back on DRX. A lot of fans expecting them to be back on the throne here, not just for Korea, but for Pacific. Re-bring the glory back to Korea for Valorant. And now Paper X says, nuh-uh. Once it's Pacific, it's our
Pistol,
place.
yeah, it was Pistol.
You can see the nerves really getting to DRX throughout this match.
It lost Pistol 50-50. 2 Byrons.
Used to being the ones in the spotlight, used to being the ones that were the lone hope. The last 2 seasons found themselves being the bridesmaid, not the bride. That's been for Paper X, Gen.G at Madrid, and now T1 qualifying ahead of DRX as well.
I mean,
they take those accolades of their colleagues here personally. Getting revenge here over Paper X, that would be a big boon for the squad, something that they've wanted for so very long. I mean, you take a look at the match score 4-4 all the time, like I said, but the last 4 times that they have faced, they have fallen to Paper X's hands, and they haven't been able to take any maps against them since that grand final, which, as a reminder, was a reverse sweep, the first in a best of 5 in VCT. Valorant history means that the total map win streak for Paper X is 8-0.
That is brutal for TRX. I mean, they always seem to be the absolute kryptonite against Paper X, but now it just might have been reversed. So
And we get a
unless TRX can
1-1
make the
pistol,
defensive
and we
magic
pretty much have
work.
the same
now, I
bites.
do think this
Extra,
comp should shine a lot more.
ghost.
Obviously, you know, you rely on global lurkers, things like that. At some point,
yeah,
you're
let's
going
check
to
out
have to
the
win your
setups
contact
from
plays.
DRX
So,
who go
on the
wall,
attack,
the block
in
here,
theory,
maybe a
the 5
cubby
rounds
over
should be
towards
fine.
middle.
It's just that today's momentum
and it blocks lane.
makes it seem
and it blocks
just
this bit back of
so much
sight. And you can
scarier.
have a cubby here.
Seeing the
It's
trap
kind of
over
nice,
on
but I
A,
think it's just
still
going to be
a
for the
double stack
pistol,
with
honestly.
The Viper and the Cypher by B.
And we have the
Toxic Screen
Cypher pretty
seemingly
much in
letting
charge of
Paper X know that
everywhere.
They're not looking for retakes.
Info trip, kill
They're looking
trip,
to hold on to
camera.
that site.
We just get shot.
DRX technically in the lead as far as pistols are concerned. And
Knife
that's
goes in
something
over
we're gonna be
towards
looking
A,
to
doesn't
maintain
hit,
here.
so the bomb is going over towards
forward.
A,
Trap
and
wire
we
around the
got
corner, Viper wall as
Ging
well.
with
to
a
try to play
wall
through as he goes on this Sage
and a
lurk.
classic.
Bane, quick peek out.
Okay, wall to bait like
Players over
they're...
here at main. Shock dart landing at his feet now.
Honestly, not too
Interrupt him
bad.
before he can try to send the paranoia. That
We double...
Baron's trans-
Whoa!
What a snappy shot from
Wait,
him on
what
the
the
go.
hell is that
Reveal
shot?
in
Yeah,
Bane,
and the
able to
shocks
pop
were
back
used
in
on
that one.
site,
Goes
and
by
they did
Divine.
not expect this
Quick turn here for
trip
Forsaken. Looking to equalize the stacks of
on
dropping down
site.
off Heaven. Needs a bit of
They
damage
didn't expect
forward.
this trip
Swings out,
close.
Takes a challenge versus Mind Freak, but ends up
Yeah, this guy
falling
literally
down.
needs someone to
Mako
shoot the
now
trip for
being
him. That's how strong it is.
intercepted.
Oof.
Barely wins out on the fight, but gets tagged up to 36.
Saw the jump up. They should be ready for it.
Forsaken here. Just on the side of the smoke. Push coming through. Foxy, quick jump shot. Able to find it. and
That
able
is
to finish it.
incredible from
2 kills
Foxy.
from Foxy.
Fair play.
DRX. It will go 3-1 in pistols. And they start off this second half with the right foot forward.
Double pistol.
So the joke in Korea with Foxy9 is that he's just been absorbing everyone else's talent, right? A little bit of Space Jam going on because he talked about that in an interview 2 years ago. But right now, he's showing absolute results from it.
Yeah,
Takes a
this
page
trip
out of
was
TFM,
everything,
spoke
and they
with
saw the
setup,
camera towards middle,
takes a
and
page
honestly,
out of
they
Paper
didn't even
X,
think
spoke
this
with a
trip would
jump
be
out of
here
the
because the
smoke.
shocks went over towards site, and
Brings
that
it
is
right back to him.
unreal.
Quick readjustment. Now, Buzz, Outlaw, still going to be that triple bulldog here. No pistols in sight for DRX, but 3 sheriffs in the hands here of
Wow.
Paper X.
That's an investment. And it might not pay off with these Outlaws.
The flash is just so damn good. Stacks and Bane both get taken down.
Why is
Sheriffs
everyone
be damned. There was the
playing
classics
aggro
that find the
A
value.
against Ecos? I'm gonna lose my mind.
Buzz now positioned here on site.
If you're gonna do it,
the tap
do
on
it
the
with
orb.
3. How do they have not?
Well, he needs
How does
backup,
no one
though.
have
He's
these
got
set
no
rules
exit.
in here? It's a lovely flash, though. You got to give the flash its credit, but Christ.
Dart descent, try to clear any potential trap wires as Buzz will be taken down. There's the high pen of that Sheriff coming through as Forsaken swings up, shuts down Foxy 9, and anytime DRX start off a half with any form of advantage here on Ascent, Paper Rex have the perfect reply.
They win double pistol and they lose both of the rounds after.
I mean, oh.
And there's 3 people that can pick up guns.
This was a perfect setup, right? They invested into 3 sheriffs. You got the outlaw. I mean, on paper,
they only got
DRX
2
should
guns
be on
though.
for like 4
At least
rounds
that.
in a row.
The flash catches Stacks. He's just out there.
Yeah,
in
and
the
it's
open.
the flash
Can't
on
do
the
a
floor
damn
as well,
thing.
so they do the omen smoke from far back, so it takes longer to land.
Kill Stacks. Easy
Oh
kills,
man, I hate
weapons
so
recovered.
much about that round from DRX.
Bane's
It's
been
not
having
even,
a rough time. So is Stacks. Only
it's
2
not even
kills on the
true.
board. Sure, you've got 9 assists, but it's not enough to keep you in the lead. And Bane, just too many targets. He's been shaky. I mean, you thought that the clutch might have revitalized him a bit, boosted his energy, but not quite back at his peak form. Now you know the Outlaw's in the opponent's hands. DRX respecting that. Okay, the spy cam still keeps him safe. They've already taken over A main control, so DRX can go for the stack.
Yeah, we got a.
Over the top, Foxy.
What gun is this? Back of sight.
Over to that left-hand side now of both. Stacks
Classic.
one, but I mean everybody else is just melted and dead. And
Yeah, it doesn't
Foxy
even matter.
joining them in the grave as Bane will be able to put
What
down
gun do you play
one,
aim
so
in
2
against
kills
ecos?
found.
It's just so hard for you to, like, if a gun goes
Paper
down
X still
here, a lot of the time it's like
onward,
it's hard
now
for you
9
to
to
retrieve
6.
It's just like you don't go aggro
It's not
beyond
looking
the
too
choke point
good.
if they struggle to get out of the choke points.
Absolutely
If you're gonna do it, you gotta do it with
crucial
3.
round
And
for
if you gotta do it as well, you have to omen
have
smoke
to go
from
for the full
here.
armors,
So the good
just
KO
in case,
flash
just in
goes
case that
inside the
Outlaw's
omen
carried
smoke,
over.
so it's not traveling, so it
No
beats
reason
it.
to try to snowball with the half armors. You just have to
Otherwise, I
bank it
just
all on
hate
this
it. We had
round
pretty strict
and
rules in
assume that you
Liquid,
have
and
to
like that
win
was
it.
our rule. Like you
'Cause
could only go
otherwise,
here
match
with
point
3 if you were gonna
already
do it.
looming
And
at the
I would pretty
doorstep.
much just say never to do it anyway. Because I just hated it. Oh, I like this change up with the flash low though. They went for a flash high earlier, flash low to take aim in. You guys are just brawling aim
Paper
in.
X already adjusting very quick to try to take away these trap wires, right? They're not relying on the 0 point anymore. They're relying on absolutely eliminating all of the trips. So the adjustments are quick.
It's more about an ecos, right, or against ecos.
Cut off that window access.
Can we
Oh,
protect the gun? The answer's
Didn't
no.
see him, but the return fire from
Then
Divide
probably
with that
shouldn't play
OD
that.
is good. Mako stabilizing, finding something. Stopping the TP from coming through from Mind Freak. He'll turn his sights now up mid. Slow orb. Mako not going to go chasing either way. The team just goes ahead and backs off.
Oh, but this position.
It's being watched by 2 at the moment. Stacks and Foxy with a bit of a 50-50, and Foxy.
Hey, Foxy's been really good.
Very clean shot. Punishes the lurk. Assessments having to be made as Ching
It's a 2v4.
casually strafing back, does find a shot there on the Mako. Even if they don't close out the round, do additional damage to this economy that has had 0 stability.
Yeah, and you would imagine that you can just do a nice knife to spawn, hit him, and then send it to sight.
Ultimate,
Oh.
but
30 seconds left.
here's a drop.
Drop down, but Dart in, turn on the flash.
Hey,
Foxy.
what a flash,
Crisp
man.
and clean, finds
Great
that hit.
flash from
Ching
Stacks.
now challenging again. Just wanted to do a little bit of additional damage, but won't be able to find the kill.
Alright, damage though.
DRX,
Armory buy, double
we get
gun
into the
rebuy.
first proper rifle round, will be able to go ahead
Solid
and clean
flash
that one
over the
up
top.
and keep themselves close, but still more work to be done. Paper Rex, they have money for this round, and if they can just go ahead and turn around here, get another win that puts them up to double digits.
Yeah, the Odin, of course, being dropped, that hurts a little bit because that could help a lot to eliminate some of these setups that you have with the Viper Cypher combo. But we'll see. They've adjusted well so far. Foxy 9 now taking it upon himself to bring up the energy for the overall team. Leading the score with 16 kills.
Flash through the window, straight up fast, and
That's
that is a
it.
great knife. Hits
Back
4.
and
Yeah, it's first time the
Suppression
Stacks is.
found
Actually,
here
that's
as
a lie. It's been over a
smattering
few
damage
times.
going to be found. Something tagged up quite a bit. So you just tucked into the corner.
And now you know that Paper X.
this is the OP camera,
you know,
right?
Obviously, Paper X sometimes they
camera
choose
that
still rush in
spots
no matter
legs.
what. But with the 0 point dying off,
Done. See
you
this become
imagine
more and more
that they will
common.
at least wait a couple seconds. And now the potential rotate
It's
spot.
strong as well
So
with the wall here,
DRX,
double block of vision. You can always.
it's looking rough
This
to try
with
to
the cam
regain
here
any
is
control,
nice
but they
because
at
this
least
can
still have
be
the
pretty
trip
much
to
a
rely
perma
on
one way
mid.
with Omen and
Once this gets
Viper
broken,
wall.
that B site's looking very dangerous.
Yeah, this guy can break camera in a sec.
There's the clear out. Attention now having to be paid towards that market, but as that null command, that 0 point I should say, goes
There's
across.
3 people on site. Looking good. We've got a wall over towards here. It's very much looking like a B split, but as we can see on the mini map, it's actually an A split. But the pressure is still kind of here. Yeah, maybe DRX has started to get a little bit of an idea this is happening. For 30 seconds, we've got one more molly for Mako. Got Omen flash. No, no Omen flash.
Holding his ground.
Whoa! What a shot on the third guy. Holy, what a god. He was calm here. The calmest of calm.
Rough game from him so far. That is 2 critical rounds where he has
What
come
is
up
that third shot?
Absolutely demanding respect back on his name.
This is just...
Whoa.
Why is it always something? The killer, you're like, there's no way he gets... Okay, somehow he got it.
Yeah. Jeez.
Unbelievable. Well, 8-9 now. 1 round separating Paper X. They will call their first time out of the map.
I mean, it's a good time here for Paper X. Obviously, the round gap already tightened up a bit. But
Incredible
overall,
shot.
you thought that the adjustments were still there from the players for the most part. So it seems like Alex just kind of tossing an idea out there and letting the players talk it out themselves, trying to gather all the information together, try to find the solutions. Now, they've already solved the first part, right? Trying to just eliminate the trap wires rather than trying to find the Viper and the Cypher. You can't rely on the 0 points, you can't rely on the no commands when you've got, you know, the Viper and the Cypher who can be on opposite sides of the sites of where their util is. So you just gotta hope that you're destroying it. And now, looking for a speedy hit with the Stingers. The no command here. See if DRX goes for the classic DFM setup.
This goes here.
You know, it's crazy that we're seeing things like that. I know. But hey, they were the ones who pulled it off so well against T1, who's now the first team to go to Masters Shanghai. So things are all up in flux.
Yep.
DRX continue with Bane of how he's performing? Yeah.
There from Mako.
Been too good.
Slow up any of that pressure, any orb takes. It's something, he wants that orb. One away from having that Blade Storm here in this thrifty attempt.
Saken also wouldn't mind
a similar thing with the
similar
thing with like crew, right?
But no reactions. He's a little worried about that, if anything. Now DRX, it's an interesting different setup, right? They stacked all of their util on B, expecting a B hit. At the end of the day, it is much more likely with the null command, usually the go-to choice.
Lives do come through here for something.
If they've got a lot of map control though. Right now.
It's way back across the opposite side of the map with everybody else. Quick TP
Terminal
out. Bane
goes in. It doesn't
Spots
see
one.
anything over towards B main, or they at least know the pressure here. Yeah, and with that, Jed is tempted to go. So this drone probably
high alert here
pulls
on the
one
side.
out.
Smoke set, no command now through Mako.
Whoa.
Unable to try to come up the works with those snake
on the
bites.
eco.
On top here is Foxy 9, puts a little bit of damage down. The Knives eventually do find their mark. Mako, Foxy, both going to be taken down. Buzz arriving, finding the head there up Jing, finding another, drags across narrowly.
They're taking
Does get something
turns.
as well.
They're actually
Saken
just
now,
taking turns on
last
who's
one
going to win the
alive.
round.
As the dart goes through, they know exactly where he's at. And there's a swing out from Bane behind.
Oh, it
9-9,
is,
we're
man.
tied
And they
up.
put the KO onto it.
It was a
And
weaker
the knives.
Overall from the side of Paper X, a bit committed to it, but 3-round streak here for DRX. The biggest win streak that they've had this entire series on either map.
Yeah,
They're
not
gonna
only the
fast
biggest
A,
win streak,
they're
but not
pinging A.
counting the Pistol of Ascent. The first time that Paper X isn't in the lead this entire match. I was thinking to myself, I mean, this seemed like a risky
shout out to
setup,
the
right?
Smoke.
Just relying on the fact that it should be a B hit.
Gotta shout out the
Both
Smoke
these
is
guys
like
with no
a
util
big
to hold
reason why
themselves
he
over
can
on
do all
A.
of that.
But the trades are good, and Buzz very quick with the backup.
Nitro Smoke.
One of the traps still being
Pile
destroyed.
scrunch attempt here from DRX, but Paper X, they completely avoid it. Opposite side of the map coming through, so
Yeah,
now starting
and
to panic.
I
Okay, set
don't
up a
think
smoke.
they get
Stop
any kind of
things,
info
pushing
that
forward
they've just
here.
gone and done
On the
their
side,
own
there's the dash in, there's the TP.
vision
Foxy 9
strikers
able to find
strat
Mind
over
Freak,
towards
something got
B.
himself forward, but
And
Mako
then the
strikes him
rotating
down.
come in, and we've now got 5
Same
people
fight the
here
fragment,
ready.
both stacked in on top of each other, making sure that this choke point is completely unassailable for the moment.
Everybody's here for DRX. You still have the cam over by B as well, so just worried about the mid lurk.
Oh, do find Mako.
Yeah, they got to relax a
Corner
little
wall,
bit because
pushing
it's
forward enough.
This is the issue.
Come on.
You can do it.
Screw it. Smoke comes in, pushes
Yeah,
forward.
there's a minute
that
left,
trap wire
so
set up. I mean, Rez is available.
they could
but
easily feel like they could go over
basically
towards
be
B
a
if they wanted.
sacrifice.
Yeah, and with that choke point, not the greatest
They
bait
would have had
either.
this
Obviously,
trip.
the wall already used.
This guy needs to at least break the trip.
So they'll just try to go for a rotate, maybe a bit of a pinch. I mean, you can tell Paper X knows that there isn't much strategic hope in this round.
Man, he's been really good on defense.
Dead. Check on the cam, just making sure that there's nobody pushing their way up in towards B
It
main.
feels like a lockdown at the moment. It
cash
feels
on
so
hand.
hard for them to get
Rex
anywhere.
will just stay tucked. 12 seconds. We'll dwindle down. DRX, they will gain the lead. 10-9. Cash aplenty in their hands.
Exactly. So much econ banked up. Wouldn't be surprised if the op comes out in the next round, although maybe just because it's against Paper X, they hold off on it. Buzz
looking for it. They'll get taken down, but Foxy will be able to find the buy right there at the end. Yes. Okay. Timeout
Yeah,
called.
last timeout for him.
Essentially back-to-back here for Paper X.
I mean, you desperately need the adjustments. Now you've lost the
Short.
lead.
They're gonna go short and mid, I
Curious
guess.
to see because other than the
It's hard
trap wires,
because
there hasn't really been too much else that Paper X
in
has really
theory,
gained from
if they
their
can find out where the
POV.
cipher is and hit the cipher with the
Right, they've
knife,
kind
then
of
they
been
should be able
butting
to
their heads
enter
into
the
the
sites
sights.
easy. Like the cipher's getting a
They haven't
lot of
worked
wear.
mid too much. So that's one thing to consider. Wonder if Foxy9, I mean, DRX, they've got so many ways they can reset up for that, though. They could set up their util there. They could go heavy on one site, still have someone just watching with the jump peaks.
The Korean
Imagine that
Zelsis.
might
I mean,
be the
yeah,
next
I
step
think
for
so.
Paper X.
I can't remember
Don't
if it
have
was
to
him
necessarily
calling
go
them
for a
that
rush
or
and a
other people
pinch,
calling them that.
but at least work the map a bit wider.
That's what people have been saying.
The trouble being that, obviously, their composition not the most built for it because they don't have a great way to watch their flank.
Wasn't it the desk, probably?
Alex, more animated as time goes
His
on.
own
I mean, we saw
teammates?
the battle
Oh,
of the
there we go.
coaches just yesterday between he and Frost.
Now that was something. That was a battle for the years for sure.
And he said it. That's what I thought. I thought he said it in the interview.
Well, Alex is working back up to that, to a similar level of energy here. Hunter's Fury, Rez online. Really break on the window as it looks like DRX getting a read that this might be over at B. Maybe they even want to try to go for another crunch.
Yeah, looks like it would be the setup for it, right? You got stacks in place for a pop flash. No, it's just going to be the 0 point in his hand for now.
Smoke sent something. Fishing with some shots here in mid.
Okay, so just normal default.
Why still some
And
kick behind it
the
here on the
Saken
side of
has
Paper Rex,
saved
two
his
stingers in
recon
play,
though,
plus that
so they
Bulldog.
might be wanting to
Damage
go a little
absolutely
bit
can be
faster.
dealt.
We'll see. Going to take
Stacks,
middle.
Stacks pulling off the angle for a brief little moment.
Checking that the door's down.
So you know
Seeing
you've
if
already
there's
given
any
up
trip
mid, so you
middle.
kind of have to back out, which makes Buzz's position a bit trickier. Can't hold on to B main no longer. So ideally, normally, you would want to push out of A at this
How
point.
much
to
damage
control
does this
50%
trip
of the
do?
map. But DRX,
Stacks.
There's no way that
sleeping with
Stacks
something.
is alive.
Sleep at the wheel. Stacks turns
Yeah,
back,
it's
finds that
looking
kill
off,
fragment
man.
now coming down.
Hoping
All
that
set
Alex
up.
isn't watching
Saken
that, because it's gonna
be
feel like
okay for now
this
as the
map
healing
is
does
lost
come
after
through.
seeing that.
Slow it up on the approach with the
Three people
players
on
waiting
site.
for this push coming in.
All
Buzz
creates
trying to stay
pressure on
safe,
site
getting a
as
lot
well.
of
They could
damage
just
there for
drop
the
it
fragments,
late.
hopping up into the corner.
Guys
Stacks
hopping.
tucked against the box. Not spotted, now swings out. Does get taken down. GenG able to find that kill. Bane getting the buy. He falls forsaken. Buzz now trying to hold things here backside, but
Buzz did
eventually
great,
will
though.
be felled.
Bought a lot of time.
Kills come
Scored the
through.
most
Mako,
important kill.
Foxy arriving. Foxy going to be a little bit more cut off as Hunter's Fury opened up. Mako just trying to play elusively here. So far the plant not coming in. 15 seconds remaining.
Did that even hit off,
Right,
man?
not quite landing, but
Yeah,
you know
just
one
hit
was backside.
hit the window bit. And I just mollied himself off accidentally.
Play this one.
Scanning ahead.
Recon over the top. Clean out, but gets a ping on the boat.
Huge
That's
info.
critical.
You
Now
get
you
a
just
good
have to win
setup
your
now.
duels.
Wait,
Creeping
they
forward.
doubled
spots
up.
one. You know that they're both in that position. Mako trying to clutch it,
Whoa.
but Forsaken denies it away.
That is a close round. Individual though, a little bit. We gotta say 23 HP. Can't believe the recon went in and they wanted to get
When they
better
got
positions
stopped with
over
the
towards
fragment,
stairs, but
it
then they
looked
got
like the round
caught
was
out.
over. They got paranoid. They were stuck
Then
behind
they,
the wall. The
then
site
they just
was
stuck
flooded.
next to each other.
There were 3 people on the site.
Yeah, the
They
3
tried
people
to
on
go
site didn't get
for
enough, that's for
the
sure.
staggered peaks and Paper
I mean,
X
Buzz
just
did a
too
lot,
quick.
man.
You know, even the weaker weaponry. Well, it's
Just
not.
take a swig and breathe deep.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was a clutch at the end of the day, so it's not like it was easy. But here is that op now. You've got the 0 point and the pit to make sure that B main is safe.
Smokes and playing is pulled off the angle, but given the tension to mid last round and hearing that drone, Buzz wants to try to take some space over here. Pushing Lurk forward. Smoke now down.
DRX having a good idea that this is just a straight up reset. Everyone's money here, apart from something, is a reset, and Devi is on top of it.
Look at that smile on his face. He knows he just got away with murder. The judge just shook his
A
hand,
great
free to
pick,
go.
and that creates pressure over towards middle. 2-2 only on site. Recon goes in, scans everywhere close. They only have to worry about
Trying to
default.
hold that tree door here onto the site. They're up to the 0 point, swing over the corner. Foxy got that double ding. Finds a follow-up
Bro,
kill.
these two are getting so much on site.
Mind Freak now all on his lonesome. Stacks, head spotted. I have the spike. Doesn't want to play around with him, given how clutch Mind Freak has been. No, actually gives
The
him the
great one. He has
opportunity.
his ult as well, so
He's going to rotate
got
out.
some
Mako
options.
now, ready to match. Guns drawn.
Shout out
Mako
to Mako, man, on
finds the
top of
kill
that
in
as
the
well.
end to give the lead back
And
to
that
DRX.
is a straight up reset of the money.
What an incredible round.
DRX should
Starts with
run
the
away with it
nastiest
right
spam
now.
through this. I mean,
Easy.
it's not even a full spray. He just fishes for it. I mean,
like that was it. It was just a burst.
But a heroic hold from the rookies over on DRX. Foxy
Yeah,
and
these two
Bane
did
bouncing off of
incredible.
Each other, and Bane once again gets the better of something. He's
Got 4
dialed in
between them.
now. And the kill on to Sax. Lets Mako know that the rotate's coming.
Again.
Yeah, and everyone
back
hides
economically here for Paper
apart
Rex.
from the jet.
Huge tag with a 0 point as well.
If it's no one market, so they don't have to
There,
worry about
Shock Dart
this.
Not going to be clearing that wire. Second attempt, though, will go ahead and find it.
Cyber Cage makes it tough that their own smoke not finding much value because they would be making noise through it.
Revealing area.
Recon up over the top of full flash, connecting onto something.
Bro, he
and Stacks regains
tanked his
vision.
teammate's flash.
Able to find the headshot. Up over the top here, knives at the ready. K
Oh,
coming
man.
through, and there's the reveal.
He's
There's
been,
the meat grinder play.
Been a little bit
Setup
sloppy on some of this
strong
though,
here
right?
from DRX. Jing able to find one with that frenzy.
Something missing
Push up
over
Bane.
towards
He's already
middle,
taken
the
that kill.
exec over towards here,
DRX
eating
will
the
get
flash.
themselves up to map point.
Like, Alex takes 2 timeouts, and
Majority of
it
this
has not been nice
venue
to watch ever
holding
since.
their breath, knowing
Must
that they
be
weren't
losing his
quite
mind a
free.
bit.
Now starting to let the cheers come through on map point.
This goes here.
Operator still held in the hands of Buzz.
The series might just
Dude, he literally just saw him drop down. It might have been. It might have been the animation of the wall as well. You know when you get wall decayed and you see that purple?
That was the attempt of the thrifty
I like
from
you saw
Paper
that
Rex.
more
See a
clear
sigh
than
of relief
anything
on
else.
Stax's face.
I mean, you can tell it has not been easy. This is the first time DRX is really, truly being challenged. I mean, yeah, they've dropped maps before, but they always still seemed pretty happy.
The wall that leans over here, yeah, it's good.
Last chance to
Like
hold
you
on here
can
for Paper
you can
Rex,
hide
2
from
in a row.
util, and it's similar stuff as well when
They
like
want
they're
that
coming
2-0,
out
they
onto
want that
site.
overtime,
Kind of
push
makes
up,
this a little safe
solid.
spot that you can focus here.
Spotted for just a moment. The dash now at the ready.
Actually really
Jing
like the
does
Viper
peek
wall.
the drone.
It's a lot of this
Goes
stuff
and
is like
bails him
first
out.
time you
Pulls
play
off the
against it, you're
angle
gonna
for
have a
moment,
rough time.
clears it.
Why Paper Rex is
Wants to go
struggling a
for the
little bit.
re-peek. He does so, and Jing taking out the res. Not in play. Divine now
Crossfire is
shut
incredible.
down as
Dude,
Stacks
they don't even need the
coming alive.
crossfire at
The end
middle.
of this map. Kills found. The jump out. Mind Freak picked
All
up.
right,
And it looks
Binds.
like, ladies and gentlemen, things are not over
goes
yet
to
unless
Binds.
Forsaken comes up with a play of a lifetime.
Last player
A 1v5 ace clutch just to keep them alive. Mako reading it, sends out the snake bite. Holds him back for now. Multiple angles that he's got to think about here. The way to try to isolate each and every fight. He finds the first. Looks for the second, but then Stacks strikes from back ramp.
Yeah, that's an
DRX
impressive defense
Turn
half.
around a rocky start.
They only
on
lost
Ascent
the
to
50,
extend
right?
This series, we are going the distance today, ladies and gentlemen.
All the buy rounds
Full
were very
match played
convincing.
in both of our series, as both of these squads still buying, hungry for that tick in the Shanghai.
Yeah, I mean, this whole day is delivering for what it promised, but we'll send it over the desk to break down the action in more detail before we head to map 3.
Well, we did say it was going to be a map 3. One thing we didn't get right, though, that this was going to overtime, but it looks like DRX, they really wanted to finish this quickly. It took some time before they got their groove, I would say, and even Buzz woke up a little bit later in the series, but that ending was very, very strong from them.
Yeah, they look like they finally figured themselves out a little bit. I mean, it is Ascent, right? It is a defender-sided map with PRX starting on that side. It is a bit heartbreaking that you win both pistols and then immediately lose both the follow-ups. That's where I was really worried for DRX. I'm like, oh, no, this is not good. You can still see that the firepower is there for PRX. Like, they look really, really confident for the most part, but
yeah, it did feel, if I'm Paper X here though, I'm still thinking like we should have won this.
Cause something a lot of difficulty.
Like that maybe doesn't support that. But I'm thinking,
where can I find that open space? Where the trap wire is going to be? You know,
wait, surely they won
50s. The
50s.
toxic screens and things like that. Like taking mid control looked really challenging.
Surely the eco rounds were 50s. This should be 2 at least, right?
What exactly this DRX comp?
But these were these 2 rounds were the ones that I'm thinking of. If you think of the 2 50s where they played aggro over towards A, and then I've one over towards B main, that's the 2 50s. Then we had the something whiff over towards middle, and then we had the mistime flash. There's like 4 rounds at very least, top of my head, that they messed up.
So it's like, well, you know, how are we going to find entries? They had some really good moments too, Paper X. Like, that's why it was still a close map at the end of the day. They were still able to find like 3 rounds here, and certainly, you know, pulling off the
dude, Foxy and Bane though. I mean, this was a solid game from everyone here.
From them as well, to maybe get some momentum, but at the
in
end
one
of the day,
important rounds, dudes. That one on, I mean, every round over towards A, really.
Like Foxy 9 and Bane holding down the
This defense was incredible.
when it just did not look possible.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
So shout out to them. They make this interesting. We kind of knew it was going to go to binds. We didn't know exactly how. It didn't have overtime, but maybe we get overtime for bind.
Yeah, well, we already knew, guys. We're going to map 3. That was pretty much set in stone. But you're right. I mean, something I feel maybe missed the presence of an entry Jing, right? Because, you know, you have something diving in and he can cause as much chaos as he wants because there is that security of a second duelist that comes in. Maybe he didn't feel as secure doing that, especially since Jing had to hang back a bit. That taken, though, like, Jing still made Sage look like a very much the duelist.
Yeah, oh no, I mean, the thing is Sage is a good fit for Jing when you are playing on maps that really don't suit double duelist, because it's just kind of, he can play for himself a little bit. They do get a lot of information off those walls, actually. He can play off of those in so many different interesting ways, but mostly it's freeing up your brain. It's kind of like with Lightning Fast with GE, right? Like when he's on Sage, you just kind of frees him up to frag. So it's a similar concept, I think, with Jing in some ways. But the problem is that, yeah, you're talking about, without those 2 duelists, it makes Paper X a little bit more readable in a way, because you kind of know where the attack's probably coming from, because something is usually leading the charge one way or another. But when you have him and Jing on duelists, it makes it really challenging to kind of understand exactly where are they pushing from. Are they pushing from multiple angles? Are they actually executing on this site? All these things kind of come into play.
Yeah, and then the times where you don't quite get the reads, you had some really insane clutches from the side of DRX. So I feel like, you know, it kind of was 2 and 2 put together at the end of the day from DRX. They barely got across the line. Like, we easily could have seen this go into overtime. Like, some of these last rounds as well were just kind of insane. Like, Buzz had a huge clutch as well. And eventually it just felt like Paper X just kind of ran out of steam just at the very end of the train track. So DRX, they bring us to this 3rd map, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it definitely is, especially since, like, as you mentioned, it was very, very close. All of these rounds, really. And I really do have to commend Bane because, you know, eyes were on him because he's the newcomer on the squad, right? Going up against Paper Rex, he really did deliver, especially when it mattered the most. When Paper Rex was all in there, we were wondering, can he stand up against Paper Rex when they're all 5? Apparently he can.
Well, that 3K from A-Heaven was unreal. I mean, the swing back towards window was out of this world. So I think it's kind of part of getting that feel of the speed and the tempo at which Paper X plays at underneath you. And you can see if he was starting to have to move a lot faster with his adjustments with his aim, because
he absorbed their speed in
exactly,
a way. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, and a lot of times that could be difficult because you see this with teams where they, you know, you talk about Paper X drags you down in the mud with them. If you play at Paper X's tempo, it can be really difficult to deal with. But you can see that DRX can go toe-to-toe with them because they've done it before. A lot of these players have been there, done that, and it just took Bane one map to kind of download that information.
Yeah, I love that, especially since, you know, you saw how that carried over to the other players, right? So how it carried over to Buzz as well. Once, like, you know, players like Bane and Mako said, okay, this is the speed, let's pick it up a bit, let's pick up the pace, they were able to get it. And I feel like, you know, DRX did so well in those rounds that were a little PRX-y for them, but I feel like in the first half, though, PRX, they still controlled the tempo, and they still got more rounds in the first half, which means, viewers, we rank up a bit for this little game. Let's go over to our board here. You and I, oh, wow, look at you guys over here on Ascent. Well done, good job.
They're above
Good job. Yeah. Hey.
I just wanted to rub that in a little bit.
Yeah. You know, this guy, he really, really wants to win, but you guys are doing so much better. And Paper Thin, you are back.
I mean, he knew it was Paper X. He just voted against
Yeah, I voted against what I thought was going to happen, so.
And here for Valdez, but because you kind of like, you won twice, so I feel like you kind of have 2 lives. It's like when
I feel like you deserve a one up
with
here.
that, yeah, you know.
Yeah, sure,
give me a little dodge
move
bullet,
him like
you know.
a millimeter down.
Yeah, sure. That seems good.
You
Yeah,
are
thank
so
you.
confident. Just like, yeah, sure,
It was close
whatever.
too. I mean, they almost clutched, like, it was 6-3, right? Paper X.
Yeah.
And then DRX got 2 rounds in a
Now
row,
you're
and they
just being
almost tied it up.
Now you're just being patronizing.
They almost tied it up. And
Enjoy your radiant, by the
and
way.
then, yeah. Feels good, man.
Yeah. But no, you are right. Paper Rex is like that kind of team again where you have to absolutely run at the pace that they're going. Otherwise, you are going to be left so behind. And DRX is just one of those teams that can catch up with them.
Yeah, again, it's the experience factor for DRX. Like, they've been there, done that for the most part, other than Bane. Everybody's played against them before. They kind of understand what it takes to defeat this team, what it takes to kind of react to them, kind of just... You almost have to do what Alex talks about doing with his own team. Turn your brains off and react. You have to have, like, those instincts built into you as players to be able to challenge Paper X at the right moments. And you saw a lot of good stuff. Even when Paper X still beats you, like, you know, there's that one moment where they're stuck behind the wall and there's, like, Stax throws the fragment right before the wall comes up and there's a paranoia. They're doing all the right things. They're on the site. They've got 3 on the site. You still get beat and then they still are able to recover. They're still able to bounce back and have good rounds. So, I mean, that's a testament to everybody in the server for DRX and the coaching staff, and everybody's prepared for this. So, I mean, it's looking good now for DRX. I mean, you never know with Bind. I think both these teams are pretty good on it, but...
It's impossible to know. I mean,
I
who's going to win this? Like, do we have
No
a
idea.
coin? Like, can we flip? I don't know. Like, Paper X seemed like the absolute huge favorites after the first map, but now DRX, they kind of stem the tide. They put up the wall. They say, okay, you're not going to pass. We are going to stop you. And now maybe they do it again, or maybe Paper X, you know, they come back. They were able to come back against Talon, so maybe they're slightly favored, but I really don't know.
Maybe, and that's where the mental game comes in, right? Which team is feeling more pressure at this point? Because both of these teams, as we jump into our third map, as we jump into Agent Select, both of these teams, they do tend to let the pressure get to them. DRX has been working excellently on that this whole stage.
Fine.
PRX, though, we do know that levity is a big factor in them. It can
Nothing
make
too
or break a
crazy.
team. And right now, what are we seeing, gentlemen? Are you liking this so far?
I say nothing too crazy.
Sure.
Paper X's comp is a little bit crazy.
I was
Dude,
curious if somebody
whoever
was
got
gonna
winning,
try
I
something
said
unusual here because
I said
think
Paper X in
DRX
my
must have focused
pick'ems,
on Ascent
but
in their time off, knowing that
if
was
I'm
likely going to
if
be a
I'm
map
going
that
off
was
what
gonna
I've
follow
seen
through.
before,
They
I
kinda
would say
maybe
the
just thought,
DRX
all right, our
should
Bind comp is good
be
enough.
winning
We still have
Bind.
the Cypher in there, so we still have the Viper.
But
We still have these
I'll
agents
still
that
stick with
we
Paper
feel like
X.
we have a good read on how to slow Paper X down. You know, Paper X obviously hasn't had any time since yesterday really to change up their comps, so they didn't have anything in the back pocket. It's going to be an absolutely close affair on Bind, I think. I think it's going to be very, very close.
Yeah, just play comfort, see what happens, you know, play your game. At the end of the day, the agent comps only mean so much, right? I think it's just going to come down to who has the better mental, who can steel themselves for a really important third map, because again, you're fighting for that spot at Masters Shanghai, and I think both of these teams deserve to be there.
DRX
so
had some
only
pretty
one of
good
them can
util
get
last time
that
we
spot
watched
today.
them.
I would not want to play Gen.G.
Oh, yes.
I would not want to play Gen.G.
Not in that situation, but we're going to see who does and who goes over to Masters Shanghai as we step into Bind.
Is
Over to
Ryan
our casters,
streaming
William
China?
and
Yeah.
Achilles.
Thank you very much, Des. Yes, here we go. This one for all the marbles. Masters Shanghai, the upper bracket.
Right, DRX on defense. Paper X on attack, and winner goes to Shanghai. Loser has to play Gen.G in the lower bracket, and that'll be a win everything or lose everything kind of game.
The older brother kept his end of the promise. See if Forsaken can match it. Bring both Susantos over
in terms of
to
pistols right now, we're at
Master
3-1.
Now Paper X on the attack. They didn't get to play too much of it yesterday against Talon.
For now, set up 0 point at the
Okay, set up with the cross map knife, and that's. Thank God they shot that. That would have been 5.
Trap wires as well, gone. Util taken down. DRX forced in
Guy
towards
dog
back
goes
sight.
in, or
Dizzy
we're
up over
taking
the
back
top.
sight here.
Clear on that as the Trailblazer on the
flash?
hunt. Swinging out of.
Got a flash?
Lamps though, Stacks able to find 2. Something puts him down. Flash coming through. Foxy
Oh,
playing around the
whoa,
timing.
whoa.
Oh boy, things
Whoa.
are getting messy now.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Bro gets like a buff every time he jumps around corners, man. He just insta headshots people.
DRX, they pick up their 4th
Oh, what a
pistol
play
of
from
the
him.
series.
Uses
now,
the
here's the crucial question, William.
uses the cove against
close out
him.
the anti-eco. But my goodness, what a start.
2 in 1 map in that previous
Dog
map.
all the
Seemed
way
rough, but they
through
did
to
win it
take
afterwards
back
anyway.
side control,
I
and
love
this
that
guy
Max,
is in the most
Stacks
perfect
backs away,
position.
right? You hear the frenzies,
And this
you
guy
hear multiple guns, and you say, okay, this is too much. And Foxy
is
9,
doing mad
he
stuff.
really is just absorbing all his opponents. He's thriving in the chaos.
Oh, that was the thrive in the chaos. That's true. 4-1 for pistols.
Spotted. Yeah,
That's pretty one-sided.
Tap on the
All
orb,
goes
Segue
in.
comes through.
Heavy shutter showers. We got 1 sheriff.
Minor amount of damage found here onto anybody.
Refilling lamps with the Bulldog. The TP to make it seem like it's just going to be a fast rotate away, and then Paper X.
The cove. I mean, he's just in the perfect position
no,
for it.
All the way.
If he's not here, we're not talking about it, I don't think. But I do get what you're saying.
So it looks.
The Vi going to stay on alert.
Like it closer so that you could actually burst out with the flash, I think, is the original plan.
The hit onto B.
So on that jiggle out, Buzz taking a nasty shot. There from
The knife doesn't hit anyone as well, so the rotate doesn't come in.
Satched up.
Especially with some kind of sky util over towards short.
And there's the
Oh,
counter
and
teleport
there's
once
so
again.
many people
And they
here.
can just
But
wrap
hold
all
up.
the way back to B. I mean, they still have 40
They
seconds.
might be going back.
Playing it like it's
They might be
fractured.
going up and taking the TP again.
Pac-Man style. Tuck back, Dizzy. Not actually getting the blind there. Vi, lucky to come away with his life.
Okay,
but
well,
now the hit gets
3
ready to
people.
actually come through on B. Buzz
2 people on the
away.
side they're hitting.
Alongside the
They
double stack
smokes to
boxes.
block off over
Diamond
towards
gonna be
long,
sent. Taken
and
up over the top, cleared out, Stacks able to
that
find
molly seems incredible because no one is
through
pushing
is-
out.
Here's that wingman, pushes up into the smoke, is able to clear it out.
Look at the
Plant out.
reposition, he's
The lane,
everywhere.
Only 12 seconds remaining. Blast pack sent.
Blast pack
Just managed
goes
to
in,
hound
stop
down
the
Buzz.
plant.
We're gonna have to try to get that spike on the floor. At least deal some additional
they did
damage.
okay.
Mindfreak
Whoa,
finding
whoa,
one,
whoa, whoa.
finding 2. Time
A lot of
is
damage.
gone. The round is over, but damage has been dealt. DRX will be able to close out the anti-eco this time around.
Ended up being
Lose
decent.
3 players, they recover the most costly of weapons.
Yeah, I mean, they give up a lot, right? Both orbs. They drop 2 weapons. Bane only had a ghost. They give a lot of kills, a lot of points. I mean, Mindfreak only 3 away.
God, the
Jin
second round,
also
yeah, that's
only
actually a
3
big
away, and
win.
They've lost both of the first 2 rounds.
They
No
did what they
plants
couldn't do
either.
in Ascent.
So this is Paper X still holding on to a lot of resources that they could build into a snowball. For Bane, it does seem like he's really back in the zone. Had a rough start this match. Now proving why people were praising him throughout the league play.
Bonus?
People were talking smack, and
It's not bad though.
Boy,
3
the hands for the
rifles, it's
call.
basically just the FX spy. We got
Those
camera
Ghosts of
and
Sheriff
double trip.
already in here for the side of
Yeah,
DRX.
to get info once this wall goes up.
Tucked back. Safe for
They
now.
might feel like this created a lot of pressure, but they haven't. They are
takes
still
some
heavy
forward
leaning
space,
over
but
towards A. We've got 3
now
people
Paper
with the
X getting a
whole
decent enough read here. Buzz
util.
gonna have to be careful. As there you have it, something.
Cypher.
Outlaw in hand comes up with the kill. Paint shell now flying in towards back sight. Molly set up from Bane. Try to slow things up. Try to get some damage across as they drop their way in. But
That's unlucky, man. He did
unable to
everything
win the
right
fight. Jing
apart
takes
from
him out.
into the headshot.
Buys some space. Stacks force back. Foxy now dead. As the Outlaw continues to ring true.
Spike planted.
And now the upgrade to the rifles as well.
Last player standing.
Handle in hand.
Flawless.
Cleans it up. Mindfreak.
One
pops
armory
up
buy.
Cubby.
Ying
Flawless.
probably keeps his. I'm just going to highlight it just in
Very
case.
fine reply here from Paper X.
Right. Big
Their
buy
first
rounds.
attack side win.
Let's see what
Listen,
we get.
DRX might be up 2. 1 in terms of round score, but Paper Rex
One away
is
from
looking
official on
solid
attack, so you imagine
with all
most
the
people
other
right
setups.
now
I
would
mean,
be
you've got
going
3 ults close to being
heavy
online.
talk on
Yeah,
showers
they have
or
a couple
long.
too. Oh, wow. Quick with the reactions. But the thing is DRX hasn't really been able to take control of the orbs.
Contact, boys, contact. Let me call.
Contact.
Something wants to take the reins again. It's been doing that since the offseason, it seems.
Flash out is...
Okay, well, DRX didn't want him to get
Let
this
pick
orb,
up.
that's for sure.
Yeah,
so
finally some control
now
of the
there's only one
extremities from
orb for
DRX.
something to get it over
Bit of
towards
re-aggression
showers, but
here.
he does have
Mindfreak
vision on
posted
it.
up though, trying to see just over the top of this smoke.
Spots 1.
Spotted him,
And
but
they're about to take showers control.
find the
so-
damage there. Smoke will now dissipate. Buzz, ooh, playing on a knife's edge here. Oh, Smoking. Oh, he wants to use this against him, and he has.
5 HP on that, a
Does get
little bit
knocked down to
unlucky.
5, but Devi, he's got the
Official, it's
healing.
been taken over
He's
towards
right here
showers, but they
alongside
know
him.
that
Can
because
go
obviously
ahead,
they would have
get the
heard it
Brimstone back up to
from
full.
this guy.
Okay, but Bane does push back
And
out,
look
so
at
at the very
Bane.
least, DRX
Is
still has some
he
semblance of map control.
about to
They've lost showers, but
potentially
they
win
have
the
B
round?
main.
He might be.
Thrash
Takes a bit of
shouldn't
info.
catch a
Knife
target.
goes over towards shower.
forward.
Hookah doesn't hit anyone.
Towards lamp space. That space now
There's
taken
3-person
here is
stack,
Mako.
double kill
Spotting out
trip,
Jing. Cam not
and
getting
they've got a
too much
fast
seen
line.
there. It's Foxy. Position going to be revealed. Wants to clear out that wingman, swing in. Headshot is found. That's going to be Forsaken. Take it down, but now spray across into the smoke. Foxy 9 falling. Stacks trying to hold this line, but he cannot.
Yeah, that's unlucky. The people on site need to
It's all
get
on
way
Bane.
more
He's
than
been
this.
noted. Wide swing out
Bro,
from
the cover,
something.
the
Gonna be
cover
the
on
one to come
Wingman
away
was
with
kind of
the kill.
insane.
We're tied up at 2-2.
Trip went on, shot the trip, but then this guy stopped
Paper
spamming
Rex
Wingman and
running
gets
away with
spammed
the
back
credits and the
instantly.
ultimates right now.
DRX got an eco.
Use the Thrash. He's already back up to 3. You've got Showstopper and Orbital Strike right on standby. It's not looking good, and small things like this. You know, the off angles that you can create, you're on bind. There's a lot of
The
ledges, a
something
lot of
swing.
boxes.
Dude, he does do it a lot, doesn't he?
Never
The,
really
the
heard
out and
Mindfreak
then in.
make noise in these cams.
The popping
fired
into double back on yourself. Kind of nuts. That one that he did the other day was the most outrageous one.
Pretty much sheriffs across the board, only Bane as Buzz.
And yeah, they've been getting this orb. They probably went to just get this orb so much until they get punished, and now the punches come in, you would imagine they don't take it anymore.
Dizzy up over the top. On the blind.
I've hit 3, I think, so these two are gonna
So
start
far, just 1 for
walking.
1. The Raze is dead. Fragments in
shots.
delay. Does that hit? Yes, it does. Something kind of forced
Whoa,
out.
shot.
Oh my goodness, the headshot.
Oh man, Stacks had such a good chance here. Yeah, he's got it, bro. He hits
Down to
that
3
extra
HP.
shot. That's a fun round.
Dean just trying to create an off angle here. The heals are going to come back out, so it's not going to be an easy kill. But Mako
This is
and
the
Foxy
push that
9,
we were
they've already
talking about
pushed onto
because
it.
they
Bane
knife
just
hit 3.
stay alive. Not all hope is lost, though it is an eco.
Still getting tagged up. Wingman spotting him. He's going to
That's
pull back.
sick.
Even deeper now.
They send Wingman in, you think he's gonna plant, but
Mako
actually
from
he's
behind,
bouncing
able to
off
find
of
one.
this to check if anyone's gonna
Try
take
to
a
clear the
timing through
angle.
the smoke. So
3v3, but
sick.
HP bars low, and Mako still swinging
Fake
in.
Wingman.
It's falling. The reveal coming through as the neural theft is committed, but they just dive out of the cyber cage and take him down. Bane
End
dead
up
at the
being a
same
nice
time.
round. We've got to start looking at the money here.
Paper
The
Rex
money's
will now
really
gain
good.
the lead 3-2.
Yeah, I wondered if they might actually use the Orbital Strike once they had the pinch onto Garden. I thought it might have been an opportunity, but it seems like they had already made the call to just invest the ultimates, the utility into the next round. And Buzz, I mean, no support there either. Obviously, the smoke not actually blocking bullets, so it's always going to be a risk. That's the early timeout. DRX, they've been course correcting with early timeouts. This time 1 round earlier than the previous 2 maps. But the calls have been good from the coaching staff. We'll see what they identify. I mean, for one, that smoke on B main, yeah, you might be able to hold control of vision, but you can't rely on it. Paper X is not going to respect it. And the thing is they'll spam through the smoke and they'll still take showers control as well.
I'm telling you,
so DRX maybe having to
all this
invest
year
a
his
little bit
timeout's
more
been
onto
good.
one side rather than hold on to these widespread defaults.
Very rocky.
He's
slow
listened to the
start here.
criticism.
For Buzz in particular, he's just been getting punished time and time again. That's what the game plan is going to be, to try to enable that raise here, but inside of Paper Rex, it's a solid rally back so far. I mean, this was the map. We saw them drop versus Talon yesterday. Talon doing a good job of really understanding how Paper Rex likes to approach this map. Now they look to try to change things up so they're not just running the same strategies here versus DRX.
Something's already only 1 away from the Thrash again, and he has the
Yes.
operator,
Gonna be-
and credits to
gonna
boot.
be
I mean,
2
Mindfreak's
ults.
capped as well.
8-2, 2
So is
ults
Divide.
potentially
Very rich on that
on the
side of
6
this map.
rounds.
So,
Yeah,
okay,
and they
there's
want
going
to
to be a bit of a
heavy
heavier
go over
investment
towards
into
showers,
showers.
but
They're
because
not
they
gonna
denied
contest for
this
B
one,
main.
he might be able to get a free.
Oh my goodness.
Holy, we get the flash into the double satchel. They get a lot of info on that, and that's just a random spray. Someone's trying to make some space off of this.
Trade up in the end, but
with all this
what an entry from
fighting,
Jing.
something
At the
might
end
be
of
able
the
to
day,
get
Paper
fish
takes
here.
control, right, of both extremities again. So sure, they're down in numbers, but they'll be able to apply better pressure. Currently spread out, looking for 1v1 duels. Uh-oh.
Deep enough that that's not spotted.
Okay, knife didn't hit.
Stacked as he won't realizes it now. There's that shot.
Yeah, and this
tucks
guy
back,
distracts,
tries
and
to
this
avoid
guy
the
might be
dizzy,
tempted
does
to
so.
wide swing out.
In the meantime, swinging
And we are
up,
in the
Bane
gap
spotting.
of the.
Used, but Devi finds the
Hold
kill.
up.
Something now joining in on this side of the map. The rotate coming back through from Mind Freak. Flash in Mako. Spotted. There's the
Oh
orbital.
my
Tries
God,
to swing out,
hold
tries
up.
to take the duel. Ends up falling. Something with that operator.
No
puts
way.
out Foxy 9.
Dude, it
What
fell
started
apart
off as
so
numbers
fast.
advantage is very swiftly taken away from them. Stacks.
A 4v3.
Now the last man standing.
Pretty
Timeout from
impressive though,
DRX
how they
this time,
recovered
not
this.
looking to really find value. Devi.
Like they were all looking for so much. It was break camera into this guy tries to get a kill, but it's the better wall, so there's no gap here. And then Devi decides to go get that first kill. Then the flash goes in, he peeks, see the guy, and then they insta ult on top of it, knowing he has to run out into the open, so it's a kill. Worked pretty well. You gotta shout out Devi here. Did so much. Yeah, he heard me. You're welcome.
Thank you indeed. Huge opener there from Devi. Also had the setup.
And they still have
Flash
fish ult
out
and
showers.
razor.
I mean, look at this. So Paper X, they've conditioned them to give up on B main control, but they're still pressuring A short. They've always been able to take control of showers. DRX, yeah, you have the cam this time in showers, but you're not feeling safe, especially not on an eco. Stinger is bought up.
Bane now rotating, trying to reinforce this B site. Just he and Stacks with Stingers in hand. Trailblazer will scout forward. Nothing really going to be spotted there as Fragment comes out to try and delay. HL's into the back.
Bro, someone help this guy.
Out, rushing up into the side.
What are they doing?
Catching a glimpse. See the gun barrel of the Stinger. Just takes him down there. In tube. Dives into the
What
back. Does end
the
up falling.
hell is
Delivers
going
a
on?
weapon over into the hands of DRX. So for now, it's going to be that 4v4. TPs across the cam. Now it's going to be walled off. Mind Freak lingering, going to try to go a bit of a backstab attempt here, perhaps. Full four-man rotate from DRX, working their way across, but Mind Freak, no, not going to go for that attempt. Decides to TP back in.
Bane has ult.
Right, if he can get
Would
into
you
the site,
really be
still got
using it
that
on this
cam over
round?
on showers to deal with Mind Freak.
Yeah.
The off.
Ball goes down, Buzz swings out. The
Oh,
off picks the ball,
lunatic.
something on the repeat.
Oh my god.
Finds Foxy 9. Double
Oh
shot.
my
Quick,
god.
quick,
And another?
Mako dead. Bane will finally be able to put an end to it. His hands come
Ooh.
off. One tap. But a 1v2. Still the
Shots,
play
man.
through. The orbital strike. He's got no idea. He's got no HP.
Good bit of damage. They can pick up the op.
Truck will be able to bring him down. It's decent damage dealt, but ultimately,
yes.
Paper X, it will carry forward the
Money's still
operator. They have
outrageous,
so
man.
much
12 to
cash.
3 for
So
something.
now move up 5-2.
Having a bit of a nightmare on Ascent. Not
he's
anymore.
fishing.
Wait, that's
I
how
mean,
he died
Devi's
there.
teaching everyone how to fish on Paper X.
God damn.
Holy. I mean,
Up triple.
nice attempt, but like the creds just banked up, and Buzz just not able to catch a single break. I mean, he's out trying to get orbs. He's trying to get whatever going. He still doesn't have that showstopper online.
He just
One away from
actually
it.
just disrespected all the Uto here. There's an extra
Been
orb if
denied
they want it, so
start of
something
any
might be on its
value.
way to a third fish ult already.
Once
We'll see.
again, applying pressure inside of the map where DRX are going to be weakest. 0 point, spots out 2. Got 2 in showers. We have others elsewhere nearby. So, does lead to Bane
But
shifting back across towards this side of the map.
thing is, he can go close, and Raze just knows that he
Paper
can
X
just
realized
send
that
it
Showers
close
doesn't
now.
have Cypher setups.
I mean, they will take
Coming
that
out
all
very early
day. That's
here.
a real early ult. That's a huge win for Paper X.
Getting sent, just trying to stop,
Taken.
dissuade this push up, but Paper X, they say we've got plenty of time.
Yeah, and this is last
Play
smoke,
this one
right?
out patiently.
Cycling through the
I
one
mean,
ways.
they got time.
The orbital helps mask some of the tripwires as well.
Okay.
Trailblazer,
They
quick
don't-
clear on that one.
they don't
Mako
wanna
still
wait.
forward. Tucks back, trying to now avoid this ult, these stuns from coming through, but he will fall, and Mindfreak catches Bane at the same time.
Foxy's gonna kill everyone.
Dissipating. Foxy ready for the jump. This final one looks to try to challenge against Mindfreak, but Mindfreak just turns back around and finds that kill. Go to help protect as the wingman gets the plan. Stack's not snappy enough. Taken down. It's all on
Didn't even
Buzz.
have to use Razor. Oh man. PaperX are doing a great job right now of just like,
maybe not as Forsaken still
like
watching
think about
the flank,
this
but either
ult,
way,
then they
have
hold
to
on to this
save.
ult, so this could be next
And
round,
Buzz
and then
individually
next
sure
round
he'd
they'll
love
have
to prove
fish
a
ult.
point, but now's not the time to do it.
Waterfalling.
And right
Good.
now, I mean, DRX, they're trying to go for these holds where they think they have trap plays ready, but PaperX is countering the util timing so well. They wait for DRX to go through their cycle, and then they catch them in an offbeat
Problem
with
is
their
they've
own
already
util.
had one.
The smoke on to
You would
heaven
give 'em-
perfectly timed right as they
You would give
enter.
him a little bit more, I think.
And at that point, DRX start to file in one by one.
This was just because they got overwhelmed
And one of the biggest
by
differences
the
is back when Gen.G
Arbor
took
ult.
down PaperX at kickoff, it was about staying together, right? It was about always going for the trades. Whereas
They
DRX
might
right
need
now
to be more proactive.
is about
but-
trying to use the util to set up individual advantageous fights, but it's just not working out. There's just too many targets. And even when it is fair, PaperX is still ahead.
Not even sure they got a good comp to be proactive with.
Well, now 6 rounds netted here for the side
AO
of
only.
PaperX.
They have like one of the worst comps
that
to be
attacking
like
talent that
super
gave them
proactive
the
with. They can kind of
post
flash send it, but
But
all goes into DRX for
to
the
be fair, it
eco
was
to
also
stack over
Search
towards
Lurks, right? Yes,
site,
huge impact
and
there.
as we can
There's
see,
already
it's
more
looking
rounds
like the
than they were
wrong
able to find
site.
in that series on this attacking side. Nearly as many rounds
And
as
we'll
they got
just
across the
highlight
entire
this
map. That
one.
was a 13-7 scoreline.
This is going to be the third fish ult.
PaperX
Dude, they
looking
could
very much
actually
alive and
get
well here.
4 fish ults into this half.
So once again,
You would have to use it pretty much as
the
soon as
line
he gets
share.
it here.
DRX players. All goes across. You can see that silhouettes there. The 4-man push getting ready to come through. Trailblazer trying to lead the charge here. 0 points sent out. Just go ahead and try to cancel that one out. Gets
A good amount of
reveal on the
info.
3.
Everyone's about to TP. And
TP used.
yeah, that's a
Punch
gun
coming
though.
in. Jing able to find one. Puts out
They
Buzz.
had so many people
Continue to make
TP
sure
that they
you can't
decide
find
to
any
take this,
value
but we
in
have a
these
camera
rounds. Gets
info,
that
and
punch.
Mako's here with
Mako,
double
however,
molly
still
to
here.
stop this.
Snake bite sent. Thrash cleared out. Another snake bite to try to further delay as the wingman pushes up. Quick clear as Mako gets in ahead of it. Hinges upon the headshot as well. Forsaken going to be taken down, but now Mindfreak striking from short. Foxy turns his attention back. He's able to find that kill. Mako gets another one tap. Something
Does
now
he know that?
all on his
No
lonesome.
idea that he went lamps. Oh,
Foxy drifting in and something has the read.
did someone
What
call
in
that
the
for him?
world?
That's crazy. He's so on top of it.
Puts him down.
Man, I feel
gets
bad for
the spike
Mako. He did
plant
everything.
just for good measure as
Yeah,
PaperX
Mako's
now
wondering what on
at
earth
7,
more does he
and
need
all
to
of
do
these
into a
round
round.
wins have been consecutive.
Something is
Yeah,
insanely
DRX, if
aware.
they didn't win the pistol, things would be even more dire. And this clutch
Is there something that we missed?
I mean, I would have thought that Foxy 9 had an opening here just
I don't
because
think
that
so.
timing's so short. It's not easy to have an internal timer like
And
that.
yeah, he said he might get his
Right on the
fourth
spot.
ult into
Usually
the
it's
half,
the long
and
wraparounds that you
it
read,
looks like
but
it's going to happen.
Something not taking any
Dude,
chances.
he's 14-3.
Only
He's died
14
3
and 3.
times.
Buzz.
Oh my goodness, this flash over towards this flash double
Coming away
satchel
with
in
the
showers
advantage, and
is
now the
annihilating DRX.
Right back up to 100.
No info now on the side of TRX, but it's not like they feel confident enough to push out either.
Spotted
That's a
both there on
Razor.
the Trailblazer.
How's he not popped Razor?
Here as well.
I'm surprised.
Just waiting for the moment.
My guy.
Swing out, attempt of the paint shells, showstopper in hand here from Buzz. Where he wants to try to send it, sends it correctly. He's able to find Forsaken. Day's not going to connect.
No satchels,
Now,
that's
PaperX
fine.
Shifting over here towards
Carry on
Fox's
jumping the
position.
whole way. Most people gonna go
Yeah,
to
Foxy
this
gets
corner.
the read for it.
Rest of the team
Gets
can
the
get
call
up
that
short.
they've rotated out for the time being.
been
Still
alright with
50
it.
seconds, but they'll try to keep himself safe. Now that cyber cage will have been noted by Mindfreak.
While he's available, do they just suspect that Mindfreak kind of staring in that direction?
Buzz might be the
Decides to
first
do.
point of contact here.
Does
Line train on
Devi
the
pop
angle.
him?
Buzz on the peak.
Fast.
Able to find it. Spike now
30
dropped.
seconds left.
Mindfreak tucked into the
One
corner.
enemy remaining.
Foxy able to find one. His position revealed, but Mindfreak plenty to try and deal with here as the molly does get sent. Flushes him out into the open, but Foxy will find the
Extra bullet
headshot.
there. Okay.
As Buzz starts to come
Not
alive
bad.
a
I
bit.
still
gonna
think
be
that
DRX getting
PaperX
themselves a third round
maybe
win.
could have gone for
Crucial
this.
round for
The
Buzz,
hill came in
right?
maybe
Not
because
only
he
getting
didn't
on
have
the board,
armor.
but
They didn't
very,
want to use
very
his
big
ult. I'm not
impact
entirely
kills,
sure
gets
because
that
the hill did
confidence
come
back
in.
up, and you get to keep the
Would love to
operator.
see this in the half, though.
Some big
It's
ultimates
been
on your
holding
side
on
of
to
the
it for a
defense
while.
as well. A great decision here, realizing that the boombot's going to bounce out.
Yeah, well, they were
Uses that against
not
Jing. Makes it
expecting
look
an
like
op.
he's backed off.
It's one of those moments where you're playing solo queue, you see your 0-7 Razor Jet pick up the operator, and you're like, are you serious? And then they just start popping off.
Sometimes that's just the weapon you need. Judge and Showstopper in the hand of Jing. It's going to be a fast hit.
3-person stack.
Good 0
and
points.
Slow it up, though.
But that's fine.
And the
They'll
narrow
take that
command,
as well.
just to make sure.
Everything that Stacks had basically thrown at that one to stave them off.
So it does seem like the 0 point was initially just a fish for information, but then he hears the noise. So he just has to pop the ultimate. So now the cycling not quite there for DRX.
And the problem is,
Gonna be
he has like a
here on this
small
angle of
window to
showers.
pop his ult before the knife comes back.
Showstopper, meanwhile, back over on the side itself. Jing up over the top, seeking target. Stack's going to be taken down. Mako able to find 2, tries to tuck back into the smoke, but
Big
it's already been
shot.
spotted. Up shot, wide from Buzz.
Yeah,
The wingman
here's
goes
the
into
guy
the
running
plant.
away, and they kind of switch
Players
positions.
left as Bane
And
arrives. Fox
oh,
is still wrapping
it's
around.
Been, I mean, this has been the story all the time where they
There's
win a
that
round
Lamps.
and then lose the next, and
a lot more to deal with.
looks like it hasn't stopped.
This is tough for Foxy9 because he has to be able to get the first contact, and he will.
Hold up.
Can he
Hold
get
up.
that reveal across? Yes, he can. Mind Freak now going
If
to
he
be
gets
spotted.
a kill, he gets ult.
They know where he's playing, but if he can isolate, if he finds one, that's going to give him that orbital. He also still has the molly to try and delay. That gets sent first and foremost.
Oh, that
Goes in
is
a little
a
too deep for DRX.
left molly, man.
Side. They have the double stack. They have to get committed to this defuse now. Tempted a bit of a high-low. Mind Freak, knowing that they're going to be sticking to this one. Swings out wide enough, but the defuse has
Just
already come
diffused
through.
it. It would have been fine
It's a
anyway.
hair off being able to try and deny that one away. DRX, narrow margins. but they
Well,
give
I
themselves
mean,
up to 4.
Foxy
Chance
managed to
at
clutch that
5.5.
one out, man. Fair
A great
play.
read from DRX, knowing
Because I
that
thought
the
they were
Showstopper
fully
was
out of
going
it
to come
here.
through. Not only do they delay it early, but Mako hides right under the smoke, where Jing's just going to be flying through. He actually goes right inside of it.
The easy transfer.
That
Thank you
brimstone
so much,
smoke
Bran.
going all the way
Appreciate
down
it,
to the
bro.
floor. You can't really see the legs there
Easy
unless
transfer
you're
with the
standing
19
far,
months.
far away
Thanks for the prime usage, bro.
It just has not been easy today for
Yeah.
DRX.
Certainly not.
But honestly, like a 4-5 is not too bad.
It's at 8-4.
So the pit's online. I wonder if DRX
With the
just uses
Cypher,
it on
should
a
it be
timer
more?
just to tighten
Probably.
the map a bit further. But of course, you never want to leave it alone on bind. There's too many ways to pinch.
With a pistol,
Well,
should it be more?
maybe expecting
Definitely.
that it's going to come out if they go over to that A site. Start working their way forward as Cam spotted at least one player. Something noted there. Thrash online. Paper-X though. Seeker sent.
Everyone
Still
from long,
stacked up
fish
over here
all into
towards this
Seekers.
teleport.
That's a
They're
lot
trying
of
those
crap to
rotations
shoot.
for Foxy. Gonna be detained. Stack's able to find one.
He is melted in his mate's
There's no
molly. How has
teammate
this
molly,
happened?
However,
He got
the
fish
trade-up is
shorted
there.
and there's a
Sax
molly there. Did the
down to
fish
try to
like
swing out
headbutt the molly
backside.
as well? Dude, I would love to see that
on his face.
replay.
Mako
How is the
dead.
molly
plan
there?
Coming through. Buzz, the only one
That's
left
so
alive.
sick.
Full util, but an
Bro, how
operator
did the
in
molly
hand.
land there? I think the
As
fish
the
might have
Uphill
headbutt it
just
or something.
Spam him out. Is not giving him any hope, any opportunity whatsoever. 8-4
Oh,
on
we
the
might
half
never know.
once again, much like we saw on Lotus.
I mean, Buzz is usually that guy that's really staying in the game, creating space, and Paper-X just will not give him an inch, knowing how strong that player can get. You know, a bit of an unfortunate team kill there with the Thrash Detain, slowing Foxy up. It's stuck in his own team's molly, not able to escape it in time. And you can tell the smiles have all been wiped away from DRX. I mean, a lot of players, ex-pros, have talked about the power of just really keeping the joy going, right? Not letting yourself get too pressured on your own. DRX struggled with that for 4 years. Seemingly, Bane was the magic they needed to escape it, but not today. Not in front of a home crowd, not against their rivals of Paper-X. Everything on the line.
And 4-1 pistols.
Pistols
And somehow,
widely in their favor. They need this one to
DRX
be.
need to win another
As he
pistol.
pointed out earlier, 2 of their 4 rounds, it was that pistol, was their ability to finally close out the anti-eco. And then widely, it was
He
quiet
missed
from
last map.
DRX
It was
camp ever
decent
since
symmetry.
Then.
It was decent. They
Need to
brought out
repeat
a
that off the rip here, but then,
they brought out a weird
you're looking at
comp,
a bonus
which was
conversion,
basically
et cetera. This attack
Sova,
needs to be
Sova out
absolutely
and
monstrous. That just doesn't feel
Viper
possible
in.
unless Buzz really starts heating up.
The defense was pretty sick.
All the
Especially on the
turnarounds.
attack.
Had some cool stuff.
Now, not going for the half
Double
armor from Buzz
frenzy
this
for
time.
Paper X on
Favoring a little
defense,
bit more
and
utility
the amount of
across
times
the
Paper X have
board.
gone for a 4-1 down
So
here,
understanding that
it
Paper
does
X,
not surprise me that
they
DRX want to
definitely
fight this
play
early.
a lot of flood retakes.
There's the amount of time.
Go for a lot of
I think
aggression. That
literally
harbor
4 out of the
really
5
enables
pistols that I've watched from Paper X could be
to be a bit more
could be
mobile,
something
a little bit more
different to
fluid,
that.
one
There's
would
been
say,
like
here
4
on this
starting
map
B,
of
1 on A,
DRX wanting the util to
and every
counter
single
that.
time they push down here. So yeah, they literally had
Set
people
up.
ready for this.
Find something ready for a double face out at long. 0 point, only catching the 1.
Mostly gets tagged by it as well to make it look
Yeah,
like it might just be
he
one
wanted
here
to
on the
get
site.
tagged to make sure that they have to use extra
Something's
util.
watching.
The wall set up, and Stacks taking an immense amount of damage there, down to 34.
Dax picks up the orb, they got 1 flash, 1 nade, and they're going to be
Smoke's
sending
coming through.
it.
Paint shell to check
Dog
over
goes
towards
in to
Cubby,
see how many
Dubai with
people
that
are sending it
Trailblazer,
in.
knowing that he's up above.
And it's going to have to
Like
be
the
a
angle on
full
him. So for
retake,
now,
and
sight
no one's
will
going
be
behind.
DRX's.
Trip is here, Camera's here. And I
If they
know that no
defend,
one's pushing behind.
DRX get that retake.
Yeah, Buzz has to watch out for his left side around elbow. He has to remember that they were trying to spam upwards.
Smoke dissipating. Ching spotted. Sprayed
The
through.
hard
Takes him low.
retake. Smoke down, cage
Slides
down.
back over that way. Puts a couple more shots through and gets some decent
The
damage.
good news
dealt.
is they have double
Heals
flash.
Streaming here from
Flash through the
Divine.
window.
Flash looking good. Stacks will be the first one to fall.
Flash
Buzz
on
with the
top.
repeat, able to
Bro,
find
the
one.
flashes
Tries to
are
get tucked back
incredible
here
from
alongside the
Divine.
wall. Gets that
Wait, how did
mid-air
these other guys not
headshot
follow up?
onto Divine. Mitchell in
I think
hand,
the
covering
guy
fire coming through
here,
is Mako and Bane. Clean up the
either a
rest.
guy
They
in
keep
sight
Buzz
or a guy
alive.
in
DRX keep the hopes alive.
in
Take
hookah
another
own
pistol
this
win.
round, because I
A
felt
huge
like
round
everyone
for
should have
Buzz,
been
and great
following
backup
up
as well.
the
Even
Divide
Foxy 9
flash.
jumping out of the
I
smoke
think these two
just to keep Buzz
phased.
alive. I mean, if he had gotten the kills, great. But he dies, keeps Buzz
Team
alive, and then
flash?
Mako's still there
Maybe.
for the crossfire.
It felt like it
And
went pretty
seems
deep here.
If DRX can figure out the reason they won that pistol is because they were ready to trade for each other by staying grouped up, rather than going for 1v1 duels around utility. That could be the key
Yeah, I
to
think
victory.
it's the Cypher.
Second paint shell, not even necessary.
Oh, he wanted to wall up.
Solid there. Pop off a bit from Buzz. Energy ramped up. Is
Well,
Buzz
5-person send it
angry,
towards
able to
long. Why
find
not?
2 quick kills right off the rip. As
Holy,
it
bro.
is just
Okay, so
a
let's try and
blink
catch up a
and
little
miss
bit.
it round.
5-1
Paper X
overall in terms of
plus
pistols
4
for
with the
DRX, so
WG
they are
game
massively
out
winning the
into B
pistol
long,
rounds.
And DRX, they push him into the
Brian, thank you so much for the raid, bro. I heard there was some mad stuff going
Paper X
down.
finally getting a taste of their own medicine.
Replay. It's the entire round.
Yeah, it is literally the
Yeah,
entire
just
round.
play it out for sure. Goes for the good anti, still holds the sprays. Teammates bouncing in and out of the high tides. But again, I mean, if DRX can recognize again, it's about staying grouped up, knowing that the Paper X train does not stop. Coach Solo joked about it. He said all he told Gen.G was to trade before the grand finals of kickoff.
Knife showers, hits brim, smoke on shore, flash goes out long, doesn't hit anyone.
Taking some very forward and aggressive positions there.
Yeah, that's
Couple
gets
shots
him
over
scared
towards
though a little
Buzz.
bit.
Breathe easily that he's still alive.
Now, no Sentinel on the side of Paper X, so a lot of pressure on Mindfreak to try to hold on to Showers. Foxy9 knows that if he can get the right timing, he should have a better chance keeping control of this.
Sentinel's play was not a problem for Paper X on Lotus.
True.
Gonna try to make sure that it's not an issue for them here. Cam
I like
spotted
this
onto one,
though.
something- no, he's not
Mindfreak
crept
gets
forward,
hit
taking
by it.
space instead in
He
Showers.
baits and runs away
Patience.
to take
Had
it
to work their way
out,
across
and then
over towards
something
B.
went to the off angle in the corner in case
still
this guy
set
wanted
up.
to
Looks
tunnel
like,
vision
okay,
and
Forsaken
take the
just wanted to
space.
set up that harbor wall.
There's a nice little micro play on that.
It's a little bit more unassailable as final smoke here from Mindfreak will be sent, just replacing that one at short. Creeping around the side. Dizzy going to be sent. Mosh now turned. There's the entry from Buzz.
Whoa.
Able to stabilize that spray. Finds one in the smoke just behind him.
30
This
seconds
Mindfreak statuesque for now. They check out Showers. Nothing spotted there. Buzz joins in with
Dude,
Foxy
this
9.
is a hard retake now.
Good post-plant control for
They have
DRX. All
Cove.
they have to worry about is the flank, but the trap is there. So GenG should be spotted.
Mako hearing the footsteps, swings in, maybe not anticipating 2 players. Mindfreak now makes his presence known. Jing still approaching
Big
from behind.
jewel for
gets the
Jing.
headshot bait,
Wow.
taken
Wow,
down.
I mean, they just won all their
Mindfreak
jewels.
finds
What,
Foxy9.
what can you say other
It's
than
now
that?
all on Buzz. Paint shells at the ready.
It's
Sent
strong.
to try to interrupt, but they hold it up to half. Clear
They
them
won
off for a
so
brief little
many
moment, but cannot
jewels.
get the kills. Paper X with the defuse will move up to 9.
One here, one here, one here.
I mean, it just seems a
I
little
didn't see the
unfair,
other
doesn't
kill.
it? DRX, they try to go for advantageous 1v1 fights. They can't win it. But Paper X, they'll win all
Hard
of
re-
theirs
that-
on the
dude, that's a
retake.
hard retake, I'm telling you.
Sure, this one, a little
shouldn't
bit of
be
a
like
swarm,
this.
but Mindfreak,
I would love to know why Stax
solid
is
as
doing
always.
that.
remaining.
Right as the high tide rises, just knows the timing around that utility.
Nice Warzone.
Oh, now.
Right there.
Going to the rifle v rifle.
This, right?
Decent showing so
This
far.
is what we're
from
gonna
DRX.
focus on.
These first 2 rounds.
Massive rounds.
Dealt, but widely Paper Rex.
And you would imagine
Able to shrug off
Bars
that
wants
last
to get
round.
his ult.
By holding, thinking about going for a jiggle, but double push up out of
And
Hookah
they
is
kind of feel the
gonna be
same, so they're going to
devastating. There's the
focus
first
over
one.
towards
There's the
long,
second.
and
Decides
that's
to
the
back
person. I
away.
mean, he
Doesn't
gets his
wanna
ult, but it's
overdo
going to
it.
be next round.
Mind Freak stays tucked here.
What
Shoulder by
the
shoulder.
hell?
And Stax does end up falling to 5.
Dude, I
Peeks out
didn't even look at the
long,
minimap
is
because
able
I'm
to
like,
find
well, I
him.
know they're not going to do
Mako
anything.
breaks open A a little bit there as
Then they're
Showers
dueling.
in their hands, but Forsaken still
Mako's
needing to be
taking a
dealt
lot
with.
of space.
Foxy slow creeping up out of the wall. Forsaken unable to find the adjustment. Mako gets himself a second kill, but now it's going to be TP's in from behind. Bane out
Wait.
deep. Does have that spike
No,
in hand, but
boss.
he cannot get the shots. Should have spotted the second player as the Seeker now chases in. The other one expiring. They knew that Mako was already there on the site. And this is now
Oh,
a
man.
very dire situation for
That's
DRX.
so devastating
Yeah, the
on this
spikes be the
round,
absolute
like on the
pinch, and
big
Mako,
money
he wants
rounds.
to try to create some space,
Gotta
but
win this fight versus something you would suspect, but instead he's going back over towards A.
they think it's just in Showers.
Oh,
Bane has
bro,
no
I feel
idea.
bad for him. He can still recover it, but
Gets ready to come through. He cannot turn away from it. The buy will find the kill, and you have to see him leaning back in his chair. Knows that he absolutely needed to survive there, needed to find that kill. Mako now dead. A one tap from something to get Paper Rex up to double digits.
shout out to
3
Paper X's
rounds
idea
is
here.
now
They knew that they
separating
would be
Paper
tunnel
Rex.
visioning in a little bit
ticket
to the
to
fact that
their
they
second
won away
Masters
from a
event of the year.
Raze ult. Right, so instead of fighting it, they just take the free map
starts the
control
rounds are just
and they
getting
get them
red
as they're
hard,
focusing
right?
on the
early
ult.
smokes. I mean, this is all.
And then as they're
rely on the
focusing
fact
on
that
short,
Paper
they
Rex adheres to
re-aggress
the
on
rules, and they
long.
respect
Bro,
the
that's
utility,
cool.
They respect the default timings, and you know that that's not how they play Valorant.
Good read, G.
Yeah, and that's a great call.
Great indeed. Well,
It was a good
timeout
read.
now called from DRX.
Who's he saying that to? Jing.
Last one of the series. Paper X still holding on the 2, so even if that run back does come in, Alex has plenty of opportunities to try and disrupt the flow.
TRX. And wondering why they had to meet Paper X right as the Magic returns. Not only returns, maybe even has gotten even stronger. But at the end of the day, it's up to them to have to battle through it. Been good for it in the years past. They really want to buy the faith of their fans back this year. This would be the moment to do it.
And while, yes, it's not full dire straits quite just yet for either team, you have that lower bracket, that match. That's tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Both,
I guess it's Gen.G.
all of these teams are going to be playing tomorrow night. Winner of this versus T1, loser versus
How do the
Gen.G.
commentators never overlap as one of
Yeah,
them
I'm certain
assigned to
that
talk
Gen.G
about the micros? Yeah. You got
Not gonna be
play-by-play
looking to have
and
the same mistakes as they had
colorcaster.
earlier today.
So it's like some action, this guy
Correct,
takes
so
over.
they might have
Some
a
like
read as Foxy on
stuff
that
that you
peak
need to
to
talk
spot
about
him
to
out.
kind of fill time about what they're doing.
Kill not found, though,
Like
with a sheriff.
strat-wise, that's the
Yeah,
other
but look
guy
at Paper
basically.
X. They already read this, right? The only time that Foxy 9 pushes towards Hookah is when it's a B pinch.
Bosch trying to slow things up. Jing takes out Mako. Showstopper at the ready. Spots
Where's
one
my guy
backside.
Slap,
Oh, rocket
bro?
Connects into double box. Something finds Buzz, cleans him up. The orb
They're slapping
there
walls.
from Stax, but
Slapping
he will
walls,
end up
bro,
falling
missing the
all
ult.
same. It's looking like a flawless off the back of the timeout as Foxy. He needs to die at some point. Doesn't want to just carry over that sheriff.
Yeah,
not
I mean, it was the expected outcome with the round before. That was the big money round,
I mean,
so
if
Eco
Paper X
goes
really
in
wanted
and they
to
get up
deliver
to
the mental
11.
damage, this is where they would just let Foxy 9 live, quite frankly.
Oh, you just run away from him.
Yeah, you spot him and you just say, all right, peace. I mean, for now, sure, there's still so much time, so you're protecting the spike, but some teams might do that. Paper X, though, they'll always enjoy the extra kill. A little bit more on the board, obviously Forsaken, Jing, very close to their ultimates. But it's Savai who cleans it up. And like you said, Achilleos, flawless coming in. And now Paper X 2 rounds away from making it to Shanghai.
Bit of a bigger win
Forsaken
because of the
2
Raze
steps
ult
away
as
from
well.
joining his older brother onto an international stage of VCT.
And similar scenes that we saw from the start of the map. First 2 rounds going the way of DRX, but then that streak building up. Now 3 rounds consecutively here in the second half for Paper X.
Well, this
They
is
made it all
it.
the way up to 7.
Gotta win this
They
round.
only need to make it to 5. Thrash
Bro,
online,
5-1
hit available
pistols.
for Mako if they can try to get themselves into some kind
Dude,
of advantageous
two
post-plant
pistols
position.
on this map, and it's
0 point will
6-11.
spot out the 2 players over
Going
on
on?
B.
Getting annihilated.
So now DRX finally playing like they used to against Paper X, which is let them push out. They have to. They don't have a Sentinel, but they do have double initiator, so a lot of info still able to get gained. Already takes shower control. Already gets the showstopper online for free.
Oh man, it's
there, so now
it's the big round, and they got double
showstopper,
ults. They lose long, but they
tools
take over
available.
towards here, and we're going to be
Paper X
pushing. But this guy heard the flash, so he
again,
should be on
pushing
top of the fact
forward.
they're
Trailblazer
pushing.
is scout over towards long.
And you got to
Now in
imagine
a
something's
position to try
dead.
to backstab if they pull
Right?
back far enough, and Mako
Did he
is
not hit the
not
flash?
reading this at all.
Might have been comms at
Something
the same
gets
time.
the
Might have been
value.
land sounds.
Again, Buzz up over the top, turns back fast enough. Is able to find a vibe, and now the showstopper in play here from Jake.
Oh god, it's all the
Sends it over
ults.
towards Garden. Cannot
They have
find
no
that kill.
idea about the
Team
guy
does go through.
backside.
Bane caught over Garden. Stacks
Yeah.
wrapping around backside. Comes with a kill on Forsaken, but he's not ready for Jing there in 2. Kill found Jing. Gets another. Gets the 3rd. He's looking for the 4th. And he has it.
Holy bro. Holy, that's one way to do it.
Hunger for blood and for international appearances.
Dude
He
is
says, "I missed
two
out on the
tapping
first one.
everyone.
I wasn't there with the team when they went to Madrid, but by God, I will be there when we go to Shanghai."
Yeah, he's had enough.
I mean, how do you stop this guy?
Oh boy.
He's just ready for every single shot.
That's what you give me? No
And now,
reaction?
match point.
Not even a little smile?
Absolutely ridiculous showing from Paper X. I mean, seemingly just discombobulating DRX, not even able to play around the orbs. I mean, it's not even like DRX,
that was
they're not just
massive,
losing
man.
aim duels, they're losing the map.
Forced by into it, they're missing
Some
one
players just own
trip.
certain sites. You think of Zest on Ascent A. You think
Honestly,
of
not
Jing.
too bad. Double satchel
One
though.
by
They're missing
B.
double satchel.
Shades of his performance versus NRG forever ago now at this point. Divide TPing across the map. Trying to be kept honest there by Fox. He stacks it by 1, but now Forsaken.
Damn, bro. Look at him go. There's even a molly here.
Down every single one. Foxy9, last man standing. Reckoning coming his way. Has the reveal, but it's a 1v3. Everything stacked up against him. Stacks bled out a couple pot shots his direction. 41 HP.
No.
As the volley,
Whoa.
he's got a
Oh
small
man, he
spot
even
tucked
spammed
away
it just
in,
in
but
case it
Mindfreak is
didn't
aware of
reach.
it.
Okay, Paper X make
Spares him
it.
his
We
blushes,
get
he
the
shuts it down.
get the brothers.
As
The brothers
Paper
make it.
X
The
will
Shanghai.
defeat
Pretty cool.
DRX 2-1. Another victory for them, and they punch their ticket to
DRX
Master Shanghai.
have to play
Absolute
Gen.G.
masterclass from Paper X.
And that
Winning both
is
individually, but also as a
tomorrow
team.
or not?
Reading the timeouts, the prep was there, and they had to play a match yesterday. Almost got knocked out of playoffs by Talon in what would have been an incredible upset.
It is tomorrow? Okay.
But they come in and they remind DRX that they are not to be trifled with.
Win looks
Completely
convincing. Yeah, this is a good win from them.
plans and the
Dude,
map
a
at its core
5-1, I'm
against
telling
the
you, if
Korean
people can win maps when they lose double pistol,
Consistently
they're incredible on
stopping
that
them
map.
from building up any momentum there on Bind. Gorgeously done from Paper X. The fans here to show their support, absolutely rewarded. And of course, it's just the beginning because the upper final is tomorrow. The Susanto showdown once
It
again.
returns.
We'll see which team is going to be able to
FNS is
come out
now
on top of
supporting
that one,
Paper X
but
to win the
either way,
tournament.
we've got a
Bro, he's
Susanto
late, man.
summer in
He's late to the
Shanghai.
party. That's all I'm
As
saying.
both brothers will
Yeah, I've
be
been
participating
calling
in
that
that
for a while.
event. One more slot available.
Mighty
Plenty more
Max,
games to be
how we
played, but
doing?
first, let's break
45
down the
months.
action here
Appreciate
for the
it.
start of the final match.
45
Send back over to
months.
the analyst
Holy
desk.
hell.
Thank you very much, casters, and yup, two
Thank you, thank you,
Susantos,
thank you,
both
the tier
of them
one.
in Shanghai as PRX joins
That's strong though,
T1
mine and
into
his
the
cast.
first teams,
That's
making
pretty
it over
savage.
to the
Wait, does he
Masters
mean this
event,
tournament or
and
like the
I feel
actual
like this
overall
could have been
tournament?
so close, especially since DRX, they were
he mean-
gaining
does he
some
mean
momentum
Shanghai or does he
there.
mean
There
just
were
this?
rounds that were going really back and forth, but it's just that
You mean
when push came to
Shanghai?
shove-
Oh boy.
when push came
Well,
to shove,
that's both
rather,
of us now.
PRX really came out swinging.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to deal
I
with
still
this
think
Paper X
DRX
team
win
when
this
they're
tournament.
really firing on all cylinders. They're so fast to react to stuff. Like, they're way smarter than you give them credit for.
But I
Like,
think
they
Paper X
read the
wins,
positioning of DRX so many times. Their shower control was immaculate to the point where DRX just kind of gave it up
Shanghai.
because they couldn't win it. They were just getting bullied
It's a
all
double
over the
curse, so
map.
it cancels
I mean,
out.
was-
Maybe.
Well, yeah, there were
Maybe.
some good rounds from DRX for sure. They look good on pistols. Hey, great. But after
Okay,
that,
let's stick
once
around. We'll
guns are in hands, once
see what
rifles
the
are out
interview
there,
is
it's
going to be.
so tricky to deal with this Paper X team. They're just so
And
strong.
then we
Yeah, it just feels
will
like if you give Paper
finish
X an
because
inch,
we have
they will
Americas
take a mile
in
and
7
more.
hours or so.
Like they kept on looking for extra inches, something like over and over again. So many rounds, he was pick up first kills, just taking aggressive angles. DRX were not checking them, and he was just taking those liberties. He was doing whatever he wanted. It felt like that many times.
these
Jing
clips
as well,
from
just, amazing
Max,
clutches
man,
from him
thank you
and
so
Paper
much.
X.
It's
At the end
going
of the
good,
day,
dude.
they
Are you still
absolutely
here?
Deserve this first
Thank you
ticket
so much,
because
by the
they
way,
were the
Max.
better team today.
How is things
Don't
as
get
well,
me
bro?
wrong, I feel like
I need
DRX,
to-
they
I need to
know
check
how
in. I
to
need
beat
to-
Paper X. They absolutely
I need
can.
to actually
It's just that
check in
today
with some people
wasn't
soon.
their day. When it came down to the aim duels, unfortunately, Buzz took a
Wait,
little bit of time
you
to
guys-
come
you guys
to
got
really,
Neil
really
as
come
your
online.
manager, right?
He did
I
have,
think.
that, spectacular.
Still,
That was 4K
That's right.
over on the
I think I
B
saw
side,
that.
but it just took way too long, and there were just so many rounds that were wasted without him being like that presence that he needs to be.
Yeah, this has been a rough
You
map
got
for
Bot
Buzz
Crucial
on
back?
the Rays
Respect.
at times. So we saw it against Bleed as well. He didn't really have a strong performance. I think he was like 9 to
He's a
15 or
beast,
something.
dude.
Yeah.
So this is clearly not something that he's super comfortable with. I mean, the controllers play pretty well for DRX here. Mako and Bane typically have pretty good performances on this map. Mako played pretty good here, but overall, it's just
Paper X is the only team that didn't slow down from Madrid. Why? Pretty much because they changed players. You can look at Heretics as well. They only really had one bad week when
and that is not something that goes
they
well
had one
against
bad
Paper
week
X.
where
And
Paddy
so
Tech
there has
knew
to
that
be
he was
some
gonna
address of
that was his last game.
coordinated play, like play for trades, like they talked
But I
about
think
on the
them
cast.
and
What
them and
worked for
Heretics have
Gen.G
kind of
against Paper X in the
benefited from
finals is something
changing
you're gonna have
comps,
to, if you get the
changing
opportunity
from
to have
changing
that
players. Sorry.
go back against Paper X in the finals potentially for DRX.
Prodigy,
to have those
thank you
trades,
so
to have
much,
those
man.
setups, those things
Thank you,
like
thank
that
you.
They need to address coming into the grand
Nice,
finals if they can
Prodigy.
get there.
Yeah, it's not going to
Look
be
you
easy.
go,
It
man.
was
Thanks
also
for the
pretty
gifted.
interesting that
Thanks for
both of our
doing it,
teams
dude.
that had to play yesterday come in and they take some
Zura
pretty
Maru as
dominant
well.
wins,
There you
I
go,
would
mate.
say. I think the T1
Thank you
maybe
so
a
much
little
for
bit
that.
less so, but still, like, T1 looked like the better team for sure, and then Paper X as well. At the end of the day, definitely looking like the better team. So I guess
I'm
having
not
a
saying
little bit
that,
of a warm-up
Sub. I'm
the day
not saying
before
that.
certainly
I'm just saying that a
helping
lot
out.
of times that
Yeah, I think that DRX
it can be
eventually
hard
they
to
just
keep
couldn't handle
that.
the pressure on Bind. The Bind was an interesting choice. You guys were
It's
actually
hard to
talking
keep the
about it while
format
we were watching that
without
map.
having
Maybe
changes
should have
sometimes.
just tried for Split, but they tried for Bind. They had some success there, but it wasn't against Paper X. It was all those other teams in Alpha that they had to go up against, and they had success against. So once it comes to fighting an opponent like Paper X, I think eventually it just kind of got to them. You saw the vibes weren't very good. You could see it kind of written on their faces in the second half of that
Paper
one.
X
Like
com
Paper X
video,
on
yeah,
the
I need to watch
defense,
that as
it
well.
almost
So
looked
I
like
think
they
what
were
I'll
on the
do,
offense. They were on the
I'm
attack,
gonna
just
set
kinda
like
running
Monday
at
or
DRX, and that
Tuesday
can
aside,
happen
and I'll
eventually
just
once
watch
you get
loads of
total
stuff
control of
because
the
I
map.
want to
And
VOD
that's
review
exactly how Paper
Clove,
X plays, right? They're on the offense every
FBX
single
played.
time. And for DRX,
And
you know,
there's
for
loads
the
of stuff that
longest
people are
time,
telling me to
they
watch,
were,
so I
you know,
need to
such
watch some stuff.
a strategy-heavy team. They were such
We'll
a, you know,
set
they were
that.
almost
We'll
very
set that aside
mathematical
for
when they
one
would
day.
play. And I feel like, you
Maybe
know, they
Tuesday,
were
so
onto
Minnie doesn't get too mad
when
if
they
I
would
haven't done
actually
any work.
mix a bit of that style with Paper Rex's style. You had those rounds that were so instinctive, especially when it was Bane pulling on a lot of those clutches. Foxy
The
9
Paper X
catching up
mini
as well.
documentary, yeah.
But I just felt like it was maybe a little too raw. Perhaps maybe on round 3 of this version of PRX versus DRX, we may see DRX come back. But today, unfortunately,
Tuesday, like EMEA
there's just too
time?
many
Yeah, something around that.
in-game
Like
sort of mental
I think that
calculations
sounds
and
about right.
timings that just
EMEA
weren't
time.
there for Paper X. Like
Tuesday.
you saw that one when Foxy in
Boxwell.
the 1v1 versus something. He thinks he's got something red. Because he sneaks into U-Haul and something doesn't see it. But something just like has such good timings. Like Paper X is so fast. They're constantly checking angles. They're constantly trying to
Be
read
too
you.
busy anteing
that,
liquid,
Foxy
that's
just
true.
swung out there and thought, okay, no problem. I've got this. Doesn't
Anteing
jiggle
the
anything. And
anteing the
gets punished
chamber
for it.
Reina.
And it's things like that that make it really difficult to play
Not on
against Paper
Plat Chat
X.
this
And
week,
things
bro. I
that
got
you
too
will
much
learn
work to do, man. That's the
from this
thing.
time playing against them,
I said no
going
to
up
Plat
against
Chat
them
to
again,
make sure that I
think definitely
could
there'll be some
finish all the
adjustments, especially
videos
with also, like,
for
watching for those push-out timings on the defender
Coach
side
Potatoes.
that Paper X loves to do.
We're so
and
behind on
where
what we were
and
meant to
when they will
do.
happen. So definitely, I think the run back will be better for
Minnie's
DRX,
been
but
busy,
man,
so that
Paper X
delayed
looked
it.
good today.
Then
They
just
really
as he's
did.
finished
I mean,
with his
sometimes
stuff,
you're just
it was
feeling it, right?
it
it
was
felt
busy.
like
Yeah.
Paper X were feeling it the entire
busy
way.
with the
Like, yes,
videos
they
I
fell
gotta
on
do.
Ascent, but it was a very close map that at the very end, DRX were barely able to push over the line. Like, man, something on that A site, he was just like, you know, he kind of felt like your Smurf friend in solo queue, just like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna like take the operator in round 3 and just like start getting 3-4
might
Ks
do
over
good
and over and over
with
again.
like
I mean,
a
the
lot
guy
of their
was
comps
insane.
that
I think
aren't Viper
absolutely will
based,
pick up the MVP.
because
We'll
Shanghai
see
is
as
going to be on the new patch.
Paper They're going to Shanghai
And
alongside
at the
a T1,
moment,
and
if you're
those two
comparing all the
teams will face
teams,
off
they
tomorrow.
look like the
That's
team
right.
that is
Before
most
they
ready
even,
to get rid
think
of
about booking their tickets, though,
the
they
Viper.
have to do this, which is they have to get through each other to get to the grand finals of Pacific, and it's going to be a Sasanta derby right here on the VCT Pacific stage. A match that I think everybody has been waiting for, and especially since, you know, Excurate, I believe it was on socials for VCT Pacific, they asked him to write a special message for his little brother, and he said, let's go to Shanghai together, and now it's come true. Now they are going to Shanghai together.
It's pretty adorable. I mean, I'm really happy for both of them. Like, that family is just crazy talented when it comes to esports. You know, I mean, with Excurate playing in other games, you know, in China as well, so being able to go back home in that
Coming full
sense,
circle.
to go, yeah, exactly, to compete again is super exciting.
People are
He's
still
gonna have a lot of
discovering
fans
they're
that are
gifted
really
from
happy to see him back
Symmetry.
there
Yeah.
as well. But
Been a lot of them,
playing
man.
against
Been
each other,
wild.
like those two are insane players in very different ways, and sometimes, except when they both play Harbor, oddly enough. But I mean, otherwise,
On Platchat, I currently have the highest prediction rate out of everyone so far after Madrid. Bro, my predictions have been awful. How is that possible? What's everyone else
now
doing?
playing the Breach on Lotus, so it is even though
That
they're
can't be
brothers,
right,
they
bro.
play very
There's no way
differently,
that's
and
right.
So it's really exciting though to watch.
I actually refuse to believe
they're gonna
that.
kind of mentally try to read each other. You know, Excurate 100%.
I'm barely getting
gonna
over
be
like
thinking about his brother when
50%.
he's calling those rounds now, so it's going to be an awesome matchup.
It's going to be very fun.
Bren's
I
been
think
killing
it's-
it, surely.
I don't really know who to say. I think though Paper X is definitely the favorite coming into this match.
Dude, where's
right?
this
Like,
interview?
I think
What's
T1,
going on?
They're on a massive streak. They're on a massive roll. They look better than they have so far at all this tournament. Like they're taking over these playoffs by storm, but at the same time, Paper X just look. I mean, how are you going to touch them, right?
You
So,
have
in terms of that
59%,
pool,
and
I
that's
would
the
say
highest in
Paper X
Platchat.
absolutely the big
Bro,
favorite
how
there,
is
but
it?
I don't know, man. I keep
How is the
saying that about
highest
T1, and they just keep winning
59%?
these matches
We
for
all
the
watch so many
underdogs,
games. And
Maybe.
we're meant to be like
IGL showdown
analysts.
is gonna be
And the
very
best we
exciting,
can get is
especially since Excurate on
59%.
side of T1,
Holy
will
hell,
be
that's so
IGL.
embarrassing.
And Forsaken does, you know, everybody says Paper X doesn't really have an IGL, but we do know that Forsaken does assert himself quite well. So that's going to be very, very exciting. And of course, we have Gen.G versus DRX. as
Slightly
well.
lower
Say
the
goodbye
dice.
to
That's what
one
I'm
of those
saying. That's
teams.
what
So,
I am. It's
wow.
equivalent to what I
Very
am.
exciting stuff for the Final Four over here on Pacific. May the 4th be with you, by the way, if you do celebrate it. But for now, that's it from us over here on the desk. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to leave you guys with Jen, who is on stage
Okay, here we
with Paper Rex. And we will see you guys as VCT Pacific continues.
Thank you guys, and Paper X are going to Shanghai. Now I'm standing here with Paper X's Something. Congratulations, Something. You guys have officially qualified for Shanghai. So are you relieved? How do you feel at the moment?
We feel overall great because we qualified to Shanghai, and we have a lot of Chinese fans from Shanghai, so it feels really great.
All right, that's good. Chinese fan would be waiting for you in
Yep.
Shanghai as well. Now, this was the first time Paper X faced this iteration of DRX. What would you say was the main difference?
Just overall, since they have more young players, they become more aggressively. They keep contacting a lot. So the main difference is they become more aggressive.
And unpredictable as well, would you say?
I mean,
No?
not really. We also play kinda like this, so
Yeah,
they
yeah.
understand how they're playing.
All right, now let's talk about Ascent, because DRX actually pulled out what looked like a counter to your comps and the way you play Ascent. You know, what were your reactions when you first saw that comp? Because it didn't have Sova, had Viper in it, and it was very different from the Saple comp. And what would you say about this comp now that you've kind of played against it?
Our first thoughts, just overall, like as a team, it's like we're gonna destroy them because they don't have Sova, right? But after defense, something going wrong, we become too stubborn. We never rotate. We just execute. But how come we can execute at Cypher, Viper, and Omen? So I guess it's good learning point versus them.
I'm gonna ask you a kind of a dumb question. If you were to face this comp again, do you think it would have gone the same way, or you guys would have easily just yeah?
The main problem it's attackers. It's not really about defense. We play defense okay. We throw our round versus Bane, like he was 1 HP, but overall it's all about attackers. So if you change some stuff, so it should be okay.
All right, good to hear. Now, you know, overall, most teams that went to Masters Madrid are struggling a little bit in stage 1 because of the tight schedule, and there's a lot of VODs for their opponents to take advantage of. We saw that happen in Americas, EMEA, and also with a little bit of you guys, but also to GenG as well, right? So how are you guys trying to deal with that?
I mean, we don't really think about this because we still need to play a lot. For example, about GenG, maybe they have some problems in team, maybe they burn out. About us, we're not really struggling. Yeah, we start a bit slow this season because GG came back and need to get used to play with him.
Yeah.
So we keep playing, and I guess we're gonna improve and improve.
But the thing is, you talked about burnout, right? It's very taxing. You guys made a lot of changes, and Jin came back. Also, that means a lot more work, a lot more changes to the team as well. How do you guys deal with that stress or the pressure?
I mean, I did get burnout in Madrid, but after that I get rest for a week, and after that I'm okay. But overall, we never think about this, so we just play a lot, keep playing.
Okay. Now you get to play more facing T1. Is that the team that you were expecting, or were you a little bit surprised to see them lock in Shanghai? And what are your expectations for that T1 series coming up?
I'm surprised a bit since they beat GenG like this. And about T1, it's gonna be again history, Susanto versus Susanto, and let's see who's gonna win this time.
Okay. We'll have to see, but congratulations once again, Something, and thank you for the interview. I'm gonna let you go now. So yeah, that was Something with the post-match interview.
Right, solid.
And that's all we have
Chat,
for today.
that's it.
But
We're done for
tomorrow
today.
we have plenty
If
more
people
of
are
our
around
interactions,
in 7
ready
hours,
for you, so
we
we'll
have
see you
Americas
tomorrow.
tonight. Yampi streaming. Yeah, that's an easy raid. Love that. Bob, you are so ready with it. We love that. Okay, say hi and say congrats to Yampi. Everyone just spam congrats to Yampi because making playoffs was pretty good. Those guys were pretty much out. It was something like 3%. So that's pretty cool. You should be pretty pumped about it. So everyone say well done to Yampi. Tell them to play more chamber for me. And I will see you all in about 8 hours or so. No, 7 hours, sorry. Maths are bad. All right. Peace, everyone. Thank you, thank you. Take it easy. YouTube chat as well. Thank you so much as well. Thank you, thank you. YouTube chat, take it easy. Peace, peace, peace.